A boy remembered peaceful village simulations, while mysterious powers connected reality with miniature settlements. Illness imprisoned him within hospital walls, weakening his body before adulthood permanently separated everything. Loneliness surrounded him constantly, although imaginative farming games provided comforting dreams beyond painful medical treatments. He watched exhausted parents, accepting death peacefully while fragile breathing equipment continuously survival. Regret consumed him completely until mysterious light transported his fading soul toward unexpected existence. He suddenly awakened beneath unfamiliar moons, surrounded silently by strange buildings beside flowing waterways. The boy noticed missing hospital equipment immediately, questioning mysterious surroundings while wrapped carefully inside blankets. He discovered crying infants unexpectedly, panicking helplessly because tiny bodies prevented proper movement completely. A wandering traveler approached cautiously, realizing abandoned children faced dangerous conditions without protection or guardians. The traveler gently reached, offering assistance while the confused boy observed clothing and speech. Confused reincarnation overwhelmed the boy when unfamiliar language surrounded comforting strangers inside peaceful streets. The boy realized successful rebirth immediately, examining infant hands while caretakers protected abandoned children. Determined understanding replaced confusion gradually, causing the boy studying local customs through patient observation. Growing curiosity motivated the boy relentlessly, practicing foreign writing systems independently beside towering bookshelves constantly. Adoptive guardians named the boy Kai and the girl Rukia, raising them peacefully, studying unfamiliar surroundings. Kai accepted magical realities while questioning gods influencing mysterious reincarnated existence. Rukia interrupted Kai, sharing cheerful stories about divine legends while children played together happily. Books revealed Farley created their world, while priests guided citizens through religious teachings faithfully daily. Kai learned blessed individuals received sacred seals, granting unusual abilities surpassing ordinary magical techniques significantly. Rukia wondered whether adulthood would reveal sacred blessings, allowing Kai resembling their priestly father someday. Kai secretly discovered forbidden scriptures describing hidden gods, whose blessings remained unknown until maturity arrived. Curious experimentation started immediately once Kai uncovered inaccessible priestly books containing unpublished divine names. Bathing beside Rukia, Kai quietly admitted disappointment regarding magical limitations within his reincarnated existence. Rukia comforted crying Kai playfully, encouraging confidence while siblings strengthened emotional bonds through affectionate interactions. She suddenly approached closer during bathing, causing embarrassed Kai noticing unexpected physical differences silently. Kai rushed naked toward father, announcing Rukia's holy seal appearance excitedly throughout crowded household. He noticed glowing markings suddenly emerging across his chest, becoming speechless from shocking unexpected developments. Rukia proudly confirmed previous predictions, while Kai celebrated loudly beside their confused yet supportive father. Their father embraced both children emotionally, praising miraculous blessings, while expressing gratitude toward divine protection. Kai questioned his future responsibilities, while satisfied Rukia observed their father's emotional reactions carefully. 10-year-old Kai repeatedly tested hidden divine names, failing constantly, despite determined magical research efforts, unsuccessfully. Anxiety troubled Kai deeply because temple restrictions prevented identifying his blessing before ceremonial adulthood. Rukia interrupted his exhausting practice curiously, noticing secretive behavior while observing suspicious handwritten notes. Kai hesitated whenever Rukia mentioned divine blessings, avoiding explanations regarding forbidden magical experimentation. Both siblings started testing familiar divine names together, hoping successful blessings finally revealed Kai's mysterious abilities. Rukia suddenly reacted strongly after hearing divine names, sensing mysterious powers awakening inside her. Excitedly, she confirmed hearing supernatural voices, convincing Kai their dangerous experimentation produced successful results. Kai realized Rukia activated abilities independently, proving hidden divine names functioned without forbidden instructional notes. Curiosity overcame hesitation completely when Kai requested demonstrations, while Rukia prepared, activating mysterious blessing powers. Rukia unleashed overwhelming divine abilities, surrounding shocked Kai beneath enormous supernatural energy manifestations. Rukia identified Kai's blessing confidently, revealing goddess Alamira selected him personally through divine powers. Kai praised her happily while secretly questioning unfamiliar goddess names missing from forbidden instructional records. Rukia admitted limited understanding regarding abilities, allowing relieved Kai hiding reincarnation secrets from suspicious investigations. Hope motivated Kai strongly because divine blessings offered opportunities impossible during his previous fragile lifetime. Kai promised becoming dependable someday, believing priesthood responsibilities could finally repay adoptive families' kindness. Kai activated Alamira's blessing, summoning mysterious powers through glowing marks across his chest dramatically. An enormous empty field appeared suddenly, shocking Kai, while miniature boundaries surrounded strange unexplored territory. Japanese text appeared mysteriously inside wastelands, explaining cultivation objectives and settlement progression requirements. Kai recognized similarities immediately between divine abilities and simulation games, inspiring childhood dreams previously remembered. Excitement overwhelmed him completely, motivating determined cultivation efforts inside isolated lands created through divine blessings. Kai practiced farming while elderly villager observed his determination silently beside him, entered his room, he activating Tenohira village abilities before examining mysterious miniature structures carefully. He harvested vegetables proudly, accepting difficult investments while studying strange village development requirements carefully. Kai cleared rough terrain steadily, planning personal expansion while testing divine village management responsibilities. He remembered forgotten seeds suddenly before hearing mysterious guidance, awakening hidden powers within himself. Kai exited Tenohira village temporarily, returning home whenever mysterious abilities automatically activated inside him. Explored surrounding forests confidently, he gathering resources while recognizing farmland improvements remained completely insufficient. He planted young trees carefully, considering fertilizer production and quarry stones supporting future construction. Kai watered flourishing crops proudly, realizing divine blessings accelerated village agriculture and material development. He struggled transporting villagers independently, until Ru-chan appeared suddenly, offering assistance enthusiastically beside him. Kai tested heated soil carefully, realizing temporary village visits ended whenever abilities deactivated automatically. Several days passed, while Kai observed rapidly growing trees surrounding expanding village boundaries silently. He inspected damaged vegetation anxiously, questioning whether mysterious village changes affected surrounding environments unexpectedly. Kai discovered devastated farmland suddenly, panicking immediately upon witnessing completely destroyed crops covering fields. Examined ruined seedlings quietly, he doubting soil conditions and fertilizer quality caused agricultural failures. Kai realized drought threatened crops severely, because Tenohira village lacked clouds and natural rainfall, demanded rain stubbornly. He standing silently across empty farmland while testing mysterious village authority. He burned gathered branches experimentally, creating massive smoke clouds while monitoring surrounding agricultural conditions. Kai continued producing smoke determinedly, believing primitive weather manipulation possibly encouraged rainfall across farmlands. Heavy rain finally descended suddenly, astonishing him completely, while restoring devastated village fields successfully. Rukia welcomed exhausted Kai warmly after successful rainfall experiments, soaked his clothing completely outside. Kai rested silently indoors while Rukia confirmed dangerous drought problems disappeared completely from farmland. He planned irrigation channels confidently, believing expanding rivers would strengthen village agriculture tremendously further. Kai cultivated fertile fields carefully throughout years, producing enormous vegetables beside developing farmland successfully. He celebrated remarkable harvest proudly, while oversized vegetables overwhelmed Rukia beside flourishing crops completely. Kai received village advancement notifications excitedly, after completing successful harvest requirements through persistent cultivation. He noticed expanding fences nervously while mysterious voices echoed repeatedly throughout developing settlement boundaries. Kai celebrated impressive village improvements enthusiastically after reading newly unlocked development objectives, posted publicly. Kai cooked harvested potatoes happily beside campfire, while considering difficult future village expansion challenges. An unfamiliar elf girl approached Kai politely, creating confusion while introducing herself beside farmland. Kai encountered Enel unexpectedly while she enjoyed harvested food and introduced herself cheerfully politely. Enel explained she supported cultivation activities because Kai created and governed the mysterious world, requested outside supplies regularly, she promising happiness whenever Kai transported useful materials inside successfully. Enel presented creation seeds carefully, warning unusual plants could expose Kai's hidden abilities publicly. Several primitive villagers arrived gradually, causing Kai witnessing unexpected migration throughout expanding settlements continually. Kai welcomed wandering people to Tenohira village while Enel explained everyone recognized him as divine. Kai questioned population growth methods before Enel recommended improving living conditions and village food. He discovered hemp cultivation possibilities, realizing useful materials and oils supported expanding settlements efficiently. Gathered river shrimp enthusiastically, he preparing additional food supplies beyond potatoes and beans exclusively. Villagers developed rapidly beside Enel, while Kai celebrated tremendous growth throughout flourishing settlements peacefully. Ryuka modeled ceremonial clothing proudly, while Kai worried her fascination toward insects remained troublesome. Kai explained blessing abilities calmly while Ryuka promised future companionship whenever dangerous responsibilities appeared. She encouraged Kai confidently before church officials summoned him, preparing important ceremonial proceedings inside. Priests presented sacred garments solemnly while Kai prepared enduring divine seals during formal blessings. Church officials discovered Kai's mysterious crest abruptly, becoming completely shocked during sacred ceremonies immediately. Kai sensed growing danger nervously while priests examined mysterious records during sacred rituals carefully. Dark inquisitors appeared suddenly beside frightened priests, immediately creating tension throughout ceremonial chambers inside. Kai panicked completely after Inquisitor identified his divine crest belonging supposedly evil gods publicly. Church soldiers restrained Kai forcefully, while silencing protests surrounding unexpected accusations against him immediately. Guards imprisoned injured Kai aboard ships, transporting him away from familiar territories permanently. Imprisoned Kai feared execution, regretting leaving family behind while questioning accusations against mysterious gods. Ship workers released injured Kai compassionately, before abandoning him beside isolated shores beneath towering mountains alone. Kai watched departing vessels anxiously while standing confused beside broken docks surrounding unfamiliar wilderness territories. He discovered unexpected island landscapes, realizing exile forced survival across remote abandoned territories, permanently alone. Kai examined unfamiliar shore quietly, realizing isolation threatened survival across the abandoned island completely. He investigated forest pathways cautiously, noticing human traces while questioning possible inhabitants hiding silently. Encountered gigantic beasts suddenly, he understanding dangerous creatures dominated wilderness surrounding his fragile settlement. Terrified Kai escapes charging monster desperately, tumbling violently across grass beside unfinished construction materials. Enel discovered exhausted Kai quietly, offering water carefully while listening nervously beside crackling campfire. Kai explained limited abilities nervously, while Enel recognized dangerous restrictions threatening survival chances constantly. Reviewed mysterious village systems silently. Kai realizing temporary shelter prevented permanent protection against monsters. He questioned available weapons carefully, while Enel admitted villagers possessed farming tools exclusively currently. Enel presented crude iron hoe proudly, encouraging Kai despite inadequate defensive capabilities during emergencies. Kai accepted inevitable conflict seriously, while Enel feared isolation across their unfamiliar world completely. Enel encouraged determined Kai proudly, while mysterious divine protection strengthened his confidence greatly internally. Kai practiced swinging farming tools cautiously, relieved monstrous lion disappeared beyond distant shoreline peacefully. He encountered aggressive boar suddenly, realizing dangerous wildlife constantly threatened survival across isolated island. Kai defeated charging beast unexpectedly, astonishing himself through overwhelming physical strength during combat completely. Discovered another resident excitedly, he recognizing civilization existed somewhere beyond wilderness surrounding everyone there. Kai guided mysterious horned girl carefully toward gigantic tree, while distant monsters watched silently. He noticed pursuing boar suddenly halted repeatedly, unable crossing invisible boundary surrounding massive tree. Analyzed dangerous situation seriously. He realizing island creatures intentionally trapped stranded humans permanently there. Kai gripped farming hoe firmly, deciding survival remained necessary before rescuing separated villagers. Eventually resting beneath enormous tree, he promised himself escape possibilities still existed beyond isolated wilderness. Shivering beneath gigantic tree, Kai endured freezing night, while exhaustion overwhelmed his determined body. Morning sunlight awakened miserable Kai suddenly, while Enel watched his suffering with sympathetic concern. He requested immediate shelter desperately, explaining dangerous exposure threatened survival, without proper housing immediately. Enel described simple village construction carefully, listing required materials unavailable across isolated wilderness currently. Kai gathered logs and supplies diligently, preparing temporary shelter using primitive tools completely alone. Enel encouraged hardworking Kai confidently, explaining upgraded village abilities provided additional construction materials immediately. Kai cleared rocky ground patiently, digging narrow foundations while conserving limited remaining energy carefully. Assembled wooden supports methodically, he creating primitive shelter structures using simple handcrafted equipment exclusively. Kai designed modest fireplace thoughtfully, while mysterious girl observed silently behind forest trees curiously. He noticed hidden stranger cautiously watching silently, remembering their unexpected meeting beside wilderness previously. Kai completed fragile shelter, while questioning mysterious girl hiding silently among distant trees thoughtfully. Rested inside handmade shelter comfortably. He discovering village materials naturally repelled dangerous insects successfully overnight. Sleeping peacefully indoors, Kai appreciated proper bedding greatly after enduring harsh wilderness conditions previously. Enel visited cheerful Kai warmly, while he enjoyed unusual comfort inside primitive shelter happily. Kai observed improving village carefully, realizing farming possibilities increased long-term survival chances dramatically across wilderness. Kai planned expanding island farmland, fearing permanent isolation without stable village abilities functioning. Enel encouraged resourceful him kindly, explaining unfamiliar discoveries could improve village development significantly throughout island. Kai appreciated Enel's optimism greatly, while she requested delicious meals supporting difficult survival efforts enthusiastically. He constructed protective irrigation channels carefully, understanding productive farmland remained essential for continued survival. Discovered strange oranges unexpectedly, he noticing mysterious girl silently observing him behind shelter. Kai questioned mysterious girl's origins, suspecting stranded outsiders inhabited dangerous island wilderness secretly for many years. Determined Kai thanked supportive companions gratefully, accepting survival required perseverance across unforgiving isolated wilderness permanently. The boy fled desperately through dark forests while terrifying monsters pursued helpless villagers screaming loudly. Massive wolves captured children brutally while another figure watched silently, remembering previous cowardly failures. She collapsed hopelessly beside rough pathways, blaming herself continuously for everyone's terrifying disappearance alone. Elsewhere, Kai approached Enel, offering mysterious fruits, despite dangerous wilderness surrounding isolated temporary shelters. He explained gathered fruits confidently, while Enel hesitated nervously, suspecting hidden poison inside, completely. Enel enjoyed Kai's strange fruits while discussing mysterious flavors beside crude wooden furniture peacefully. Kai learned Enel's village accelerated crops rapidly, because imported fruits strangely transformed local agriculture. He carried farming tools, confidently, planning island cultivation while trusting Enel's agricultural experience completely. Several days passed peacefully, as Kai inspected potato fields surrounding shelters beside expanding farmlands. He noticed Enel approaching repeatedly through forests, while resting briefly between exhausting farming duties. Kai thanked Enel warmly, comparing her nightly fruit gifts to wandering neighborhood cats affectionately. He discovered dangerous wolves lurking while Enel questioned introducing weapons into peaceful villages cautiously. Enel explained villages lacked enemies entirely, making weapon replication concepts confusing for Kai greatly. She warned monstrous attacks threatened settlements constantly, though constructing defensive villages risked catastrophic collapse. Kai discussed military strength seriously, while exhausted workers cultivated fields surrounding their island community. Enel revealed mysterious creation seeds, reminding Kai about forgotten supplies during peaceful agricultural discussions. Kai examined tiny seeds carefully, while Enel encouraged immediate planting for practical future harvests, buried valuable seeds hopefully, he praying desperately, before remembering painful childhood moments involving family. He worked silently across empty fields, understanding Enel's distrust toward her influential priest. Father stared across mountains quietly, Kai expecting uncertain consequences from upcoming encounters beyond isolated farmlands. Kai prepared evacuation plans cautiously, while hidden horned girl observed distant farming activities silently. Severe illness struck him unexpectedly, forcing exhausting confinement inside fragile village shelters completely alone. Kai endured worsening fevers nervously, relying entirely upon personal immunity against unfamiliar sicknesses desperately. Feverish exhaustion overwhelmed him mentally, reminding him painfully about previous life's constant loneliness completely. He shivered helplessly beneath blankets, while freezing darkness surrounded cramped wooden shelters endlessly silently. Nightmares consumed feverish Kai while freezing winds intensified his dangerous sickness beneath blankets silently. Horned girl approached weakened Kai, questioning death while moonlight illuminated surrounding forests quietly. The mysterious girl embraced trembling Kai closely, sharing warmth despite hesitation and uncertainty completely. Kai slept peacefully beside compassionate stranger, finally escaping unbearable coldness through shared body warmth. Morning sunlight awakened Kai gently while grateful companions exchanged relieved expressions inside cramped shelters. Recovered Kai thanked horned stranger sincerely, admitting feverish confusion caused embarrassing physical closeness previously. The horned girl revealed demonic appearance traits quietly, fearing rejection from ordinary frightened humans. Kai reassured nervous stranger kindly, calling her adorable instead frightening, despite unusual horns completely. The mysterious girl approached Kai playfully, causing overwhelming nervousness through unfamiliar, intimate physical proximity. Kai learned Horned Stranger lived isolated completely, abandoned during cruel religious blessing rituals previously. The girl described tragic childhood incidents sadly, explaining frightened villagers constantly avoided her presence completely. She admitted overwhelming loneliness quietly, believing personal weakness prevented protecting anybody successfully before abandonment. Kai comforted her sincerely, reminding her supportive actions saved him during dangerous illness recently. Completely, Kai introduced himself formally, extending friendship warmly while inviting Abyss toward hopeful companionship together permanently. Abyss accepted Kai's offered friendship shyly, finally revealing her lonely name emotionally without hesitation. Abyss greeted Kai shyly, calling him master while smiling warmly beside their joined hands. Kai accepted her strange devotion calmly, while correcting misunderstandings about friendship and companionship between them. Kai awakened feverishly inside tents, remembering exile while distant waterfalls echoed through forests silently. Abyss embraced Kai carefully during morning greetings, watching his weakened condition without hesitation closely. Kai reassured Abyss cheerfully, despite lingering sickness, hiding discomfort behind confident expressions throughout conversations. Abyss smiled warmly beside Kai, realizing personal worries suddenly escaped her honest thoughts accidentally. Kai listened silently, while Abyss explained protecting vulnerable travelers caused their unusual companionship together. Kai and Abyss cultivated farmland together, strengthening shelter preparations while discussing future harvest possibilities. Abyss questioned unfamiliar vegetables carefully, while Kai examined damaged potatoes, considering crops for survival. Kai explained mysterious creation seeds uncertainly, as Abyss observed fragile sprouts, emerging quietly carefully. He desired reliable grain harvests, while experimental seedlings expanded rapidly beside preserved animal meat. They panicked immediately when enormous plant creatures suddenly appeared across cultivated farmland. Kai and Abyss inspected mysterious plant creature carefully, debating dangerous harvest methods beside farmlands. Abyss offered harvested creature confidently while Kai refused nervously, fearing bizarre consequences from consumption. Kai dissected tiny creature cautiously beside Abyss, testing edible portions despite lingering uncertainty silently. Lifted miniature creature carefully, he realizing unexpected growth produced surprisingly harmless companions instead peacefully. Kai and Abyss watched shocked expressions spread when miniature creature suddenly demonstrated warrior-like behavior. They observed cheerful creatures, curiously, questioning strange origins behind unexpected agricultural helpers together. Kai suspected mysterious creatures connected directly toward abilities while preventing reckless wandering behavior carefully. He handed farming tools toward creatures cautiously, doubting their actual physical strength completely despite appearances. Tiny creatures shattered hardened farmland effortlessly, astonishing Kai and Abyss through overwhelming labor capabilities. Kai accepted powerful creatures happily while Abyss recognized valuable workers improving difficult farming responsibilities. Kai discussed exploration plans carefully while village residents explained creatures resembled human laborers. Abyss reacted cautiously when Kai mentioned exploration, worrying constantly about wilderness dangers surrounding settlements. She offered hunting assistance seriously, promising food supplies while warning Kai about roaming monsters. Kai appreciated Abyss deeply yet desired independence, refusing complete dependence upon her protection constantly. Abyss requested combat training earnestly, revealing hidden motivations connected toward surviving dangerous forest environments independently. Kai explained temporary evacuations calmly, while Abyss worried quietly about dangerous exploration responsibilities. He prepared forest expedition confidently beside Abyss, carrying supplies while following experienced guidance carefully. Abyss warned Kai seriously about poisonous plants while accompanying warrior creatures protected surrounding paths. Kai discovered unfamiliar vegetation carefully, realizing isolated regions contained species absent from neighboring kingdoms. He gathered strange materials curiously, while Abyss noticed mysterious girl possessing unusual shining physical characteristics. Kai searched forest areas, while Abyss suspected monsters avoided recognizing his unusual presence. Abyss teased him playfully while eating fruit, claiming monsters preferred avoiding delicious-looking humans instinctively nearby. Kai responded awkwardly beside Abyss, noticing suspicious movements emerging silently from surrounding wilderness unexpectedly. He suggested returning cautiously while warrior creature reacted nervously toward strange approaching disturbances ahead. Massive serpents appeared violently before Kai and Abyss, forcing immediate defensive reactions from everyone. Kai returned carrying unusual harvests, while villagers celebrated successfully despite frightening serpent encounters earlier. Enel questioned Kai worriedly after monsters appeared suddenly, Noticing exhaustion covering his expression, Kai blamed himself anxiously before rushing alone toward forests, desperate protecting Abyss from danger. Kai searched wilderness nervously, fearing Abyss encountered returning monsters while wandering isolated forest paths. Abyss reappeared safely beside Kai quietly, relieving worries surrounding dangerous monsters stalking surrounding wilderness. Abyss embraced Kai emotionally, apologizing fearfully while admitting panic overwhelmed her during dangerous monster encounters. Kai reflected sadly upon personal weakness. Recognizing isolation endangered both himself and Abyss emotionally together. He considered village responsibilities, refusing situations placing companions directly before dangerous monsters. Kai concluded stronger warriors remained necessary, understanding exploration required reliable fighting forces against monsters. He planned strengthening warriors seriously, believing improved weapons increased survival chances throughout dangerous island expeditions. Massive creature erupted suddenly, throwing Kai forward, while Abyss desperately attempted rescuing him protectively instantly. Enormous bird monster landed aggressively before Kai, spreading gigantic wings while Abyss prepared cautiously. Abyss urged retreat fearfully beside villagers, while Kai observed gigantic predator approaching their vulnerable settlement cautiously. Kai confronted screeching monster bravely, refusing abandonment, despite overwhelming dangerous battlefield pressure from enemies. Kai encountered gigantic bird monsters, while Abyss warned everyone, forcing desperate retreat immediately. He protected frightened companions before massive creatures descended aggressively, surrounding frightened travelers. Kai realized airborne escape remained impossible because intelligent monsters carefully observed movements. Abyss ordered Kai toward protective trees while enormous feathers scattered across ground. He gripped crude weapons firmly, accepting unavoidable battle against monsters beside companions. Kai commanded warrior toward monster feet, while companions prepared desperate counterattack together, immediately carefully. Teeny companions attacked gigantic talons repeatedly, while Abyss questioned their reckless resistance against predators. Kai reassured frightened Abyss, before distracting monstrous birds personally, preventing companions suffering fatal injuries. Abyss escaped reluctantly, while Kai promised retreat, eventually continuing dangerous distraction against aggressive monsters. He discovered Enel peacefully roasting potatoes casually, immediately demanding urgent fire support against monsters. Enel shared roasted potatoes happily while Kai grabbed supplies, planning dangerous monster extermination strategies. Kai prepared flaming clubs seriously, explaining massive quantities remain necessary against approaching airborne predators. Kai distracted enormous monsters alone, while Enel activated rolling logs beside village entrance fences. He launched burning projectiles toward gigantic birds, finally damaging aggressive creatures severely during combat. Enel supported Kai using flaming weapons while companions attacked weakened monsters, surrounding Tenohira village. Kai launched blazing spears repeatedly while warrior Kun climbed monsters, striking exposed feathers fiercely directly. He prepared another attack confidently because exhausted monsters prevented companions escaping independently, completely anyway. Kai unleashed fourth flaming strike decisively, finally blinding gigantic bird monsters temporarily during combat. He stumbled dangerously beneath furious monsters while burning feathers scattered across battlefield uncontrollably everywhere. Companions celebrated successful attacks proudly, while wounded monsters screeched painfully, retreating from Tenohira village. Kai noticed Abyss lingering silently beside forest paths while monsters continued pursuing survivors desperately. Burning gigantic birds approached relentlessly, forcing Kai and Abyss confronting overwhelming danger together immediately. Kai grabbed Abyss carefully, urging immediate escape, while frightened companions watched surrounding chaos helplessly. Wounded monster questioned Abyss suspiciously, claiming her actions endangered Kai during brutal confrontation moments. Abyss revealed mysterious powers sorrowfully while begging Kai avoiding hatred toward her completely forever. Abyss unleashed crackling magic power fearlessly, protecting Kai while gigantic monsters charged violently forward. Blinding lightning exploded across battlefield, finally destroying monstrous birds, threatening exhausted villagers completely. Kai learned Abyss inherited wizard abilities mysteriously, unlike ordinary blessings shared throughout kingdoms everywhere. He praised Abyss excitedly, despite misunderstandings, encouraging her confidence beside recovering frightened companions warmly. Abyss requested staying beside Kai nervously, fearing rejection despite protecting everyone successfully during battles. Kai comforted Abyss sincerely, promising permanent companionship, despite her fearful emotional uncertainty completely. Abyss revealed artificial origins sadly, explaining magical existence created long before Kai discovered truths. She introduced herself formally as Replicant Abyss, exposing hidden identity beneath human appearance. Kai accepted Abyss calmly while learning her unnatural body differed entirely from ordinary humans biologically. Abyss explained mysterious awakening decades earlier, astonishing Kai while discussing enormous differences between ages. Kai considered Abyss thoughtfully, realizing ancient replicant origins explained her unusual physical behaviors completely. Abyss admitted demonic appearance sadly, believing artificial existence prevented genuine human emotions entirely forever. Kai thanked her sincerely for sharing secrets, gently holding trembling hands without hesitation openly. He praised Abyss warmly, promising lifelong support because her bravery protected everyone successfully. Completely, Kai joked cheerfully about android rewards, finally easing Abyss's lingering fears regarding acceptance peacefully. Abyss confessed painful loneliness quietly, admitting uncertainty regarding ordinary living without companionship beside Kai. Begged living together emotionally, she choosing Kai permanently as trusted master, despite insecurities completely. Kai realized Abyss lacked normal independence because artificial battle doll instincts controlled personal desires constantly. He apologized awkwardly, explaining misunderstandings surrounding master title, while reconsidering Abyss's heartfelt request carefully. Abyss kneeled nervously before Kai, sincerely requesting acceptance as devoted lifelong master-servant companions together. Kai embraced Abyss gently, realizing former human experiences helped him understand her painful loneliness. Remembered modern entertainment and knowledge, he understanding replicants required compassion instead of fearful rejection. He accepted Abyss wholeheartedly, believing emotional growth eventually would replace artificial battle doll instincts naturally with humanity. Abyss happily promised lifelong companionship beside Kai, while peaceful forest surroundings witnessed heartfelt declarations together forever. Kai examined defeated monster beside Abyss, planning transportation toward Tenohira village, alongside companions immediately. He panicked hearing warrior's death while strange creatures sobbed dramatically before confused Abyss silently. Discovered Enel approaching fields, he explaining enormous monster should remain together beside villagers safely. Enel activated magical transportation, sending gigantic creature skyward while glowing symbols expanded across heavens. She praised Kai's achievement, explaining monster materials would strengthen developing settlement through valuable resources. Kai learned village guest, features unlocked after population requirements finally reached necessary expansion milestone. Enel explained villagers could transport companions outside settlements, though departures forced accompanying residents elsewhere. She reassured Kai's sleeping warrior eventually recovers, despite transforming unexpectedly into mysterious seed. Recently, Kai prepared explaining abilities toward Abyss again, while Enel encouraged celebration beside village residents. Abyss happily accepted warrior's recovery while Kai questioned returning battle instincts within transformed creature. Kai discussed mysterious blessings with Abyss, learning forgotten powers disappeared centuries before entirely worldwide. He invited Abyss visiting Tenohira village, explaining upgraded abilities now permitted transporting additional companions. Abyss nervously accepted Kai's invitation, holding hands before teleportation carried them beyond isolated island. Kai proudly introduced growing Tenohira village, while Abyss silently observed unfamiliar surroundings, carefully quietly. Abyss reacted shockingly toward magical energy surrounding villagers, leaving Kai completely confused beside her. Enel warned Kai harsh realities overwhelmed Abyss, whose body collapsed outside unfamiliar magical surroundings. Kai supported unconscious Abyss while Enel quietly expressed concern regarding dangerous environmental differences. Abyss suddenly awakened beside Kai, reacting nervously toward strange sensations affecting her weakened condition. She explained foreign environments contained insufficient magical energy, causing discomfort throughout her exhausted body. Abyss admitted, surviving without magic remained unbearable, while Kai worried helplessly beside recovering companion. Nighttime excitement overwhelmed Kai, after smelling delicious cooking drifting across isolated settlement campfires strongly. Kai celebrated receiving meat beside Abyss, while massive roasted creature covered enormous wooden table. Enjoyed seasoned monster meat enthusiastically, he praising seawater salt while Abyss quietly observed him. Kai shared flavorful meat generously toward Abyss, explaining lengthy isolation intensified delicious tastes considerably. Abyss smiled watching Kai eat happily while peaceful village life continued developing throughout months. Kai accompanied Abyss examining defeated creatures while mysterious energy erupted from her powerful magic. Abyss explained southern island geography, while Kai studied maps describing enormous sacred tree locations. Discovered unusual fruit trees beside Abyss. Kai learning bitter olives produced valuable cooking ingredients. Kai excitedly collected olive seeds beside Abyss, planning future oil production throughout expanding settlement. He cultivated bananas and tangerines successfully, creating useful materials, supporting Tanohira Village's continued development. Kai examined nutritious tangerines carefully, realizing unfamiliar fruits strengthened villagers through healthy natural harvests, compared unusual produce beside Abyss. He suspecting advanced civilizations cultivated improved island crops previously. He discussed future ocean exploration beside Abyss, imagining villages connected through expanding maritime transportation. Kai explained escaping islands required ocean access, while Abyss quietly questioned dangerous exploration dreams. He remembered Father and Rukia, revealing strong determination returning home, despite impossible circumstances someday. Kai admitted missing relatives, while Abyss quietly realized his previous world still existed somewhere. He declared Abyss belonged beside him permanently, calling her treasured family without hesitation immediately. Abyss embraced Kai emotionally, overwhelmed hearing genuine acceptance, despite civilization separating countless centuries earlier. Kai returned home beside Abyss, welcomed warmly by cheerful villagers gathering outside excitedly together. He celebrated village progress proudly, while Abyss revealed transformed warrior seed becoming helpful dwarf. Kai planned constructing ocean vessels before winter arrived, worrying transportation remained painfully difficult across waters. He appreciated hardworking villagers greatly, though expanding settlement operations required additional dependable workers immediately. Kai requested more mysterious seeds enthusiastically, despite Enel questioning dangerous agricultural experimentation repeatedly afterward. Enel explained villages urgently required livestock, while Kai prepared expanding farmland and settlement infrastructure. Kai reacted shockingly discovering enormous animals, while Enel calmly discussed stronger agricultural workforce possibilities. Enel explained domestication required manageable creatures first initially. Kai wished ordinary animals existed locally. Kai investigated northern island areas cautiously, searching hidden structures potentially sheltering useful wildlife populations there. He informed villagers about northern expedition plans, receiving reassurance regarding surrounding environmental dangers immediately carefully. Kai and Abyss enthusiastically prepared livestock searches, hoping future settlements gained stable agricultural resources successfully. Kai accompanied Abyss northward, confidently running beside companions across wilderness paths together without hesitation. Abyss cheerfully praised Kai's leadership abilities while accompanying expedition members across grasslands during travel. Kai learned corrupted magical power attracted dangerous monsters surrounding Northern Island, plains continuously there. Abyss suggested relocating headquarters northward, warning Kai about monsters targeting village leaders regularly there. Kai reluctantly accepted Abyss's warning while worried companions silently observed surrounding wilderness cautiously behind. Kai discovered wandering buffaloes peacefully grazing fields, while searching northern plains beside Abyss cautiously. Abyss sensed corrupted magical energy surrounding buffaloes, while instructing Kai carefully restrain attacks immediately. She unleashed controlled magical strikes, instantly collapsing charging buffaloes before frightening Kai greatly unexpectedly. Kai approached fallen buffaloes alongside Abyss, investigating unusual behavior surrounding disturbed creatures, cautiously silently. Remaining buffaloes suddenly attacked him directly while Abyss immediately defended frightened companions behind her. Abyss protected Kai while retreating, stunning aggressive buffaloes approaching companions across grasslands desperately. She launched stronger magical attacks against buffaloes, while Kai escaped frightened behind safely companions. Charging buffaloes overwhelmed her completely, forcing dangerous close combat against relentless creatures surrounding her. Kai panicked watching Abyss collapse repeatedly, while buffaloes continued attacking exhausted defenders relentlessly. He activated Tanohira village powers, instantly trapping charging buffaloes before Abyss suffered fatal injuries. Kai carried weakened Abyss carefully, while escaping enraged buffaloes roaming grasslands behind silently. Abyss recovered gradually beside Kai, relieved surviving dangerous buffalo attacks across northern plains safely. Kai celebrated capturing living buffaloes successfully, while Abyss observed exhausted creatures nearby. Village residents congratulated Kai enthusiastically after successfully securing buffaloes' breeding opportunities for expansion efforts. Kai envisioned prosperous village growth through livestock production, while observing expanding settlements peacefully ahead. Spring reached Kai's island, while villagers constructed wooden structures beneath enormous ancient trees peacefully. Kai harvested autumn crops alongside Abyss, while exhausted companions organized gathered produce efficiently together. Winter preparations continued steadily while Abyss magically preserved resources supporting villagers during freezing conditions. Heavy snowfall surrounded expanding settlements while Kai transported supplies between village buildings tirelessly daily. Kai returned home wearing fur clothing while Abyss welcomed him beside resting companions warmly. Kai inspected newly crafted fur clothing while villagers processed monster hides during severe winter. He relaxed beside Abyss, enjoying heated shelter while snowstorms surrounded isolated village settlements, peacefully. Kai praised completed hearth construction while Abyss listened quietly inside, strengthened wooden shelters comfortably. He worried freezing nights threatened survival, despite protective monster fur clothing remaining insufficient everywhere. Abyss silently approached Kai closely while sharing warmth inside crowded shelter during dangerous blizzards. Kai thanked Abyss sincerely while appreciating her survival during freezing winter hardships together peacefully. Abyss rested beside Kai comfortably, while companions quietly shared warmth inside wooden shelter happily. Villagers resumed peaceful routines outside shelters, while recovering steadily from severe winter conditions together. Enel transported supplies alongside buffaloes efficiently, while assisting villagers throughout expanding northern settlement daily. Kai observed approaching spring proudly, realizing one successful year transformed isolated island civilization completely. Kai noticed village changes while approaching newly expanded settlement structures beside cultivated farmland peacefully. Enel congratulated Kai enthusiastically after Tanohira village successfully reached important developmental milestones recently achieved. She explained mysterious wooden stakes connected distant locations through Tanohira village transportation abilities magically. Kai learned special stakes created warp points, allowing immediate travel across oceans efficiently anywhere. He carefully planted valuable creation seeds while planning future village expansion projects thoughtfully ahead. Several days passed before mysterious animal ears emerged unexpectedly from cultivated village soil beneath sunlight. Abyss carefully harvested strange sprouts while Kai nervously observed unusual movements surrounding developing creatures, silently. Kai discovered energetic fox girl emerging underground completely, startling Abyss beside freshly harvested magical fields abruptly. Fox girl celebrating successful summoning, while confusing Kai and Abyss completely, called Kai as Milord. Kai discovered the fox-eared girl, mysterious reward descendant, resting quietly beside enormous magical tails comfortably. The fox girl approached Kai excitedly, requesting adorable naming, while Abyss observed their interaction. Kai remembered pronunciation differences, realizing local villagers misunderstood his original name completely. Kai introduced Abyss properly, then renamed fox girl as Ren, satisfying her cheerful expectations. Ren happily embraced Kai and Abyss, celebrating companionship while promising cooperation permanently. Ren instructed gigantic guardian lion protecting wizard relics, while Kai's settlement expanded peacefully steadily. She demonstrated extraordinary fire magic confidently, controlling blazing flames effortlessly before astonished companions silently. Ren unleashed devastating magical tornadoes repeatedly, frightening Kai and Abyss with overwhelming destructive power. Kai questioned Abyss nervously regarding Ren's dangerous abilities, while mysterious flames continued burning endlessly. Abyss explained Ren manipulated atmospheric mana naturally, unlike ordinary magicians using environmental mana sources. Ren teased shivering Kai while investigating mysterious village barrier, preventing winter temperatures completely outside. Abyss and Ren eliminated dangerous monsters, allowing Kai harvesting materials without ecological concerns safely. Enel proudly presented seafood baskets, informing Kai agricultural village finally reached coastal shorelines successfully. Kai examined primitive fishing methods carefully, realizing villagers lacked ships for efficient ocean exploration. Kai instructed Enel preparing hemp ropes, planning raft escape using newly constructed vessels immediately. Kai planned squid-shaped raft construction, while Abyss inquired about leaving island for new adventures. Ren and companions finished assembling raft ready to set sail under Kai's confident direction. Kai studied ancient maps, estimating 11-day journey to distant land, using Abyss's wind magic. He prepared emergency markers and 10-day rations, ensuring safety during uncertain voyage across sea. Abyss hesitated, facing unknown challenges ahead, while Kai remained determined to continue their journey. Abyss spotted a distant ship approaching, surprising Kai with unexpected arrival beyond horizon. Kai and Abyss observed enormous temple ship emerging, appearing larger than any previous vessels. Kai hid raft quickly, fearing rescuers might notice them, staying cautious and alert. Abyss explained ship only appeared during spring, following same seasonal pattern as before. She expressed concern, questioning Kai's plans, while Kai remained determined to leave island. Kai comforted worried Abyss, deciding investigating strangers alone, while companions remained hidden. He concealed himself carefully among trees, watching unfamiliar visitors approaching isolated shorelines silently from distance. Hooded stranger released tiny girl cautiously, allowing frightened child stepping forward weakly beside wooden dock. Kai warned hidden companions, remaining silent carefully, avoiding exposure while observing suspicious strangers secretly nearby. Exhausted girl collapsed alone beside pier, while massive ship waited motionless across distant waters. Kai greeted stranded ferry kindly, offering explanations while guiding frightened newcomer across shoreline. Kaede revealed her name nervously, realizing permanent island residence prevented returning home alongside familiar companions. Kai accidentally slipped underwater dramatically while explaining Kaide's impossible return toward distant homeland conditions. He promised future assistance sincerely, despite temporary hopelessness surrounding Kaide's difficult unfortunate circumstances there. Ren angrily confronted artificial fairy Gamaken immediately, while Abyss restrained escalating chaotic misunderstanding carefully. Kai explained trapped fairy children prevented island escape, worrying companions with heartbreaking dangerous reality. He declared rescuing imprisoned fairies immediately, reassuring Abyss through unwavering determination and confident promises. Ren questioned Kaede, while Abyss investigated suspicious country information using magical wind communication abilities. Kai remembered enormous temple organization suddenly, realizing island possibly functioned as worldwide transportation destination previously. He compared sacred symbols thoughtfully, suspecting Kaede belonged under identical divine blessings alongside villagers. Kaede revealed receiving evil god powers, reluctantly, worrying Ren and companions about dangerous consequences. Kai encouraged Kaede deciding personal choices, rejecting strict fairy teachings controlling everyone completely. Kaede observed hardworking villagers curiously, noticing ordinary island residents possessed unusual magical blessings, naturally. Kai guided her toward abandoned farmland cheerfully, hoping easing loneliness through shared agricultural responsibilities together. Abyss explained Kai secretly missed family deeply, often staring silently toward distant ocean horizons. Kai worked tirelessly farming fields, while Abyss and Kaede quietly admired his determination. Kaede remembered missing parents sadly, clutching dolls tightly while thinking about separated family members. She demonstrated forbidden fairy prayer carefully, surprising Kai and companions with mysterious ancient ritual knowledge. Kai allowed Kaede practicing unfamiliar magic experimentally, encouraging confidence despite awkward unexpected magical reactions initially. Kaede activated temporary life magic successfully, astonishing companions through remarkable abilities inherited from evil deity. Kaede's revived dolls suddenly awakened, speaking strangely while surprising Kai and companions tremendously afterward. Kai investigated mysterious blessings, realizing Kaide's abilities differed greatly from ordinary fairy powers entirely. He encouraged hardworking Kaede warmly, trusting her responsibilities while assigning important daily island tasks regularly. Kaede gradually adapted happily beside companions, spending peaceful months enjoying comfortable island family life together. She smiled sincerely during early summer gathering, finally experiencing warmth and belonging companions. Ren and Kaede remained island guardians carefully, while Kai gathered unavailable materials beyond distant territories. Kai and Abyss sailed courageously across oceans, searching unfamiliar cities beyond isolated island boundaries together. Kai sailed across endless ocean, using Abyss ability, escaping isolation alongside determined companions bravely. He regretted abandoning Kaede while crashing aboard raft, burdened heavily by painful responsibility silently. Ren protested stubbornly, demanding household responsibilities despite dangerous voyage preparations threatening everyone aboard seriously. Kai assigned Ren caregiving duties because Abyss abilities remained essential navigating uncertain oceanic routes. Ren cheerfully managed village crops while companions worked diligently, maintaining peaceful island life together. Ren inspected preserved supplies carefully, while Kaede questioning Kai's departure while maintaining abandoned island resources. She continued protecting emergency farmlands faithfully, ignoring loneliness, while reassuring worried village creatures. Kaede organized harvesting duties efficiently, directing companions confidently, despite secretly missing Kai's companionship greatly. She played silently beside flowing waters, suppressing frustration regarding responsibilities, restricting personal freedom greatly, accepted island responsibilities seriously. She balancing tedious labor alongside lingering desires for carefree happiness. Ren quietly questioned Kai's absence while carrying water, continuing exhausting island chores beside companions. She sensed distant movement beneath glaring sunlight, immediately alerting Kaede about suspicious disturbances approaching. Kaede discovered injured creature, trapped motionless underground, carefully examining scattered sticks surrounding frightened animal. Remembered dangerous island monsters nervously, she realizing mysterious cries possibly belonged threatening hidden predators. She cautiously investigated rocky cliffs alone while powerful winds suddenly swept surrounding trees violently. Kaede recoiled fearfully after noticing gigantic shadow approaching rapidly behind dense forest pathways silently. Monstrous bird attacked screaming Kaede violently, forcing terrified girl desperately clutching injured creature protectively. Kai's raft caught favorable currents while Abyss explained combat limitations and Ren's superior strength. Kai observed distant island anxiously, while Abyss discussed magical abilities aboard drifting raft carefully. Ren leapt fiercely toward attacking monster, slashing mercilessly, while Katie escaped fatal danger underneath. Ren proudly reassured frightened Katie, while celebrating mysterious Hellfire Wizard's dramatic arrival during battle. Katie cried emotionally while Ren comforted her gently, promising constant companionship beside Cutie forever. Ren carried exhausted Katie carefully through forests, recalling previous rides together fondly without hesitation, apologized quietly, Katie fearing Kai's disappearance permanently, despite unfinished efforts protecting isolated island communities. Kai suddenly returned unexpectedly, shocking Ren and Katie while dismissing worries regarding permanent separation. Ren cried helplessly beside Katie, regretting harsh words while loneliness overwhelmed her emotionally. Katie comforted devastated Ren gently, confidently promising Kai would eventually return safely toward everybody. She embraced Ren warmly beneath moonlight, encouraging hopeful patience while companions watched silently nearby together. Katie awakened cautiously during midnight noises, investigating disturbances while exhausted Ren continued sleeping peacefully indoors. She searched dark surroundings nervously, discovering mysterious movements emerging quietly beyond abandoned village structures. Katie and Ren discovered playful warrior creatures, emerging underground beneath bright moonlit village surroundings. Ren explained warrior multiplication rituals calmly, while confused Kaide observed buried creatures, curiously silently. Kaide witnessed numerous warrior descendants appearing gradually through planted seeds beneath fertile village soil. Ren admitted, reduced loneliness awkwardly because additional warrior companions continuously protected isolated island residents. Katie thanked Warrior gratefully, while promising Kai's safe return beside Ren and companions faithfully. Kai spotted distant land approaching, guiding raft excitedly, while companions celebrated successful ocean crossing. He complained jokingly about stiff joints, while Abyss navigated carefully using topographical map directions. Kai avoided exercising inside Tanohira village, deciding immediate shoreline exploration remained safer temporarily. Instead he searched coastal forests cautiously beside Abyss, hoping large rivers eventually revealed populated cities quickly. Kai accepted exhausting 3-day journey conditions, prioritizing Kaide's safety over personal comfort during travel completely. She encouraged companions across rocky cliffs confidently, increasing marching pace toward distant civilization. Kai guided warriors across grassy roads, while approaching distant town carrying merchant supplies carefully. Abyss transformed beside Kai while summoned warriors assembled silently surrounding their traveling group. Kai transported village products using wagons while trusted warriors protected remaining residents throughout settlements. He displayed modified merchant clothing proudly while Abyss examined his appearance with visible curiosity. Kai introduced himself confidently beside Abyss while presenting fabricated identities before entering crowded marketplaces. Kai handed Abyss a hooded cloak, concealing horns before entering populated trading districts cautiously. Abyss modeled adorable disguised clothing proudly, while Kai praised her appearance beside traveling buffaloes. Kai crossed stone bridges carefully, while Abyss sensed unfamiliar voices echoing across forested pathways. He spotted hidden strangers beside bushes, while Abyss prepared questioning locals regarding regional territories. They discovered collapsing fugitives restrained brutally, while pursuers shouted throughout woodland paths. Bandits surrounded exhausted captives arrogantly, while injured prisoners collapsed helplessly beneath towering trees silently. Armed thugs threatened frightened captives aggressively, while treating imprisoned women like stolen merchandise cruelly. Kai observed hidden criminals cautiously, while Abyss requested intervention against weaker opponents surrounding prisoners. Lightning magic struck armored criminals suddenly, while terrified captives watched collapsing attackers beside pathways. Freed prisoners trembled fearfully beside Kai, while remaining bandits convulsed painfully from magical attacks. Rescued woman questioned Kai nervously while Abyss watched cautiously beside surrounding unconscious criminals silently. Kai introduced himself professionally while disguising Abyss as magical escort accompanying merchant operations peacefully. Sarah Bianchi revealed her identity calmly, while Kai listened awkwardly beside recovering prisoners carefully. She explained merchant expectations honestly, while Kai appreciated potential cooperation regarding regional business opportunities. Kai requested guidance toward town while Sarah accepted gratefully despite exhausted conditions surrounding everyone. Sarah hesitated thoughtfully while considering Kai's request regarding dangerous routes toward Scorpa Town cautiously. She explained escaping city difficulties reluctantly, while Kai listened silently beside Abyss during recovery. Kai accepted simple directions politely before Sarah volunteered personally guiding everyone toward commercial districts. Sarah described urgent business problems honestly while Kai questioned strange fate connecting their encounter. She wrapped warm scarf carefully while requesting Kai examine unusual collar markings suspiciously closely. Kai inspected defeated mercenaries carefully, while Sarah recognized expensive equipment from foreign territories immediately. He collected valuable supplies excitedly, while Abyss suggested transporting everything toward Tenohira village safely, planned delaying pursuers strategically. He restrained mercenaries remained abandoned, throughout isolated forest clearings. Sarah explained collapsing regional security seriously, while guiding Kai toward troubled port settlements gradually. Kai entered bustling Scorpa curiously beside Abyss, while observing crowded streets and massive architecture. Kai purchased steaming noodles excitedly, while Sarah watched crowded marketplace stalls from wooden walkways. Kai enjoyed flavorful noodles enthusiastically, while Sarah observed his excitement beside bustling merchants peacefully. He explored foreign streets curiously, while Abyss experienced crowded civilization alongside cautious Sarah silently. Kai avoided suspicious abilities publicly while purchasing seasonings beside smiling companions throughout crowded boulevards. He negotiated affordable food stall arrangements confidently, while Abyss prepared merchandise beside wandering customers outside. Sarah asked, staying alongside Kai longer while questioning mysterious collar around her neck cautiously. She suspected Kai belonged beside wealthy merchants, while dismissing dangerous collar significance politely casually. Sarah revealed magical slave collars suppress emotions completely, while horrifying Kai and Abyss immediately. She explained, enslaved sorcerers possessed inherited magic abilities, while Kai learned aristocratic exploitation practices. Sarah admitted powerful pursuers hunted relentlessly, while Kai realized civilization remained extremely dangerous everywhere. Sarah assumed Kai owned enslaved sorcerers while Abyss remained unusually silent beneath hooded cloak. Abyss rejected collar dependence calmly while Sarah questioned missing emotions and absolute obedience immediately. Kai questioned removing collars anxiously, while Sarah described blessed creators and corrupt temples bitterly. He offered escaping together aboard boats carefully, while Sarah listened silently beside wooden walls. Kai promised helping everyone safely while searching methods removing Sarah's dangerous magical collar permanently. Sarah struggled requesting assistance honestly, while Kai noticed her hesitation beside crowded temporary lodgings. Kai offered her replacement clothing politely while Abyss prepared disguises protecting companions from suspicious citizens inside marketplaces. Sarah wore cat-like disguise nervously, while Kai instructed playful movements beside confused Abyss quietly for camouflage. Merchants crowded Kai's marketplace, eagerly purchasing buffaloes, fruits, and Abyss's cat-eared appearance enthusiastically. Sarah thanked Kai nervously while Abyss carried overflowing baskets, attracting attention throughout crowded streets. Kai guided Sarah and Abyss through bustling markets, villagers surrounding their successful merchandise immediately. Sarah examined enormous coin stacks beside Kai while Abyss calculated mansion costs carefully inside. Kai explained uninhabited island products remained valuable because isolated cultivation prevented destructive agricultural pests. Kai discussed purchasing livestock, iron, cotton, and grains while Abyss counted accumulated earnings carefully. Kai planned manufacturing leather, soap, and alcohol while checking Sarah's recovery progress inside carefully. He invited Sarah staying their island refuge, offering protection despite dangerous isolated wilderness conditions. Sarah realized Kai avoided questioning personal histories, strengthening trust between their uncertain companionship gradually. He handed Sarah sleeping medicine cautiously, hoping easing anxiety improved her difficult emotional condition. Kai comforted distressed Sarah carefully, noticing painful emotions hidden beneath her restrained expression. Sarah trusted him enough revealing personal history, believing his kindness deserved sincere understanding completely. She explained noble origins while Kai awkwardly pretended familiarity regarding Mondial Principality matters previously discussed. Sarah recalled escorting princesses during Mondial's collapse, describing desperate evacuation attempts from invading imperial forces. Enemy soldiers celebrated capturing valuable nobles, planning reports while surrounding frightened royal guards. Enemy magician attacked royal guards confidently while captured princesses watched battlefield chaos unfold helplessly. Sarah countered destructive magic aggressively, erasing enemy spells before launching powerful retaliatory strikes repeatedly. Bandits seized fleeing princess violently, while armored commanders celebrated successful captures beside terrified prisoners. Sarah resisted enslavement, condemning ruthless traffickers controlling captured nobles through magical collars. She explained escaping slave traders alone before eventually encountering Kai and Abyss accidentally aboard ships. Sarah suddenly begged Kai, rescuing imprisoned princess, while unconscious memories overwhelmed exhausted Abyss completely. She requested Kai's assistance cautiously, admitting ordinary merchants lacked capabilities, rescuing captured royalty successfully. Sarah explained slave traders targeted princesses specifically because wealthy nobles guaranteed enormous profitable ransoms. Shaffered selling herself deliberately, believing magical abilities increased market value beyond princesses significantly. Kai learned female magicians possessed inherited powers, while Sarah prioritized rescuing endangered companions desperately. Sarah explained noble families purchased gifted children frequently, encouraging profitable slave trading networks secretly. Kai gradually understood her circumstances, realizing traffickers valued magical nobles beyond ordinary prisoners financially. He questioned Sarah carefully, asking whether abandoning princesses for freedom remained morally acceptable. Personally, Sarah panicked hearing his suggestion, refusing betrayal despite fears regarding personal enslavement completely afterward. Kai admired her honesty silently, surprised she trusted strangers despite dangerous experiences previously endured. Sarah distrusted herself emotionally, fearing Kai's kindness encouraged dangerous attachment despite unfamiliar relationships previously. Kai demanded her trust him completely, promising unwavering support regardless future hardships encountered ahead. He requested Abyss removing concealed cloak carefully, while Sarah observed suspicious movements extremely quietly. Sarah panicked discovering Abyss's horns unexpectedly, assuming demonic origins threatened everyone's safety immediately there. Kai explained demons resembled feared mythological beings, causing widespread prejudice throughout human societies historically. Sarah apologized, doubting Abyss initially, realizing beautiful appearances never determined someone's true nature. Kai reassured Sarah happily while Abyss relaxed comfortably, accepting peaceful companionship inside shared temporary shelter together. Sarah questioned Kai seriously regarding rescue intentions, receiving determined promises, protecting imprisoned princesses faithfully forever. Abyss suddenly behaved strangely beside Kai, worrying him through unusual feverish physical reactions unexpectedly. She embraced Kai intimately, believing close contact relieved discomfort, despite confusing him greatly emotionally. Excited Abyss suddenly tackled Kai playfully, startling him violently across cramped bedding unexpectedly inside. Abyss nervously questioned his feelings, fearing her affectionate behavior genuinely disgusted him emotionally. Embarrassed, Kai denied rejecting her, awkwardly explaining overwhelming maturity differences between them anxiously there. Sarah quietly observed Abyss embracing Kai closely, contemplating future relationships with visible embarrassment. Kai struggled sleeping peacefully, while Abyss and Sarah rested comfortably beside his exhausted body. Sarah confessed accepting separation calmly, because captivity threatened ending their brief companionship permanently. Tearful, she thanked Kai sincerely, regretting limited time together before inevitable dangerous separation arrived. She admitted fearing Princess Yuri's enslavement, considering princesses' precious family members deserving protection always. Requested Kai and Abyss befriending Yuri kindly, she believing disciplined guidance ensured stability properly. Kai watched sleeping Sarah thoughtfully, recognizing extraordinary compassion hidden beneath fragile exhausted behavior. He finally decided rescuing imprisoned princess immediately, trusting Sarah's honesty, despite overwhelming future dangers ahead. Kai inspected marketplace wagons carefully, because blacksmiths refused selling ores throughout crowded bazaar stalls. Sarah admitted ignorance regarding iron supplies, while Kai suggested purchasing necessary mining tools immediately. Kai prioritized shopping activities first, while reassuring Abyss confidently, carrying flowers beside wandering merchants. He purchased decorative masks, livestock cages, and vegetables, while Sarah observed bustling merchants silently. They calculated expensive livestock costs carefully before departing alongside companions, carrying purchased animals homeward. Kai reviewed purchased supplies while Abyss admired bags, livestock, vegetables, soaps, and farming tools. Kai hurried toward storage buildings, leaving Sarah waiting anxiously among crowded marketplace pedestrians. He instructed Abyss patiently before guiding loaded animals carefully through unfamiliar village streets alone. Enel welcomed Kai enthusiastically while questioning recent discoveries beside wagons, carrying unfamiliar livestock homeward. He introduced enormous livestock carts proudly while Enel stumbled dizzily beside curious companions outside. Enel collapsed unconscious while Kai explained transporting excessive supplies overwhelmed her fragile stamina completely. Sarah sat isolated silently while Kai organized deliveries, awaiting Enel's recovery inside storage buildings. Kai surprised Sarah playfully using purchased masks before reassuring her worried expression carefully softly. Sarah apologized emotionally, admitting loneliness weakened her resolve. Whenever companions remained separated unexpectedly badly, she guided Kai toward trading headquarters, believing imprisoned princesses remained somewhere inside merchant territory. Servants groomed imprisoned princess quietly while silent corridors surrounded heavily guarded merchant residence walls. Merchant leader reassured frightened princess cruelly, describing profitable treatment reserved exclusively for valuable nobility. He warned abandoned princess mercilessly, claiming dangerous captors elsewhere would certainly abuse vulnerable prisoners. Merchant compared slavery dangers coldly, insisting every hostile faction punished captured women brutally severely. Crying princess gripped flowers hopelessly, while merchant mocked impossible escape from luxurious imprisonment, endlessly. Princess unleashed magical explosion, forcing terrified merchants backward across luxurious prison chambers violently. Merchant activated transparent barrier confidently, suppressing princess abilities while demanding immediate obedience from captives. Furious merchant summoned armored subordinate, urgently after princess resisted confinement, using mysterious magical blessings. Fazl inspected containment barrier calmly, explaining ordinary attacks and magic remained ineffective against prisoners. He reassured nervous merchants smugly, insisting escaping princesses never succeeded using extraordinary powers previously. Fazl reminded merchants expensive payments, demanded successful imprisonment despite previous wartime accomplishments already consistently. He accepted merchant instructions coldly, promising unforgettable punishment whenever assigned missions failed completely again. Departed confidently, he warning imprisoned princess hopeless expectations eventually created greater suffering permanently inside. Princess remained restrained silently, while servants observed strange disturbances echoing throughout isolated chambers helplessly. Kai disguised himself playfully before approaching Malini headquarters alongside nervous Sarah, concealing strategic intentions. Kai declared noble status confidently while entering trading headquarters alongside disguised companions. He rehearsed arrogant noble behavior carefully before opening massive doors inside luxurious merchant headquarters dramatically. Demanded immediate negotiations confidently. He pretending wealthy nobility interested purchasing slaves from merchants secretly inside. Merchants welcomed disguised visitors politely while observing suspicious behavior throughout extravagant trading company halls cautiously. Malini greeted Kai enthusiastically, while disguised companions maintained silence during dangerous undercover negotiations carefully. Abyss revealed Sarah's appearance, shocking Malini, while Kai maintained noble disguise confidently throughout. Kai claimed recaptured magician slave proudly, demanding financial compensation from astonished merchant owner immediately afterward. Malini questioned Kai suspiciously, wondering motivations behind returning valuable escaped magician slave voluntarily afterward. Kai fabricated convincing loyalty story cleverly, describing princess devotion toward whoever purchased her freedom sincerely. Malini accepted Kai's explanation cautiously while observing frightened Sarah kneeling beside disguised Abyss. Sarah questioned Kai tearfully after hearing insufficient compensation prevented immediate rescue attempts completely forever. Kai embraced frightened Sarah reassuringly, promising eventual freedom despite observing merchants suspiciously carefully. Kai admitted wealth concerns, suggesting returning princess temporarily avoided unnecessary dangerous negotiations entirely. He exaggerated optimistic outcomes loudly, while Sarah reacted emotionally beside confused merchants and companions. Kai requested Mondial princess location calmly, while merchants removed crying princess toward separate chambers. Kai suggested rewarding loyal princesses by arranging emotional reunion between separated sisters inside. Malini accepted his unusual request casually, considering sentimental meetings harmless for imprisoned royalty temporarily. He explained expensive private soldiers failed preventing magician escapes, despite overwhelming numerical advantages previously. Malini escorted disguised visitors upstairs confidently, mentioning captured slaves remained secured behind distant chambers. Kai observed restrained slaves silently, while servants delivered drinks inside luxurious reception room carefully. Sarah recognized imprisoned Princess Yuri immediately, while bodyguards surrounded frightened captives throughout crowded chambers. Kai noticed the princess standing expressionless beside flowers, realizing severe imprisonment destroyed hopeful emotions completely inside. Malini proudly introduced imprisoned slaves confidently, while Kai observed nervous captives surrounding luxurious display tables carefully. He presented Princess Yuri formally, while Sarah and Abyss watched silently beside disguised Kai uneasily. Malini introduced Princess Yuri carefully, while Kai inspected the silent blonde slave nervously inside. Kai examined Yuri's flowing hair thoughtfully, while Malini encouraged detailed inspection beside awkward attendants. He remembered Rukia immediately because Yuri's gentle appearance resembled somebody precious from previous adventures. Malini revealed Yuri's expensive price, confidently shocking Kai despite available funds from marketplace sales. Kai accepted Malini's discount suspiciously, deciding Yuri deserved rescue, regardless uncertain circumstances surrounding negotiations. Malini praised Yuri Cecile extensively, while Kai quietly studied her restrained expression inside carefully. Sarah suddenly entered excitedly, embracing Kai warmly while Malini explained Yuri's discounted purchase price. Captured women comforted exhausted Sarah gently, while Yuri observed everybody silently beside confused guards. Sarah trusted Kai completely because rescuing Yuri and imprisoned companions mattered beyond safety concerns. She apologized tearfully toward Yuri while accepting gratitude replaced guilt surrounding painful captivity experiences. Sarah begged Yuri tearfully, requesting final farewells before emotional separation permanently devastated everyone present. Kai watched silently beside Malini while rescued captives comforted Sarah throughout painful conversations carefully. He requested additional bodyguards confidently, leaving Malini temporarily speechless beside darkened hallway corridors completely. Malini doubted Kai's background privately until nervous soldiers urgently summoned him downstairs, unexpectedly immediately. Sarah asked Kai compassionately purchasing remaining bodyguards, hoping imprisoned companions finally regained freedom together. Sarah apologized sincerely, while Kai understood painful separations involving treasured companions from previous experiences. Abyss suddenly severed restraints quickly, threatening Sarah violently, while frightened prisoners watched silently. Kai intervened immediately, preventing terrified bodyguards harming captives because shared suffering deeply affected him, instructed prisoners joining escape carefully. He demanding everybody cooperate quickly before guards discovered disturbances. He promised uncertain prisoners possible salvation, despite lacking evidence proving successful rescue beforehand completely. Kai encouraged frightened captives courageously, promising opportunities preventing hopeless imprisonment from destroying everybody. Yuri approached Kai quietly while confused prisoners watched uncertainly beside protective Sarah and Abyss. She noticed Kai's compassionate gaze differed greatly from cruel merchants and selfish nobility surrounding captives. Yuri realized Kai's determined eyes transformed despair lingering deeply within her exhausted heart completely afterward. She grasped Sarah's trembling hands gently, showing trust toward companions supporting Kai's dangerous rescue operation. Kai assigned Sarah leadership while prisoners formed circles, preparing coordinated escape plans together calmly. He instructed Abyss, creating magical flashes strategically, while captives clasped hands nervously awaiting freedom. Malini questioned returning scouts angrily after discovering missing magician and suspicious prisoner movements everywhere. He learned Sarah's pursuers suffered humiliating defeat, restrained publicly beside forest trees completely recently. Furious, he smashed furniture violently, while terrified underlings recoiled from escalating chaos inside headquarters. Malini detected possible enemies immediately, summoning Fazal aggressively while panicked guards gathered upstairs hurriedly. Abyss destroyed massive walls spectacularly, confronting shocked pursuers while creating escape routes outside successfully. Fazal investigated crashing noises cautiously before Abyss launched devastating attacks across shattered corridors unexpectedly. He informed Malini angrily about escaping captives, while recognizing formidable magical opponents approaching rapidly. Fazal mocked Abyss dismissively, challenging stronger opponents, while Malini demanded immediate pursuit relentlessly forward. Fazal accepted Malini's pursuit orders casually, believing chained captives remained helpless escape targets completely. Malini furiously confronted Fazal regarding escaped prisoners while demanding accountability for humiliating failures immediately. Abyss monitored approaching guards cautiously, remembering strategic instructions preventing enemies discovering fleeing captives prematurely. She escaped pursuing guards effortlessly using magic, while worrying anxiously about Kai's rescue mission. Sarah panicked briefly, before Kai transported rescued captives successfully toward mysterious isolated village settlements. Kai calmed Sarah gently while confused captives observed Yuri's composed reaction toward unfamiliar surroundings. Enel questioned Kai curiously about resources while liberated prisoners carried stolen merchant swords. Kai apologized playfully toward Sarah, explaining circumstances carefully before removing captives' restrictive chains permanently. Kai examined confiscated swords awkwardly, while former prisoners questioned strange techniques from adventure stories. Yuri questioned Kai cautiously regarding mysterious settlement, while tightening chains around recovered weapons carefully. Kai explained mystical sanctuary carefully, while Yuri questioned possible connections regarding Mondial Kingdom origins. Yuri learned Kai rescued princesses accidentally, without understanding Mondial's existence before meeting Sarah previously. Kai admitted rescuing everybody originally because Sarah inspired compassionate determination toward imprisoned captives. Sarah misunderstood Kai's promises awkwardly, while he clarified intentions regarding rescued prisoners immediately. Yuri reflected emotionally, realizing Kai repeatedly protected her, despite losing homeland, status, and family. Kai hesitated awkwardly while Yuri observed, sensing hidden feelings behind his uncertain explanation toward her carefully. Kai compared Yuri affectionately toward younger siblings, while avoiding direct confessions regarding personal emotions surrounding protection. Abyss sprinted through crowded streets, distracting pursuing slavers while Kai's companions escaped silently successfully. Suspicious mercenaries noticed Abyss's deception, questioning missing captives while abandoning reckless pursuit immediately completely. Abyss remembered Master's instructions carefully, preparing stubborn resistance against enemies, approaching dangerous forest pathways. Armed hunters confronted her directly, demanding explanations regarding vanished slaves, while surrounding cautiously everywhere. Electric power erupted surrounding Abyss completely, terrifying attackers, before decisive combat overwhelmed remaining resistance. Abyss unleashed violent lightning blasts, crushing approaching mercenaries while frightened survivors retreated backward desperately. She examined unconscious enemies silently, hoping reunions with Master Kai happened successfully without complications. Fazl challenged her confidently, requesting honorable magical combat, despite overwhelming differences between abilities completely. Kai instructed companions carefully, explaining Abyss distracted mercenaries, while evacuation preparations continued outside peacefully. He cancelled Abyss's illusion, allowing exhausted refugees temporary safety beyond dangerous pursuing mercenaries. Malini mocked Kai's absent hunters, doubting escaped slaves survived surrounding mercenary patrols, searching relentlessly. The hidden companions ambushed Malini, forcing terrified traitors surrender weapons immediately without resistance. Kai overheard Abyss battling enemies alone, ordering villagers restrain captured Malini carefully before escaping. He questioned restrained Malini urgently, remembering Sarah's caller while villagers prepared immediate evacuation procedures. Kai threatened defeated Malini coldly, demanding Yuria, Cecile, and Sarah's freedom, without negotiations immediately. Yuri struggled walking exhausted streets while Kai encouraged frightened companions toward temporary shelter silently. Mercenary soldiers discovered the group suddenly surrounding escaping villagers before narrow alleys completely blocked. Kai realized Abyss confronted enemy magicians elsewhere, leaving inexperienced refugees vulnerable during dangerous confusion. Villagers defended Kai bravely, insisting Yuri escaped immediately, while armed pursuers approached relentlessly behind. Kai accepted villagers' protection reluctantly, preparing desperate resistance, while Yuri continued escaping safely onward. Kai assured worried villagers calmly, believing Abyss defeated Sarah's magician captor despite dangerous circumstances. Yuri requested concealment nervously while Kai organized defenders surrounding confused mercenaries throughout narrow alleyways. Enel returned, carrying experienced fighters, strengthening exhausted villagers preparing desperate resistance against approaching enemies. Unknown attackers suddenly smashed mercenaries violently, drawing startled city guards toward chaotic disturbances. Immediately injured slavers blamed escaped captives, desperately before suspicious guards threatened arrests for illegal violence. Guards mistook escaping slaves completely, demanding surrender, while suspicious mercenaries observed confused movements silently throughout. Kai unleashed Tenohira creatures suddenly, overwhelming armed mercenaries through coordinated attacks. Tiny warriors defeated frightened soldiers efficiently, confusing enemies, lacking proper nighttime visibility completely. Villagers watched victorious tiny warriors proudly, while Kai confirmed allies secured dangerous escape routes successfully. Kai thanked exhausted tiny warriors warmly, returning transformed seeds safely before continuing rescue operations. Kai gathered villagers quickly, urging retreat before additional reinforcements, trapped exhausted survivors permanently inside. Abyss exchanged destructive magic attacks against Fazl, astonishing him with overwhelming electrical power completely. Fazl continued resisting desperately, yet Abyss converted every incoming attack into magical energy successfully. Kai observed distant explosions nervously, realizing Abyss gradually dominated Fazl during fierce battle outside. Exhausted Fazl collapsed, defeated while Abyss reunited happily beside relieved Master Kai immediately. Fazl criticized Kai for withholding Abyss from war, acknowledging devastating magical abilities against enemies. Kai explained misunderstanding calmly, requesting Fazl's surrender while defeated mercenaries retreated silently elsewhere wounded. Fazl refused surrender stubbornly, gathering remaining magic, despite exhaustion weakening his battered body completely. Kai whispered strategies toward Abyss carefully, calculating precise angles against Fazl's dangerous magical attacks. Abyss dodged Fazl's destructive blast swiftly while Kai escaped surrounding battlefield chaos safely unharmed. Fazl searched smoke-covered battlefield carefully, tracking Kai's movements while recovering strength from exhaustion. Abyss launched concentrated lightning spears relentlessly, forcing Fazal dodge explosions across shattered streets repeatedly desperately. Kai captured distracted Fazal suddenly, inviting shocked warrior toward Tenohira village, before escaping authorities together. Fazal crashed against Kai's sudden strike, while pain crossed his face and confusion spread across the battlefield. Instantly, he rubbed his aching body beneath blazing sunlight, noticing Kai approaching silently while Enel watched their strange situation closely. Kai examined the unfamiliar farming village carefully, discovering villagers, animals and wooden houses scattered across massive open grasslands with confusion. He dragged Fazal across the field forcefully, ordering Enel to execute preparations while Fazal demanded explanations about his suffering loudly. Enel warned every villager about approaching enemies, while workers grabbed farming tools and protected frightened women and children inside shelters. Enel encouraged frightened villagers against incoming thieves, warning their harvested crops and peaceful homes faced complete destruction without resistance soon. Enel questioned hesitant mothers carefully, explaining wandering bandits could capture vulnerable daughters while terrified children watched silently behind fences. Fazal approached armed villagers calmly, refusing conflict while searching Kai, though confused farmers failed noticing invisible outsiders beside them. He blocked advancing villagers confidently, declaring himself powerful magician, while laborers surrounded him carrying farming tools and determined expressions firmly. Fazal attempted casting magic desperately, but shocking failure spread across battlefield immediately, leaving terrified warriors questioning their powerless surroundings. Fazal realized Kai trapped magicians inside strange abyssal territory, while nervous villagers surrounded him carrying crude farming weapons cautiously. He forced remaining magic outward painfully, forming tiny flames between trembling hands while Kai watched his desperate struggle. Fazal fired weak magic toward villagers suddenly, but frightened farmers defended themselves using tools, while Kai observed silently behind everyone. Villagers panicked briefly after witnessing flames, although Fazal collapsed exhausted while confused defenders tightened their formation around frightened families. Fazal prepared another spell against approaching villagers, yet hidden creatures interrupted him completely while furious farmers charged forward together aggressively. Fazal cursed angrily while armed villagers surrounded him, refusing defeat, despite overwhelming confusion spreading across chaotic farmland without stopping. He glared toward Kai, believing impossible defeat awaited him, while strange creatures and villagers blocked every possible escape route. Villagers finally overwhelmed Fazal completely, knocking him onto dirt ground, while Enel ordered everyone ending unnecessary fighting immediately together. Kai discussed village safety beside Enel carefully, while exhausted villagers restrained Fazal tightly and questioned future conflicts approaching their settlement. Enel explained villagers feared outsiders naturally, while Kai accepted violence remained unavoidable because dangerous humans threatened peaceful farming communities. Enel comforted Kai gently, encouraging his decisions while Kai thanked her sincerely for constant support and trust. Kai carried unconscious Fazal away, while Enel questioned future plans beneath quiet skies, surrounding exhausted companions silently together. He reunited with villagers safely outside stone buildings, while hidden creatures observed silently from dark corners around peaceful farmland cautiously. Abyss lowered her head sadly, believing uselessness burdened everyone, while Kai praised her exhausting magical efforts warmly beside companions reassuringly. Kai encouraged Abyss sincerely, explaining stubborn enemies caused difficulties while her abilities protected villagers successfully during dangerous conflicts against outsiders. Kai comforted shy Abyss warmly, while nervous praise embarrassed her until she requested a hug beside smiling companions. He embraced Abyss tightly before shocked villagers, while curious onlookers whispered quietly and watched their unexpected affection carefully together silently. Yuri thanked Kai sincerely for protection, while Enel observed quietly beside Abyss resting comfortably within Kai's embrace calmly. Kai considered inviting rescued villagers toward island safety carefully, although he understood forcing frightened strangers remained completely impossible emotionally anyway. Yuri admitted homelessness sadly, requesting servitude beneath Kai's family because destroyed circumstances prevented returning anywhere safely permanently again. Yuri explained slavery protected vulnerable travelers, while Kai awkwardly revealed merchant status, shocking confused companions standing beside him speechless. Kai described their isolated island, warning newcomers' survival required determination because abandoned wilderness surrounded their distant settlement without mercy. Villagers questioned island condition, while Kai explained fertile soil, rivers, forests, and hidden safety-protected residents successfully together there. Yuri proudly described Mondial's embarrassing reputation, leaving Kai stunned while villagers casually accepted their farming nation's strange nicknames without complaint. She accepted Kai's invitation happily, requesting one promise before joining island life alongside villagers seeking peaceful futures permanently with him. Kai warned Yuri firmly against revenge, demanding everyone abandon imperial grudges completely before joining peaceful island life. Yuri accepted his condition, admitting revenge brought nothing meaningful anymore, while Kai prepared returning home beside Abyss peacefully. Kai guided rescued villagers northward carefully, while amazed newcomers followed mysterious powers carrying everyone across strange hidden pathways silently. Kai warned villagers about meeting unfamiliar girls ahead, explaining cooperation remained important before reaching island territory safely with everyone accompanying them. Villagers crossed mysterious northern entrance suddenly, arriving beside giant trees and cliffs, while frightened Sarah struggled understanding impossible transportation methods. Kai introduced abandoned island calmly, while Yuri and Sarah stared nervously across empty wilderness surrounding unfamiliar territory silently together. Ren attacked Kai immediately after his return, angrily scolding his disappearance while nearby. Villagers watched their chaotic reunion awkwardly together. Ren hugged Kai emotionally, admitting loneliness overwhelmed her badly, while Kai apologized sincerely for leaving companions behind unexpectedly without explanations. Katie rushed toward Kai happily, celebrating everyone's safety while Abyss followed quietly beside relieved companions watching emotional reunions nearby together. Kai introduced rescued islanders carefully, while Kaide greeted Yuri politely and questioned whether only unfamiliar newcomers arrived alongside him unexpectedly again. Sarah questioned Kai about abandoned homelands carefully, while Kai admitted returning remained impossible despite existing connections beyond distant oceans. Kai introduced Empty Island honestly before companions, explaining worthless wilderness surrounded them, despite everyone gathering together hopefully beside Abyss. He promised building farms, roads, houses, orchards, wells, and ranches together while determined villagers imagined prosperous futures ahead peacefully. Yuri listened carefully while Kai declared creating welcoming country together, hoping abandoned people could finally discover meaningful belonging beside companions permanently. Sarah accepted unfamiliar world excitedly, while Kaidi and Fox Girls promised supporting island development enthusiastically beside cheerful villagers and hopeful newcomers together. Abyss promised unwavering loyalty toward Kai's family, while Yuri smiled softly watching companions gathering peacefully around their growing settlement. Yuri encouraged rebuilding ruined lives, while Kai accepted her hand carefully beside hopeful villagers dreaming about brighter futures. She promised supporting Kai sincerely while proposing peaceful country creation, hoping nobody would suffer sadness within their new homeland ever again. Sarah suddenly declared herself Kai's wife loudly, shocking Yuri completely, while confused villagers remembered their shared sleeping arrangements awkwardly together. Abyss worked silently while villagers observed her, questioning her demonic appearance and mysterious magical transformation inside camp. Kade defended Abyss before suspicious villagers, explaining school rumors exaggerated demons, because Abyss behaved gently while serving prepared food politely. Ren sprinted across village pathways, carrying supplies quickly, astonishing Kai's companions while strange creatures watched her energetic movements silently carefully. Villagers surrounded Ren curiously, touching her fluffy tail and ears, while Kai watched embarrassed reactions spreading throughout everyone inside camp. Kai inspected damaged boots beside Abyss, realizing village expansion required better clothing, stronger tools, and organized crafting responsibilities for settlers. Kai gathered villagers publicly, announcing the island council meeting, while Abyss, Kaide, Ren, and Yuri observed quietly behind him. Villagers demanded practical improvements, including fishing tools, baths, farming supplies, clothing, footwear, meat, and additional toilets immediately for survival needs. Yuri explained plumbing difficulties seriously, while Kai considered Tenohira solutions, listening carefully beside Abyss during strategic discussions inside headquarters building. She explained countries required citizens, territory, and controlling power while Kai connected combat strength with magical leadership responsibilities for governance. Kai discussed population growth methods beside Yuri, realizing stronger citizenship numbers remained essential for developing their island nation successfully together. Yuri suggested increasing citizens through universal methods, leaving Kai confused while Abyss watched the strange conversation silently. She bluntly mentioned sexual activity before shocked villagers, causing Kai, Kaide, and Ren becoming speechless from overwhelming embarrassment during meeting. Yuri reminded Kai about royal responsibilities, explaining kings required heirs because her princely bloodline supported legitimate national leadership traditions properly. She pressed Kai aggressively about producing heirs, insisting citizen growth and political stability remained equally important for their kingdom development. Kai accepted Yuri's proposal awkwardly, while Yuri happily shortened her name, strengthening their personal relationship before surrounding villagers observed quietly. Kai remained confused about Yuri's intentions, believing royal duty probably influenced her unexpected decision supporting island development. Yuri suddenly declared Sarah should live beside Kai permanently, shocking Abyss, Kaide, and Ren, because their crowded house remained full. Kai planned constructing stronger homes before winter arrived, discovering one villager possessed valuable carpentry experience, learned through family responsibilities. Kai enthusiastically requested construction assistance, organizing 10 shelters for villagers, while warrior raccoons prepared supporting labor throughout expanding settlement areas efficiently. Yuri confidently imagined Kai ruling inside enormous castles someday, believing kings required grand authority symbols for maintaining national influence properly. Kai worried Yuri discussed impossible castle ambitions, while Abyss silently listened beside him during serious village planning conversations. Yuri explained castles, combined citizens, magicians, and bodyguards efficiently, but Kai questioned whether every resident preferred shared housing arrangements permanently. Kai rejected excessive housing management responsibilities, realizing 14 isolated settlers required practical cooperation instead of unnecessary personal buildings across island. Yuri proposed constructing one magnificent castle where every villager could reside together, surprising Kai and encouraging settlement unity completely forward. Kai watched villagers gather proudly while unseen observers envisioned their growing nation, believing collective determination would strengthen future generations. Yuri promising their future castle would become courageous homeland, everyone proudly protected together, despite hardships surrounding island life. Kai accepted Yuri's castle proposal seriously, while Abyss quietly admitted shared living prevented loneliness between isolated companions, surviving difficult circumstances. Enel celebrated enthusiastically after village development reached level 20, while Kai prepared gathering materials necessary for massive castle construction projects. Kai remembered settlement rewards increased every few levels, discovering imported town resources appeared automatically beside expanding village infrastructure systems unexpectedly. Chromo introduced herself confidently beside Enel, explaining wandering elves searched protected settlements, offering food, shelter, clothing, and peaceful opportunities. Chromo revealed tailoring skills confidently, exciting Kai, because proper clothing production solved growing settlement problems affecting villagers. Enel defended her food expertise proudly, explaining poisonous ingredient testing and nutritional knowledge, supported everyone surviving dangerous wilderness conditions. Kai mistakenly called Enel gluttonous jokingly, hurting her feelings because she believed their friendship meant deeper personal understanding between companions already. He apologized sincerely while Enel explained cooking, poison detection, and material crafting abilities supported villagers through practical survival responsibilities. Chromo accepted Kai's footwear request carefully, explaining handcrafted leather boots required several days, because fabric preparation consumed significant production time. Kai praised Chromo enthusiastically while preparing villager measurements, causing Enel teasingly criticized his impatience during important settlement clothing preparations. Enel stopped Kai, reminding him village status upgrades unlocked additional functions beyond Chromo's tailoring abilities within settlement management systems. Kai discovered Tanohira evolved into magical hidden village, unlocking eastern exits and attracting magical elf advisors towards settlement development. Enel explained attack magic usage created magical concepts inside villages, unlocking seed synthesis and expanding settlement technological possibilities significantly. Kai learned synthesis combined similar seeds creating stronger warrior raccoons, but exhausted supplies prevented immediate experimentation across growing magical settlement territories. Kai questioned magical village requirements while warrior raccoons carelessly launched explosive experiments, creating confusion about future development objectives. 3 days passed before Chromo completed durable leather boots, impressing villagers, while Kai celebrated their professional appearance enthusiastically beside everyone. Chromo explained complicated boot crafting methods carefully, describing waterproof leather processing, reinforced soles, and improved durability through traditional manufacturing techniques. Kai nervously tested Chromo's handmade boots, while Enel observed silently, waiting anxiously for his honest reaction regarding comfort and quality. Kai praised the boots enthusiastically, exciting Chromo greatly before requesting additional footwear production supporting villagers throughout expanding settlement communities. Chromo proudly compared herself against Enel while demanding recognition, causing Enel protesting loudly beside amused Kai during cheerful conversations. Kai tested Chromo's boots confidently, smiling proudly, while Enel noticed his satisfied expression and reacted with visible embarrassment. Sarah discussed agriculture improvements seriously, suggesting ponds or enormous water containers, supporting villagers needing reliable farming resources across settlement lands. Kai thanked Sarah excitedly before realizing clay pottery production solved storage problems, inspiring new crafting plans benefiting expanding village communities. Kai explained pottery benefits, using memories from television programs, while villagers listened carefully beside several unfinished earthen containers for storage. He revealed his merchant family background and discussed pottery observations, encouraging companions while introducing simple enamel production techniques to everyone. Kai asked Abyss about locating clay, yet she admitted unfamiliarity, lowering her head while struggling. Remembering useful information for him, he suggested searching swampy ground because surface clay remained hidden underground, causing Abyss and villagers reconsider possible gathering locations carefully. Following Ria's guidance, Kai and Abyss inspected muddy riversides beside massive trees, hoping suitable clay deposits existed there for pottery. Osa uncovered muddy soil beside Kai, making him inspect the material carefully while recognizing possible clay hidden underneath river water there. Kai explained clay characteristics using simple descriptions, regretting missing translators while animal companions watched his demonstration beside Abyss. Kai tested muddy samples with Osa creatures, realizing communication worked sufficiently while Abyss observed their unusual cooperation silently beside him. He continued searching riverbanks alongside Abyss, considering exposed cliffs because hidden clay deposits remained difficult discovering through ordinary exploration methods. An excited Osa creature suddenly surfaced carrying heavy mud, surprising Kai and Abyss, while possibly revealing valuable clay deposits underground. Osa creatures carried enormous muddy clay baskets toward Kai, allowing him testing texture while Abyss watched their successful discovery. Kai confirmed softened clay hardened through baking, explaining planned water jug production, while Abyss listened beside him attentively. While examining refined clay materials, Kai regretted limited pottery knowledge, though Abyss praised his valuable understanding and observations greatly. Kai instructed companions carrying collected clay toward Tenohira village, ensuring enough materials remained available for future pottery construction projects there. He demonstrated proper clay cleaning methods beside villagers, preparing filtered materials carefully before crafting durable pottery items together for survival. NL questioned kiln construction while Kai explained faster village conditions reduced firewood concerns for pottery production and tableware development. Kai described unfamiliar kiln designs remembered from television, while villagers discussed connected chambers carrying heat across sloped underground pathways efficiently. A village woman understood Kai's explanation immediately, volunteered assistance confidently, and encouraged enel gathering workers for construction projects. Villagers shaped bricks and assembled massive kilns together while Kai supervised construction progress beside hardworking companions throughout Tenohira settlement. Several completed kilns stood outside Tenohira village days later, leaving Kai satisfied while preparing future pottery manufacturing operations for everyone. Villagers praised completed kiln foundations, while Kai admitted missing roofs, feeling satisfied watching construction progress beside Enel and workers. Kai suddenly remembered another experiment, explaining villagers would improve techniques independently through repeated practice, instead relying completely upon him. Ren introduced Kaide's playful animal companions during workers' break, causing surprised villagers examining unusual creatures surrounding Ren curiously together beside them. Kai watched energetic creatures entertaining everyone before inviting Ren toward Tenohira, hoping discussing another useful idea privately during travel there. Kaide happily requested joining Kai and Ren inside Tenohira, carrying strange creatures carefully while smiling excitedly beside everybody during celebrations. Katie admired Tenohira village expansion, while Kai and Ren observed growing buildings, farmland, and residents surrounding newly developed settlement areas proudly. Villagers walked through productive farmland while population growth improved settlement activity, attracting Kaide's attention across expanding Tenohira streets. Kaide worried about her parents inside distant hometown castle, while Ren reassured her regarding traveling difficulties and dangerous roads ahead anxiously. She remembered childhood experiences visiting castle workers with her mother, explaining lonely feelings caused by her father's constant duties there frequently. Kai promised, finding Kaide's hometown eventually, while she trusted him completely despite uncertain timing surrounding their difficult journey. Katie believed her parents worried deeply during separation, while Kai listened quietly beside Enel and companions. Enel interrupted village gathering preparations, calling everyone together while Kai apologized awkwardly beside Katie and Ren around crowded tables. Kai excitedly announced magical fire experiments using real mages, amusing Enel, while confusing Kaide and nearby companions observing their strange enthusiasm. Kai explained kiln drying procedures before heating pottery materials, while Enel summoned villagers toward completed kilns awaiting magical fire experiments eagerly outside. Enel proudly introduced famous hellfire magic beside Ren, astonishing villagers who immediately requested learning magical kiln operation methods from them together. Villagers admired Ren's adorable appearance while Kai instructed careful flame control, preparing magical kiln ignition beside completed pottery structures. Ren unleashed powerful hellfire magic before astonished villagers, proving magical flames could support pottery production inside Tenohira village immediately. Kai celebrated successful kiln ignition beside Enel and villagers, announcing preparations for genuine pottery production using newly completed facilities there soon. Kade struggled shaping clay carefully beside villagers, concentrating intensely while everyone practiced pottery creation across Tenohira's outdoor working area together. Kai inspected Kade's finished pottery piece, while companions praised her improving craftsmanship and discussed future pottery production possibilities enthusiastically. Ren proudly presented handmade ceramic dolls beside Kade, whose brief responses confused Kai while companions praised her unusual artistic interests. Kai became shocked hearing strange doll names from Kade, while Ren casually explained sudden ceramic figure creation beside bewildered companions. He warned ceramic dolls could crack during baking because trapped air remained dangerous, while Ren continued admiring Kaide's unusual creations. Sarah observed pottery experiments beside Abyss, while Kai explained Kaide could continue producing ceramic figures despite their strange appearance. She displayed completed cookware and storage pottery proudly, while Abyss noticed her excitement regarding successful Tenohira pottery production improvements. Kai distributed finished pottery beside completed kilns, while villagers celebrated successful production, carrying containers proudly. He inspected hardened pottery carefully beside Kade, confirming successful baking results, while villagers continued managing kiln operations behind them. Enel explained gradual cooling remained necessary, preventing sudden cracks, while Kai realized pottery production required greater patience than expected during operations there. Villagers examined completed ceramic bricks thoughtfully, while Kai encouraged sharing transferred knowledge, allowing independent pottery production methods developing steadily. Kai inspected damaged pottery fragments beside Ren, realizing several baked items crumbled, despite careful preparation and controlled kiln heating procedures earlier. Kai revealed successfully baked pottery beside excited companions, while Kaide worried greatly over her strangely shaped flower vase unexpectedly. Villagers celebrated pottery production achievements proudly beside Kai, declaring Tenohira became pottery homeland, while companions admired newly completed ceramic creations together. Kai reminded everyone pottery remained unfinished because glazing and proper firing still required improvement before achieving reliable ceramic craftsmanship completely. Kai inspected collapsed ground while Ren explained village shortages, forcing workers carrying barrels toward distant river sources constantly each morning. Ren clung beside Kai, doubting Kaide mischievously, while Kai planned reliable construction protecting villagers, depending completely upon him for survival. Kaide happily grabbed Kai's hand, requesting assistance carrying ingredients. Although Kai resisted because unexpected behavior embarrassed him greatly, she announced baking plans inside village kitchens, leading Kai and Ren toward storage sheds containing mysterious hidden materials for use. Kai discovered strange clay statues inside storage space, while Kaide smiled confidently, revealing another secret affecting village development and trust. Kaide demonstrated fragile clay dolls, moving heavy materials, convincing Kai their strength could support village construction projects efficiently. She suddenly coughed beside Kai while carrying supplies, causing him concern despite her insisting minor sickness meant nothing serious anymore. Kai carefully questioned Kaide about her condition after hearing throat pain, while she smiled gently, hiding visible exhaustion from everyone. He requested Ren accompany Kaide during recovery, while workers transported massive clay dolls across pathways toward developing settlement areas carefully. Kai showed enormous clay figures beside villagers before entering workshops, hoping Kaide's creations improved production throughout expanding settlement steadily onward. Enel and Chromo completed difficult pottery pieces successfully, impressing Kai while residents served citrus tea, celebrating improving craftsmanship and productivity. Kai discussed flourishing pottery businesses with villagers, realizing Sarah's cooking knowledge encouraged happiness and stronger community cooperation everywhere among settlers. Sarah welcomed Kai inside kitchens, while requesting additional ingredients, showing confidence managing meals, supporting expanding villagers and hardworking laborers. She explained plans changing staple foods dramatically, surprising Kai, because ordinary cooking methods suddenly carried important agricultural possibilities for villagers. Kai celebrated improved harvest possibilities beside Sarah, agreeing cooperative farming efforts could finally replace constant dependence upon potatoes permanently. Villagers compared purchased ingredients against island harvests, preparing richer meals using livestock, vegetables, grains, eggs, and preserved foods for celebrations. Kai and Sarah discussed future harvests proudly, believing wheat production and island farming would strengthen settlement independence considerably for everyone. Sarah quietly examined unfamiliar flour carefully, becoming confused because unusual texture and color differed from ordinary village ingredients. Kai explained pure white flour surprised him equally, since common grains usually contained darker mixtures and rougher textures naturally. Sarah questioned Kai about grinding methods, learning simple milling stones, and flowing water unexpectedly produced remarkably refined flour independently there. Enel explained Kai's unusual assumptions unconsciously altered village materials, changing ordinary wheat flour into refined white powder through perception. She revealed Kai believed white flour naturally existed, causing distorted village reality replacing mixed grain textures, without anyone immediately noticing differences. Enel demonstrated Kai's perceptions continuously affecting surrounding objects, explaining fresh eggs remained safe, because Kai considered them harmless and usable. She clarified eggs produced inside Kai's influence territory became protected automatically, relieving Kai while villagers calmly continued preparing meals. Kai reflected uneasily upon accidental reality changes, realizing incomplete knowledge dangerously reshaped village systems, despite intentions supporting everyone's survival. Sarah examined refined flour carefully, while Kai admitted distorted perceptions accidentally produced unusually high-quality ingredients throughout village kitchens. Kai and Sarah prepared bread ingredients cautiously, discussing egg safety while experimenting carefully inside developing settlement kitchens together, without complete. Kai suddenly remembered missing bread leavening agents, realizing ordinary dough would fail rising properly, without additional fermentation knowledge available locally. Sarah suggested making flatbread instead, while Kai searched village supplies hoping workers possessed forgotten baking materials somewhere within settlement storage. Kai questioned Enel regarding bread leavening agents, learning villagers never created bread previously despite growing agricultural knowledge steadily. Kai asked villagers about wheat usage before Enel presented noodles, introducing unfamiliar meals, replacing impossible bread recipes temporarily for settlers. He excitedly suggested noodle preparation instead, explaining missing leavening agents prevented successful bread making throughout developing village kitchens for many families. Sarah recognized noodle dishes from Scorpa streets, offering cooking knowledge while Kai regretted selfishly influencing village food traditions through perceptions. She explained, shared meals carried emotional meaning, believing cooperative cooking would recreate comforting memories among isolated villagers together. Kai happily joined Sarah preparing noodle dough, trusting combined experiences and teamwork would strengthen relationships across growing communities for everyone. Kai and Sarah prepared noodle dough while villagers rested ingredients nearby, expecting warm meals before evening work resumed again. Kai questioned Sarah about personal happiness carefully, wondering whether settlement life provided comfort despite difficult responsibilities and unfamiliar surroundings. Sarah proudly explained peaceful living satisfied her deeply, since independence replaced limitations, preventing ordinary happiness throughout previous dangerous circumstances. Sarah admitted cooking freely beside Kai fulfilled longtime dreams, while peaceful village routines removed fears caused by hostile noble territories. Sarah quietly confessed greater happiness came from cooking together beside Kai, leaving him surprised while understanding her growing affection toward him. Kai and Sarah continued cooking together quietly inside village kitchens, while growing embarrassment created awkward silence between both. Kai carried fresh noodles toward Katie's room, finding Ren protecting exhausted Katie resting weakly beneath warm blankets inside. He offered steaming Scorpa-style udon carefully, hoping warm ingredients would ease Kaide's sickness, while encouraging her appetite and strength recovery naturally. Kaide happily tasted handmade noodles, smiling with relief, because comforting flavors restored energy, despite lingering illness weakening her body considerably. Kai and Sarah celebrated successful cooking proudly beside recovering Kaide, while Ren cheerfully praised delicious noodle soup shared together warmly. Kai watched villagers enjoying noodles happily, realizing Enel's words about food bringing happiness carried genuine meaning throughout settlement. He began eating enthusiastically beside Abyss, encouraging shy companions joining meals together while peaceful village atmosphere continued strengthening friendships naturally. Later, Abyss approached Sarah privately beside kitchens, asking uncertainly whether additional help remained necessary throughout ongoing village cooking preparations. Abyss requested cooking lessons from Sarah, sadly, admitting reduced usefulness troubled her, because Kai rarely relied upon previous abilities anymore. Sarah comforted Abyss gently while she promised learning cooking would support Kai better, hoping satisfying meals could repay his kindness completely. Sarah encouraged Abyss warmly beside kitchen shelves, preparing ingredients carefully, while discussing hidden talents and future cooking responsibilities together happily. Abyss eagerly accepted Sarah's guidance, promising serious cooking practice, while both planned beginning simple omelette lessons for village meals first. Kai watched Kaide present hardened bread beside a small golem, testing its durability through physical impact experiments inside camp. Kaide activated mysterious energy before the motionless golem, causing bright eyes and internal power systems awakening simultaneously. Before Kai reacted, the enormous golem suddenly stood upright beside Kai and Kaide, revealing massive mechanical arms capable of dangerous combat abilities immediately. The awakened golem politely bowed toward Kai and Kaide, while demonstrating smooth movement despite its heavy earthen construction. Kai explained ancient golems resembled artificial servants from forgotten civilizations, leaving Kaide shocked while questioning their mysterious origins completely silently. Kaide named the obedient golem Gol, while Kai prepared performance tests, checking responsiveness through simple commands beside camp area safely. Kaide ordered sprinting practice beside Kai, causing the compact golem accelerating violently across ground, while scattering dirt everywhere. The speeding golem crossed farmland rapidly, shaking buildings and attracting confused villagers, observing massive footsteps approaching their settlement, cautiously silently. Kaide excitedly praised Kai's impressive speed while Kai examined the golem's durable body, surviving dangerous collisions, without visible damage easily. Kaide requested another experiment using heavy objects, leading Kai toward enormous stones while the golem awaited further instructions obediently patiently. Kaide instructed Gol lifting enormous boulder, while Kai doubted the heavy stone's weight exceeded ordinary construction materials greatly for testing. Kai watched nervously as Gol successfully raised the massive boulder overhead, proving extraordinary strength beyond normal expectations completely to everyone. Kaide happily embraced Gol while praising overwhelming power, causing Kai questioning whether divine blessings influenced unusual mechanical abilities somehow internally. Kai realized Kaide's strange logic determined the golem's abilities, explaining why hidden blessings remained unknown throughout broader human society historically. Kai celebrated their dependable golem's usefulness while Kaide smiled proudly, encouraging additional experiments despite concerns regarding excessive workload. Villagers and golems expanded stone buildings, while Sarah and Abyss prepared meals, supporting rapid settlement development across farmland together. Kai assisted workers cultivating fields while another resident mapped giant trees, documenting unexplored island regions carefully for future expansion plans. He returned through flourishing farms, carrying harvested supplies, hearing villagers greeting him beside newly completed wooden homes peacefully. A farmer informed Kai their wheat finally sprouted successfully, encouraging plans for bread production throughout the growing settlement community soon. Ren excitedly invited Kai toward preparations for a feast, surprising him while villagers gathered ingredients beside temporary tables across campgrounds. Several months passed since Sarah and others joined the island, while Kai and Ren continued improving settlement life together. Kai returned carrying fish, while residents welcomed him proudly, revealing their completed castle and busy community activities across settlement grounds. Abyss nervously presented homemade cooking before Kai, explaining someone taught her preparation methods while awaiting his honest reaction carefully. Kai immediately praised Abyss's cooking enthusiastically, causing her nervous expression softening while carefully watching his satisfied reaction during dinner together peacefully. Abyss celebrated successfully cooking delicious food while Kai admired her effort, encouraging greater confidence throughout future household responsibilities ahead. Yuri proudly called their completed residence a royal castle, while Kai considered the description exaggerated despite appreciating her intentions. She explained, citizens worked harder believing Kai ruled a genuine kingdom, encouraging him accepting responsibility seriously as sovereign completely onward. Abyss served Kai another meal while winter approached rapidly, causing him contemplating burdens connected with protecting everyone successfully together ahead. Villagers celebrated enthusiastically around Kai during the castle feast, strengthening his determination toward leading their growing kingdom responsibly forever properly. Late evening discussions placed Kai between Yuri and Abyss, leaving him silently listening while both women shared personal thoughts seriously. Yuri and Abyss argued intensely over sleeping beside Kai, each insisting personal loyalty justified sharing his bed exclusively. Kai stared nervously while Sarah quietly accepted remaining last during strange sleeping arrangements inside the crowded castle bedroom without complaints. Abyss clung tightly toward Kai, claiming warming responsibilities, while Yuri protested improper behavior expected from their respected king publicly. Kai suggested everyone sleeping together peacefully, mentioning Ren and Kaide already shared rooms, without creating similar misunderstandings among villagers. Kai explained Yuri's oversized bed accommodated several people comfortably, though Sarah remained embarrassed while discussing unusual nighttime arrangements together. Yuri watched sleeping Kai carefully while Abyss left, revealing strong concern regarding succession responsibilities connected toward leadership inheritance matters. Yuri confronted hidden temple traditions involving successors and sacrificial children, refusing cooperation until learning Kai's genuine intentions completely from Sarah. Morning discussions began quietly as Yuri prepared tea, deciding explaining mysterious blessings directly toward Kai, inside the castle dining room personally. She admitted Sarah investigated unsuccessfully regarding blessing origins, while Kai realized their private conversation required deliberate preparation beforehand carefully. Kai requested complete honesty regarding practical blessing abilities, causing Yuri revealing temple orders previously forced secrecy surrounding important information. Yuri agreed, explaining hidden blessing secrets toward Kai, though her gentle expression suggested additional personal expectations beyond ordinary conversations. She hesitated, revealing information, implying Kai should provide meaningful compensation before receiving confidential knowledge regarding temple matters from her. Yuri requested a hug shyly from Kai, leaving him embarrassed while accepting her unusual condition reluctantly inside the quiet room. Kai nervously delayed further physical contact, promising continuing affectionate gestures later, while struggling handling Yuri's direct emotional requests calmly. Yuri suddenly embraced Kai forcefully across the bed, shocking him completely, while intense intimacy transformed the conversation atmosphere immediately between both. Yuri suddenly pushed Kai against the wall while embracing him tightly, leaving him shocked by her aggressive affectionate behavior completely. While holding Kai closely, Yuri revealed her divine blessing from the shield god lineage, creating nearly indestructible protective barriers during dangerous combat and emergencies. Priests explained blessings during school lessons while Kai listened and Rukia questioning differences between peaceful miracles and destructive magic powers. The priest claimed blessings served Farley without warfare, yet Kai remembered Yuri's dangerous shield ability and remained unconvinced by it. Yuri proudly demonstrated her blessing beside Kai, revealing invisible protection barriers capable of defending allies during violent confrontations against enemies. Kai observed Yuri's sanctuary technique surrounding users with invisible walls, remembering soldiers surviving dangerous attacks through her defensive blessing. Yuri admitted smaller barriers required concentration, then cheerfully offered expanding their size further, while Kai reacted with nervous surprise, silently. Yuri intentionally trapped Kai inside her sanctuary barrier, pressing closely against him, while teasing his embarrassed reaction with confidence. She smirked proudly while explaining Kai became the perfect subject for testing her blessing's defensive abilities and emotional influence. Abyss approached the corridor entrance unexpectedly, noticing strange silence surrounding Kai and Yuri while confusion spread across her expression immediately. Kai realized Yuri's sanctuary blocked sound completely, preventing Abyss from hearing them, while Yuri calmly continued clinging against his startled body. Yuri glanced back confidently as Abyss touched the invisible barrier repeatedly, remaining puzzled, while metallic sounds echoed across the sealed sanctuary. Yuri tightened her embrace around Kai, kissing his cheek, while he panicked from sudden intimate contact immediately. Abyss misunderstood the hidden situation completely, assuming Kai and Yuri secretly enjoyed private activities while nobody else could observe them there. She gathered magical energy around herself, preparing forceful attacks against the invisible sanctuary, while Kai noticed danger approaching rapidly toward them. Abyss launched powerful strikes directly against Yuri's barrier, creating violent impacts, while Kai protected Yuri during the destructive collision desperately. Explosions scattered across the sanctuary walls as Abyss continued attacking aggressively, leaving Kai shocked while Yuri maintained her defensive blessing firmly. Kai urged Yuri to cancel her sanctuary, believing Abyss attacked from concern while Yuri calmly maintained the defensive barrier. He shouted anxiously toward Yuri, though she ignored his complaints and remained pressed closely against him inside the sanctuary. Abyss hesitated during her assault, noticing Kai's worried expression, while uncertainty replaced her earlier aggressive determination against Yuri's protective barrier completely. Kai begged Yuri to release the sanctuary because Abyss seemed distressed, yet Yuri refused while continuing her affectionate behavior toward him. He finally demanded Yuri stop using the temporary sanctuary, while Yuri blushed heavily after hearing his desperate emotional outburst. Yuri quietly admitted unresolved feelings toward Kai while holding him closely, leaving Kai confused by her serious emotional confession. Outside the sanctuary, Abyss continued charging destructive magic beneath the shaking building, believing stronger attacks could rescue Kai. Kai noticed dangerous vibrations spreading, realizing Abyss might destroy the structure unless Yuri released her sanctuary quickly enough soon. He urgently called Yuri Cecile's full name, hoping serious words would finally convince her abandoning the sanctuary became necessary. Yuri blushed deeply while accepting Kai's desperate request, understanding stubbornly maintaining the sanctuary could worsen Abyss's misunderstanding and destructive actions. Yuri finally released the sanctuary barrier, standing silently before Kai while Abyss watched their strange interaction with lingering confusion. Abyss rushed directly toward Kai and hugged him tightly, believing rescue became necessary after witnessing Yuri's suspicious behavior. Kai reassured Abyss calmly while Yuri criticized her excessive protectiveness, creating awkward tension between both girls surrounding him. Yuri warned Abyss excessive attachment could trouble Kai eventually, though Kai nervously attempted stopping their growing disagreement before escalation continued further. She reminded everyone magicians protected nations during conflicts, insisting Kai should recognize Abyss's strong feelings and battlefield importance equally toward him. Yuri explained masters should never allow personal emotions influencing combat decisions, while Kai listened beside protective Abyss. Kai questioned Yuri's argument, insisting Abyss meant far more than ordinary combat strength within his growing family circle emotionally. He reflected upon Abyss's history as his magical companion and homunculus servant, recognizing their relationship extended beyond battlefield usefulness. Kai smiled warmly while declaring Abyss belonged within his family, causing Yuri to react with immediate surprise toward his unexpected statement. Yuri accepted Abyss, joining Kai legally someday, though she insisted Kai must also accept her feelings and companionship equally beside Abyss. Kai clarified Abyss often hugged him naturally, leaving Yuri shocked after misunderstanding their close relationship and emotional attachment. He firmly denied romantic intentions toward Abyss and Sarah, while Yuri silently processed his unexpected explanation with embarrassment. Abyss nervously asked Kai whether constant companionship would eventually burden him, revealing hidden insecurity beneath her loyal protective behavior. Kai answered immediately without hesitation, reassuring Abyss he would never grow tired of her presence beside him, emotionally there afterward. Abyss smiled softly after hearing Kai's comforting promise, while he encouraged her remaining honest and natural around him without worries anymore. Abyss hugged Kai tightly with relief, while Yuri watched quietly nearby, believing Kai's excessive kindness encouraged Abyss's growing emotional dependence constantly. Sarah burst inside Kai's room, panicking over magical reactions, while Yuri quietly watched everybody discussing strange recent disturbances inside castle. Yuri approached Kai carefully, requesting answers about his mysterious abilities, while Sarah admitted his unusual powers frightened everyone within camp. She explained Kai created villages, transported resources endlessly, and constructed massive structures alone, leaving Sarah shocked beside him. Yuri admitted Farley religion contained hidden knowledge, yet Kai's extraordinary blessing exceeded expectations, causing heavy silence between everybody inside headquarters. Kai demanded secrecy regarding the island settlement, but Yuri refused immediately, believing protecting his dangerous secret remained impossible for her. Kai warned Yuri, explaining temple knowledge about blessings endangered lives, forcing everyone listening silently while Abyss observed. Kai revealed Alamilla blessed him, while Yuri and Sarah listened nervously beside steaming drinks and quiet companions surrounding tables closely. He explained temple priests labeled Alamilla dangerous evil gods, hiding information carefully from ordinary followers across kingdoms everywhere for safety. Yuri and Sarah reacted fearfully when learning blessed children became exiles, permanently abandoned upon isolated islands controlled by monsters mercilessly. Kai admitted ceremonial kidnappers abandoned him there years earlier, though surviving impossible conditions transformed him into resilient island leader eventually. Sarah questioned Abyss about discarded blessed children, while Kai confirmed Kaide survived identical exile circumstances years before reaching safety alone. Yuri explained Kaide controlled dolls and golems effortlessly, though Kai considered such abilities extraordinary beyond ordinary magical understanding completely there. Kai described 13 subordinate gods serving Farley religion, while hidden records suggested one dangerous deity existed secretly among them already. He revealed priests publicly worshipped only 3 gods, while ancient books mentioned 7 additional deities concealed from common believers carefully. Kai admitted uncertainty surrounding Alamilla's origins, while Yuri suspected temple authorities intentionally erased forbidden gods from historical records, completely everywhere. Sarah concluded exile blessings belonged outside officially accepted religious stories completely, while Yuri realized hidden temples influenced mondial society deeply. Yuri explained inquisitors gathered Alamilla descendants secretly during ceremonies, allowing black-robed priests immediately exile dangerous blessed children permanently from society. Sarah suddenly connected Kai's story with recurring ceremonies, realizing another blessed child could eventually arrive upon their isolated island alive. Abyss revealed transport ships abandoned children across distant seas annually, while Sarah questioned priests refusing direct executions, instead repeatedly completely. Kai declared his determination surviving alongside abandoned children, promising everybody sanctuary upon islands, while protecting lives against persecution forever onward. Kai revealed his primary goal clearly, declaring intentions establishing independent country, protecting abandoned blessed children from persecution. Sarah worried temple authorities discovering survivors alive, while everybody silently considered unpredictable consequences, threatening their isolated settlement severely afterward there. Yuri warned powerful armies could invade islands, forcing Kai's settlement toward dangerous conflict against overwhelming religious enemies unexpectedly someday soon. She insisted their nation required greater strength immediately, while Kai quietly accepted responsibilities protecting companions against future temple aggression. Kai returned exhausted toward bed, reflecting deeply about powerful nations, while Abyss secretly watched his uncertain determination silently from distance nearby. Kai remembered painful warnings about weakness. He realized surviving required strength, protecting everybody depending upon him completely now. He promised avoiding regrets through constant effort, although Abyss accidentally tackled him playfully across bed during emotional conversation indoors. Suddenly Abyss declared competitive determination, protecting Kai personally, while embarrassed Kai questioned her strange rivalry against Yuri seriously inside chambers quietly. She immediately climbed beside frightened Kai, insisting physical closeness troubled her greatly, while he panicked helplessly across bedding repeatedly loudly. Abyss firmly promised protecting her master forever, while Kai listened silently, realizing loyal companions strengthened his lonely ambitions greatly internally. Kai appreciated Abyss, protecting him from monsters, ships, and Yuri, while trusting loyal companions supporting dangerous ambitions wholeheartedly everyday survival. He understood Yuri's harsh warnings originated from concern, because she united survivors while planning secure futures for everyone on island. Kai considered military strength carefully before visiting Enel, requesting weapons suitable against human enemies, threatening future independence someday from invasions. Enel questioned Kai about human opponents immediately, while curious companions listened quietly beside simple outdoor dining tables together attentively. Kai discussed battlefield disadvantages against archers, while Enel admitted warrior raccoons lacked iron equipment, despite impressive combat abilities currently during battles. Villagers praised Kai's iron tools enthusiastically, while Enel explained traveling merchants circulated products across surrounding settlements successfully for trade. Kai became excited, hearing merchant activity, while Enel casually suggested villagers exchanged handcrafted goods through wandering traders regularly for profit. Enel refused giving village creations freely, urging Kai inspect settlement conditions personally before discussing commercial expansion plans seriously. She proposed seed synthesis experiments increasing warrior numbers, while Kai listened nervously beside enthusiastic raccoon soldiers practicing outdoors together daily. Kai demonstrated seed synthesis confidently, combining remaining seeds magically while glowing energy transformed agriculture possibilities throughout isolated settlements permanently. Kai and Enel experimented with mysterious purple seeds, while Enel casually ignored uncertainties surrounding unpredictable agricultural results completely. Several days later, Enel celebrated successfully creating additional warrior raccoons from purple seeds, leaving Kai surprised beside cheering companions enthusiastically across settlement grounds. She suddenly announced religion emerging throughout village communities, causing Kai immediate confusion while frightened citizens unknowingly accepted dangerous spiritual authority. Kai explored Tanohira village, noticing sturdy wooden homes and organized roads while comparing the settlement against ordinary pioneering villages. He discovered a small shop beside fenced pathways, stopping curiously before examining the building and considering possible village supplies carefully. Inside the shop, a young woman sharpened tools alone before strange noises interrupted her work, causing immediate confusion and caution. The woman searched the silent workshop nervously while creaking sounds surrounded her, making her suspect an unexpected visitor entered secretly. A man entered the workshop calmly beside the frightened woman, explaining his identity while another villager watched her dramatic reaction. The woman warned villagers about mysterious sounds, while Kai listened quietly and the nervous merchant defended ancient village superstitions. A floating hoe suddenly crashed across the workshop, leaving Kai and the frightened villagers staring silently beside scattered wooden furniture. Enel happily announced religion appeared inside the village, congratulating Kai enthusiastically while presenting the strange supernatural situation cheerfully. Enel explained, villagers feared floating objects, disappearing supplies, and opening doors, causing Kai confusion regarding strange rumors everywhere inside homes. Kai realized villagers connected supernatural incidents with his teachings, while Enel admitted most religious confusion originated from him personally. Kai questioned Enel nervously after learning villagers worshipped him, while she denied calling him an evil god for their survival. Enel explained villagers respected Kai because his gifts improved development, leaving him shocked by her careless explanation completely that much. Kai revealed the village existed through his special ability, asking Enel whether villagers deserved knowing the dangerous truth behind. Chromo explained ordinary villagers could never understand complicated explanations, while Enel admitted teaching them only simple information about Kai. Kai worried villagers depended entirely upon his ability, fearing the settlement would disappear permanently if he suddenly died one day. Kai smiled awkwardly while promising long lives and good food. Although he secretly understood those comforting words remained dishonest. Enel and Chromo encouraged Ka, promising support beside him, while expressing determination toward protecting the growing village. Kai accepted responsibility for everyone living inside the pioneering village, realizing their futures remained connected directly with his survival completely. He hoped villagers eventually experienced the outside world peacefully, before noticing preparations beginning for an unexpected statue unveiling ceremony. Villagers revealed a giant statue resembling Enel proudly, leaving Kai speechless, while she admired the embarrassing monument happily before everyone. Enel explained villagers worshipped Kai as their creator god, while Kai accepted the strange religion with exhausted embarrassment. Villagers gathered before Enel's statue proudly, while religious followers treated her banishment story like sacred doctrine during ceremonies publicly. Osa accidentally destroyed another stone axe, causing Kai and nearby villagers frustration, while inspecting damaged equipment inside forest work areas. Katie explained royal guards requested stronger farming tools, while Kai regretted depending completely upon supplies from pioneering villages constantly for survival. Kai planned expanding farmland and forest resources, hoping the settlement eventually achieved complete independence, without relying upon outside assistance. Kai discussed approaching winter conditions with Kaede and Abyss, while everyone worried snow would soon arrive. Abyss visited Kai during a cold night, offering warmth kindly while he considered the freezing temperatures surrounding their settlement quietly. Kai refused sharing beds regularly with Abyss, explaining constant closeness created uncomfortable misunderstandings, despite assigning her private living quarters. Abyss insisted becoming Kai's personal futon confidently, while he covered his face helplessly from overwhelming embarrassment beside her stubborn persistence. She hugged Kai protectively during their argument, explaining his unexpected death remained dangerous because villagers depended entirely upon his survival there. Kai escaped awkwardly from Abyss carefully, deciding visiting Chromo for winter clothing information sounded safer than remaining together indoors. Abyss suddenly collapsed emotionally after hearing Chromo's name, leaving Kai confused while misunderstandings spread awkwardly between everyone involved. Enel and another elf celebrated reaching level 25 excitedly, while Kai suspected founding religion increased village development progress. Kai asked whether new rewards unlocked recently, while Enel nervously pointed toward unexpected information appearing inside the village system. Screen mysteriously, he discovered a television inside Enel's house unexpectedly, leaving both confused while questioning why modern technology existed within their isolated settlement. Kai tested the mysterious television carefully beside Enel and Kuromo, wondering whether Earth programs appeared through magical connections. Enel discovered the television displayed places connected with Kai's ability, revealing valuable information regarding Tanohira village weaknesses immediately for everyone. She celebrated excitedly while controlling the television remotely, explaining she could finally observe events happening beyond the isolated village directly there. Abused her new viewing power mischievously, she claiming complete supervision over Kai's activities, while another elf reacted with silent shock nearby. Kai switched channels reluctantly while Enel examined modern furniture curiously, misunderstanding ordinary beds because unfamiliar technology confused villagers. Abyss rested motionlessly across the bed quietly, appearing completely relaxed while remaining awake inside Kai's unfamiliar modern bedroom. Enel noticed Abyss, waiting constantly for Kai's attention while television programs distracted everyone gathered inside the small room together. She called Abyss Kai's personal futon proudly, promising special treatment enthusiastically, while Kai reacted with overwhelming embarrassment beside shocked companions there. Kai accepted Enel's strange spectator behavior reluctantly, deciding harmless entertainment remained acceptable while she enjoyed observing village activities happily. He returned awkwardly toward Abyss nervously, while she remained lying silently across the bed, waiting patiently for his arrival there again. Abyss suddenly embraced Kai tightly, insisting they sleep together while surprising him completely through overwhelming physical affection unexpectedly. Enel watched proudly beside Kuromo, explaining Abyss used an adult form because larger bodies provided greater warmth naturally. Kai blushed silently beneath blankets, while Abyss cuddled against him comfortably, prompting Enel to thank her happily for everything. Kai surveyed the unexplored northern island cliffs beside his companion, realizing 2 isolated years passed without proper exploration. He inspected growing vegetables across cultivated fields, understanding their settlement remained unfinished despite successful farming efforts beside forests and mountains. Kai prepared another wooden stake beside the tree, while his small companion eagerly watched his careful construction work from above. The creature hammered stakes rapidly across the massive tree, creating climbing supports, while Kai observed the completed wooden pathway silently. Sarah approached the forest clearing carrying concern about lunch ingredients, surprising Kai while he continued working beside enormous trees. Sarah nearly collapsed from sickness while Kai supported her, noticing her feverish face and weakened condition during conversation. Kai carried Sarah toward her room, despite protests, while the small creature warned him about approaching warriors unexpectedly outside. Sarah rested beneath blankets beside 2 companions, while Kaede entered the house, meeting Kai beside the wooden doorway silently. Katie questioned Sarah's illness and immediately offered assistance, determined to nurse her properly, despite Kai's hesitant reaction inside the house. Kai explained disease prevention methods carefully, while Katie listened seriously. Understanding proper washing and gargling reduced dangerous infections for everyone. Kai reassured Kaede about Sarah's condition, explaining warmth, water, soap supplies, and proper rest would support her recovery steadily. He worried silently beside Kaede, while Sarah coughed alone downstairs, fearing untreated sickness might eventually become completely fatal for her. Kai approached Yuri requesting simple digestible meals for Sarah, while villagers continued preparing food carefully inside the crowded settlement building. Villagers discussed nutritious ingredients enthusiastically, while Kai recommended warm meals, hoping stronger food could improve Sarah's weakened condition very quickly. Yuri explained expensive temple medicine could cure illnesses effectively, shocking Kai after learning each bottle cost several valuable gold coins. Abyss compressed Sarah's forehead, while Kai worried winter illnesses threatened everyone living across the isolated island settlement severely. Kai blamed himself for bringing villagers onto the island, believing their suffering and possible deaths remained entirely his responsibility alone. Yuri comforted Kai gently, reminding him their warm shelter, meals, fireplace, and handmade clothing protected everyone from harsh winter conditions. Villagers encouraged Kai confidently, explaining limited supplies never stopped them from supporting each other through difficult seasons together, faithfully there. Kai listened silently while Yuri assured everyone survival remained possible, restoring hope throughout the worried settlement members standing together firmly. Yuri explained winter preparation required stronger military forces, leaving Kai worried about their settlement's weak defensive capabilities against enemies. She warned hidden settlements eventually attracted dangerous invaders, convincing Kai proper defenses remained necessary for everyone's continued survival on islands. Yuri revealed her homeland collapsed from insufficient military strength, making Kai understand her painful fears and desperate determination completely. Kai analyzed the island's cliffs carefully, realizing limited landing points created strategic advantages during possible enemy invasions there for defense. He proposed creating detailed maps beyond the island itself, hoping wider geographical knowledge strengthened future survival plans considerably for everyone. Kai gathered villagers around the table, ordering everyone to create accurate world maps, using available knowledge together for future planning. Abyss demonstrated remarkable drawing abilities confidently, rapidly sketching complicated geographical details, while villagers watched her impressive mapping techniques. She completed an extremely detailed island map, astonishing villagers unfamiliar with precise large-scale geographical illustrations before within their settlement community. Yuri identified nearby territories carefully, explaining Scorpa's surrounding regions remained unstable, despite recent travel experiences across neighboring lands recently there. Kai questioned the Empire's location seriously, while Yuri estimated expanding territories already controlled most western continental regions surrounding them. Kai questioned villagers about iron-producing nations carefully, while several remembered failed negotiations involving Magni Federation merchants previously. Villagers identified the Magni Federation southward from their island, explaining broken iron negotiations caused tensions between important trading groups. Kai considered visiting the Magni Federation first, believing stronger trade relationships could support future development and military expansion efforts successfully. He asked everyone about Lavierda's kingdom location seriously, yet villagers remained silent without useful geographical information regarding distant territories available. Yuri apologized for lacking knowledge regarding Mondial's trade connections, while Kaide watched the tense discussion unfold quietly beside everyone. Kai inspected the unfinished boat proudly, while Kaide and Ren delivered food gratefully beside the beach construction site. Kai explained the larger raft still lacked proper safety features, while Katie reacted nervously beside the worried villagers watching silently. Katie begged Kai for permission joining the journey, believing her abilities could support everyone during dangerous exploration missions successfully. Ren suggested Kaide secretly wished finding surviving family members, while Kai worried transporting children across oceans remained extremely dangerous for them. Kai comforted Kaide gently, promising visits toward nearby pioneer villages instead of immediate voyages across distant foreign regions for safety. Kai explained transportation routes between island settlements carefully, while Kaide hoped searching port cities revealed clues about her missing hometown. Katie thanked Kai happily for supporting her wishes, promising she would patiently wait despite loneliness during dangerous overseas. She promised contributing however possible toward village responsibilities, while Ren listened quietly beside the snowy pathway outside their settlement together faithfully. Remembered Kai's health advice seriously, she considering methods keeping villagers warm through colder seasonal weather, approaching their isolated island community soon. Katie suggested constructing enormous heated baths enthusiastically, while Ren reacted curiously toward improving comfort for every settlement resident living there. Katie excitedly discussed building warm baths with Ren, while Milord learned proper bathing habits improved comfort for villagers during wintertime. Spring approached the island settlement, encouraging Kai, Ren, and Abyss preparing supplies carefully before their important shopping expedition across rough seas. Kai's improved sailing vessel departed toward the Magni Federation confidently, carrying villagers across dangerous oceans toward valuable trading opportunities. Enel served orange juice beside Kai and Ren, while everyone relaxed together peacefully inside the village restaurant area during celebration. Abyss remained alone outside silently watching sunlight, while Kai realized village gatherings could comfort isolated companions without complicated conversations. Kai welcomed Abyss warmly beside Ren and Enel, then invited her toward Pioneer Village, despite uncertain magical transportation methods. Kai rested weakly aboard the ship beside Abyss and Ren, enduring seasickness while traveling away from their isolated island settlement. Ren pointed toward distant cliffs across the ocean, while Kai prepared landing plans before searching unknown territory with companions. Hidden villagers observed their ship from forest branches, while uncertainty spread across the unfamiliar coastline surrounding mysterious territory. Kai studied dangerous cliffs beside Ren, deciding mountain travel remained impossible, because numerous monsters occupied elevated paths surrounding them constantly. He ordered Abyss toward the cliff summit carrying wooden stakes, while she immediately accepted his dangerous assignment without hesitation calmly. Abyss leaped rapidly across towering cliffs using suspended ropes, moving above crashing waves while Kai observed distant movements carefully below. She secured another rope across rocky cliffs, helping Kai and Ren prepare safer exploration routes throughout unfamiliar coastal mountains successfully. Kai trusted Abyss protecting mountain routes beside Ren, while everyone discussed reaching distant towns beyond dangerous cliffs carefully. He struggled climbing cliffs and crossing rivers alone, suffering repeated accidents while Ren silently watched his exhausting exploration attempts. Finally, he stopped reckless climbing attempts, deciding several companions should remain below instead of risking dangerous mountain routes unnecessarily together. Ren suggested using Kai's Palm World shortcut, while Abyss questioned their travel direction before continuing difficult exploration routes carefully. Kai remained below awaiting signals, while Ren and Abyss carried stakes upward preparing easier climbing paths across dangerous mountain cliffs. Ren and Abyss encountered gigantic ape monsters inside dense forests, while several beasts aggressively charged toward both explorers violently. They unleashed powerful magic attacks together, striking surrounding monsters simultaneously while protecting their dangerous mountain expedition from failure. Kai watched distant explosions across forest mountains, realizing Ren and Abyss successfully followed planned routes without requiring assistance anymore there. He noticed bright signals appearing above cliffs, confirming Ren and Abyss completed preparations across hazardous mountain passages successfully for everyone. Abyss warned Kai about increasing monster numbers before departing again, while he thanked both companions for supporting exploration missions. Kai followed Abyss and Ren through dense forests, while growing monster traces increased his suspicions about hidden settlements deeper. He became confused inside twisting jungle paths, realizing endless wandering continued, despite careful movement through unfamiliar wilderness routes repeatedly. Abyss calmly guided everyone uphill, while Kai admitted their expedition would completely fail without her navigation abilities supporting progress consistently. Kai searched for safe camping locations carefully, until Ren suddenly noticed something enormous approaching rapidly from distant skies above them unexpectedly. He observed a massive flying creature above forests, while Abyss sensed no hostility, despite everyone remaining cautious toward unknown monsters. Kai discovered a gigantic bird creature descending across jungle skies, while everyone cautiously observed unfamiliar movements from forest. The winged demi-human landed before Kai's group, shocking Ren and Abyss, while enormous feathers scattered throughout surrounding wilderness areas. The bird girl questioned Kai's group curiously, explaining she had never encountered demi-humans traveling through restricted mountain regions. Kai explained their failed search for towns beyond mountains, while the bird girl realized they became completely lost traveling accidentally there. The bird girl examined Kai's companions silently, while Kai prepared careful questions hoping she possessed important knowledge about surrounding territories. The bird girl misunderstood Ren and Abyss as Kai's slaves. Kai immediately declared both companions belonged beside his family. Kai explained Ren and Abyss were neither slaves nor ordinary beastmen, while the bird girl curiously examined everyone. The bird girl invited Kai's group toward her mountain village, while sunset approached across forests surrounding dangerous wilderness paths. Kai learned hidden villages existed inside mountains, while Ren and Abyss listened carefully beside unfamiliar jungle territory surrounding them quietly there. He noticed the bird girl accepted Abyss naturally, while she kindly offered sleeping arrangements inside her peaceful mountain settlement for everyone. Kai introduced Ren, Abyss, and warrior Klin carefully, while accepting the winged girl's generous invitation toward hidden mountain settlements peacefully. The cheerful winged girl introduced herself as Libel, while guiding Kai's group deeper across mysterious mountain wilderness paths carefully. Kai explained knowledge about winged men came from ancient books, while Libel discussed isolated mountain villages curiously beside everyone. Libel revealed her village remained hidden within sacred mountains, while warning Kai's group never reveal important secrets publicly outside communities. Kai questioned Libel's trust carefully, wondering why she openly guided strangers, despite meeting everyone only moments earlier unexpectedly there. Libel trusted Kai because of his kindness, while Kai reacted awkwardly toward her honest praise and cheerful behavior silently. She guided everyone toward her hidden settlement entrance, while leaving briefly preparing explanations for unexpected visitors arriving peacefully inside communities. Kai entered the winged men village carefully, observing primitive wooden homes scattered throughout isolated mountainlands beneath towering tropical forests silently. Ren worried about burdening impoverished villagers unnecessarily, while Kai silently considered accepting hospitality despite uncomfortable surroundings surrounding everyone. Kai decided remaining inside the village respectfully repaid Libel's kindness, while Ren finally understood his thoughtful reasoning completely. Libel introduced Kai's group to suspicious villagers, while confused elders questioned their origins and misunderstood Ren and Abyss, completely as slaves initially. Village elders welcomed exhausted travelers, while Kai thanked everyone politely and accepted temporary shelter inside the isolated settlement for peaceful rest. Kai noticed strange tension throughout the village, because Libel appeared, leaving him unsettled beside silent winged villagers during conversations. Kai thanked village beastmen politely while Ren complained loudly, causing Abyss embarrassment beside the large birdman leader during introductions. Libel questioned Kai curiously about Ren and Abyss serving him faithfully, while beastmen villagers considered their relationship completely familial instead. Kai explained human slavery cautiously, but Libel dismissed his concerns immediately, believing kind people naturally protected beastmen companions. He observed beastmen settlements carefully beside Libel, noticing villagers welcomed strangers openly, despite hiding themselves from outside civilizations for safety. Kai questioned the village secrecy thoughtfully, while his small companion listened, realizing isolated communities possessed unusual trusting customs everywhere. Kai examined strange black stones carefully beside his companion, suddenly recognizing valuable coal scattered openly. He inspected massive coal supplies silently, realizing villagers misunderstood their importance, while storing enormous quantities carelessly beneath simple wooden shelters. The Birdman chief noticed Kai's interest immediately, questioning him curiously, while Kai confirmed the unusual stones possessed significant practical value unexpectedly. Kai learned beastmen mined coal only for iron production, instantly understanding their hidden resource carried enormous economic importance beyond simple crafting. He requested coal eagerly from the Birdman chief, offering fair compensation despite existing trade agreements, limiting immediate ownership and transportation rights. Kai confidently offered better trading negotiations, but the Birdman leader refused carefully because previous business promises still remained unfinished. The chief apologized respectfully while rejecting Kai's request, explaining existing agreements prevented immediate cooperation, despite understanding Kai's serious intentions. Kai observed simple village homes, questioning why beastmen remained poor, despite profitable trading relationships and valuable natural resources. Libel served Kai plain porridge proudly, explaining village families prepared special meals carefully because they considered him an important honored guest. Kai stared silently at watery rice porridge beside Ren and Abyss, realizing beastmen hospitality exceeded their difficult living conditions and resources. Kai forced himself smiling politely while eating beastman porridge, hiding discomfort because villagers prepared the meal sincerely. He offered Libel potatoes from his supplies, surprising her completely because beastman villagers had never received such valuable food before. Libel celebrated excitedly while carrying potatoes across the village, announcing Kai's generous gift proudly toward every beastman family member. Kai apologized quietly beside Ren, regretting their limited preparations because beastman villagers struggled heavily, despite maintaining cheerful attitudes toward guests consistently. He finished salty porridge silently while Ren observed carefully, understanding beastman villagers endured difficult poverty hidden beneath warm hospitality and kindness. Ren and Abyss awakened Kai urgently during midnight, warning him somebody approached the hidden beastman village unexpectedly beneath mountains. Libel climbed through the window, apologizing repeatedly while requesting Kai awaken immediately, because important visitors suddenly arrived outside downstairs. Kai questioned her cautiously while learning beastmen representatives discussed delivering rice secretly toward town merchants during dangerous nighttime meetings regularly. Libel explained humans prohibited entering sacred mountains, forcing beastmen villagers hiding their existence carefully from suspicious outsiders permanently for safety. Kai prepared himself seriously while Libel waited downstairs, and Ren remained watchful beside Abyss inside the quiet dwelling before sunrise. Kai revealed stored potatoes toward Libel, explaining he prepared extra supplies earlier inside the pioneering village for emergencies. He shared potatoes generously beside Ren and Abyss, believing beastmen villagers could temporarily avoid hunger through careful food distribution efforts. Libel guided Kai toward transportation preparations, while birdmen villagers observed, warning him the upcoming journey would become dangerously unstable airborne. Kai stared nervously at the cloth glider, realizing beastmen intended crossing enormous mountain valleys using primitive airborne transportation methods dangerously. He traveled terrified beside Ren, Abyss, and Libel, while giant birdmen carried their gliders high above massive mountain cliffs dangerously. Kai survived the dangerous glider journey nervously, while Ren mocked his fear, and Abyss quietly admitted enjoying the thrilling experience. Thanked Libel sincerely before leaving secretly, Kai promising never revealing beastmen existence, while Libel requested protecting their hidden mountain. Libel and villagers waved goodbye happily, expressing gratitude toward Kai because meeting outsiders relieved her curiosity and loneliness. Kai reminded Libel about potatoes stored inside his rented house, hoping beastmen villagers could enjoy proper meals using those remaining supplies. He entered the human town beside Ren and Abyss disguised, preventing suspicious citizens from recognizing their beastmen identities immediately outside gates. Kai entered the crowded town beside Ren and Abyss, deciding to buy meatballs and gathering information became their priorities. A butcher explained pilgrims constantly visited the religious town, causing crowded streets and busy marketplaces throughout every season without interruption regularly. Kai learned traveling merchants required official permission before opening stalls, while trading guilds controlled marketplace transactions and fixed prices carefully. He thanked the butcher politely before leaving, deciding investigating local government systems personally would help future trading negotiations succeed greatly. Kai planned gathering marketplace information carefully after failing joining local merchants immediately, while Ren listened attentively beside him outside. Kai disguised Ren and Abyss carefully with cloaks, asking them behave naturally while avoiding suspicious townspeople inside crowded streets. Later he followed Katie quietly across stone rooftops while she admired distant scenery, moving energetically throughout unfamiliar human surroundings. Katie happily described Zax toward Kai, explaining long isolation beside islands prevented her visiting bustling towns previously before now with other people. Kai questioned pedestrians carefully alongside Kaide, hoping tourists recognized information regarding her homeland, while Ren and Abyss observed silently. Kai watched merchants trading livestock while beast girls controlled buffalo calmly, surprising townspeople observing the crowded marketplace carefully. He noticed familiar guild supplies beside market stalls, then approached strangers carefully while requesting information regarding ownership politely. Kai offered large quantities of goods from distant islands, astonishing merchants examining animals, baskets, grains, and preserved supplies. Merchants inspected his merchandise while discussing temples and castles, causing his companions confusion regarding unfamiliar regional architecture and history. Kai followed merchants through stone corridors toward enormous religious buildings, comparing cathedral structures across different islands. Kai observed enormous cathedrals representing sacred pilgrimage sites, while hidden memories surfaced painfully during his silent walk. Abyss questioned Kai's troubled expression, while townspeople described miracles surrounding mountain saints worshipped across 4 important religious locations by pilgrims. Kai explained his father's saintly naming traditions, causing Kai and Rukia's identities to resemble legendary worshipped figures closely. He discussed locating Kaide's settlement, while Abyss reviewed investigation results, confirming escaped rabbits remained uncaptured despite extensive searching efforts everywhere. Kai learned oranges possessed exceptional value locally, while Abyss reported unsuccessful investigations, leaving companions disappointed regarding missing information from merchants. Kai celebrated successful trading profits while planning stronger buildings, prioritizing medicine deliveries and future investigations alongside companions careful. He questioned local travelers beside crowded streets, while hooded visitors quietly discussed Godier and unfamiliar pilgrimage rumors together. A former soldier remembered pilgrims mentioning Katie's hometown previously, encouraging Kai's group while confirming important regional connections unexpectedly for everyone. Kai reacted nervously upon learning forgotten imperial territories existed, while Ren and Abyss immediately recognized historical political significance. Travelers identified Kaide's destination as a former imperial capital, giving Kai valuable clues and restoring everyone's confidence considerably once again. Kaide worried about seeing her parents again, while Kai promised guidance toward imperial survivors, despite dangerous uncertain circumstances. She cried happily beside stuffed dolls, after hearing Kai's encouragement, expressing gratitude toward her dependable older brother warmly. Kai encouraged his companions confidently, deciding their journey required steady progress before confronting imperial mysteries and difficult responsibilities ahead. He prepared sacred water while companions departed through cathedral grounds, continuing investigations connected toward hidden imperial territories and ancient religious traditions. Merchants reacted strangely toward iron supplies, while Ren and Enel remained inside Tenohira village, waiting patiently during Kai's continuing investigation. Kai discovered temples controlled iron production nationally, realizing religious authorities secretly influenced commerce, manufacturing, and political systems extensively everywhere nationwide. Questioned merchants carefully, he learning temple organizations governed island federations indirectly, while concealing economic influence from ordinary citizens. He concluded temples manipulated iron prices deliberately, purchasing cheap village materials before reselling valuable supplies through controlled markets strategically nationwide. Kai separated from Abyss temporarily, because suspicious appearances threatened investigations, allowing him freedom while secretly tracking temple supply networks. He searched desperately for iron suppliers, but priests rejected requests repeatedly, leaving him frustrated while considering alternative procurement methods carefully. Kai noticed temple wagons transporting heavy supplies through town, immediately suspecting hidden trade operations involving controlled iron distribution networks nationwide. He secretly followed temple transportation while priests announced important deliveries, increasing suspicions regarding concealed commercial activities involving religious authorities. Kai recognized identical storage jars previously gifted, realizing temple organizations supplied iron materials directly toward winged tribes secretly nationwide. Priests inspected harvested resources beside wagons, while Kai observed quietly, confirming temples managed extensive transportation and distribution systems across islands. Kai rushed toward companions, interrupting Ren impatiently while preparing explanations regarding temple wagons and suspicious iron trading operations discovered. Kai secretly monitored temple communications through magical devices, confirming bishops coordinated suspicious hostage negotiations across distant settlements. Bishops ignored suffering villagers deliberately, believing starving hostages remained powerless, while manipulating negotiations through deception and controlled information systems. Religious leaders discussed monthly hostage exchanges casually, revealing organized exploitation schemes, targeting isolated bird tribes struggling against worsening conditions. The bishop refused public hostage inspections, hiding prisoners secretly, because their weakened appearances threatened ongoing manipulation and religious authority across territories. Bishops inspected stolen village goods carelessly while discussing hostage arrangements, exposing corrupt trading practices involving confiscated tribal resources nationwide. Kai overheard bishops discussing extermination plans casually, horrifying companions while exposing ruthless intentions toward supposedly extinct tribal hostages. His anger deepened completely, realizing temple corruption reached unforgivable darkness beyond ordinary political manipulation and dishonest commercial exploitation across territories. Kai condemned temple leaders furiously before rushing alongside Ren immediately, determined toward rescuing prisoners hidden inside suspicious transportation wagons. Kai and Ren leapt directly into temple wagons recklessly, risking exposure while desperately searching hidden compartments containing kidnapped tribal prisoners secretly. Ren detected Libel's scent inside temple wagons, guiding Kai toward imprisoned captives, while shocked priests confronted their dangerous intrusion immediately. Kai stopped Ren from frightening prisoners while temple guards approached aggressively, forcing companions toward immediate confrontation inside hidden wagons. Ren unleashed blazing hellfire magic before terrified priests, revealing overwhelming beastman abilities while protecting rescued captives from approaching attackers. Flames surrounded Ren completely, as shocked priests recognized dangerous magical powers, transforming desperate rescue efforts into open rebellion against temple authorities. Ren unleashed swirling flames beside Kai's carriage, while frightened villagers watched Libel, resting weakly beneath heavy blankets silently. Kai protected exhausted Libel from panic, while priests recognized Ren's beastman magic, causing tense suspicion among gathered onlookers. Libel embraced Kai gratefully after escaping danger, while Ren observed quietly beside them, easing remaining fear surrounding everyone inside carriage. Citizens noticed Ren's burning magic approaching sacred grounds, prompting confused discussions regarding beastmen, dangerous flames, and divine protection throughout town. Several villagers condemned Ren's presence aggressively, demanding beastmen leave immediately, while frightened witnesses questioned soldiers protecting non-human companions from discrimination. Ren glared coldly toward hostile crowds, while drifting embers surrounded her body, revealing frustration against relentless accusations. She angrily questioned ignorant townspeople, while Kai carried weakened Libel, deciding escape remained their safest possible option from harm. Kai instructed Ren toward flashy magic distractions, while armored soldiers searched aggressively, forcing desperate companions toward immediate risky cooperation efforts. Ren released blazing flames skyward, blinding surrounding witnesses completely, while Kai guided Libel carefully through chaotic confusion beneath crowds unnoticed. Smoke covered empty streets completely after Kai's wagon vanished successfully, leaving confused priests and soldiers searching abandoned crossroads desperately. Church officials panicked over Kai's disappearance, summoning divine commanders immediately while suspicious leaders prepared harsh responses against beastmen and outsiders. Libel screamed fearfully, while awakening suddenly, her confusion overwhelming exhausted thoughts after dangerous escape. Kai introduced Libel toward Tenohira village peacefully, while Ren watched proudly, explaining his blessing created their hidden sanctuary from danger. Enel welcomed Kai warmly inside bustling village homes, serving drinks while describing public chaos witnessed through magical television broadcasts earlier. Kai discussed successful escape plans beside Ren and Enel calmly, believing hostile pursuers completely missed their concealed village entrance entirely. Ren calmly threatened approaching enemies while drinking tea, revealing dangerous confidence, which unsettled companions listening silently inside village quarters. Kai reassured nervous Libel gently while offering village guidance, encouraging exploration before worsening conflicts forced difficult decisions upon everyone. He returned toward Abyss Inn alongside Ren and Libel, where Hooded Abyss welcomed exhausted travelers back warmly inside her building. Libel reacted dramatically upon meeting Abyss unexpectedly, while Kai explained recent events calmly beside confused companions resting together peacefully inside. Libel described temple soldiers pursuing iron shipments secretly, while bird-like elders questioned suspicious orders surrounding dangerous mountain transportation operations. Birdman workers explained exhausting iron deliveries, while strict deadlines continued approaching, leaving entire villages physically overwhelmed from constant labor. Temple officials admitted worsening shortages, insisting dangerous scavenging missions remain necessary, despite widespread suffering, affecting civilians and workers alike. Birdman demanded reassurance regarding families protected inside temple grounds, while officials delayed reunions, prioritizing labor quotas above emotional concerns. Libel finally reunited emotionally with her mother briefly, while Elder Birdman explained separation lasting 6 painful months, because temple restrictions persisted. Birdman requested extended reunion time compassionately, though temple authorities permitted only Libel's attendance reluctantly, while maintaining suspicious watch over everyone. Temple officials inspected unusual pottery carefully, while confused Birdman revealed villagers created valuable crafts despite harsh working conditions. Officials arrogantly claimed ownership over village goods immediately, deciding stolen pottery and captured Birdman belonged entirely under temple authority. Temple soldiers destroyed pottery supplies violently, while dismissing starving villagers' struggles, treating precious food resources merely as worthless livestock feed. Libel recalled harsh transportation duties quietly while listening toward officials defending cruel treatment against exhausted Birdmen throughout isolated settlements. She questioned painful oppression emotionally, realizing temple authorities manipulated vulnerable Birdmen constantly because weakness prevented resistance against powerful rulers. Kai listened silently while companions discussed growing unrest carefully, realizing dangerous conflicts continued spreading throughout crowded settlements. Crowded streets remained chaotic following recent violence, causing villagers everywhere becoming louder, while tension continued increasing among frightened citizens steadily. Kai prepared travel plans cautiously, instructing Abyss toward nearby villages while avoiding suspicion through careful movement and emergency magical preparations. Abyss embraced Kai warmly before departing quietly, reminding him avoid suspicious behavior while carrying protective magic during dangerous mission. Kai and companions exchanged farewells peacefully before returning toward Tanohira Kaitakamura together, preparing future actions against oppressive temple authorities. Abyss wandered crowded city streets carefully disguised, observing nervous citizens while Kai followed secretly through busy cathedral districts. Frightened civilians reported beastmen sightings toward church leaders urgently, demanding divine soldiers remove dangerous outsiders from sacred city district. Panicked citizens spread hateful rumors constantly, accusing winged men about theft, violence, and deadly plagues without evidence against innocent villagers publicly. The bishop dismissed growing concerns confidently, while promising divine soldiers would capture troublesome outlaws, threatening peaceful cathedral authority across surrounding regions. Church officials concealed truth deliberately, denying winged men existence entirely, while manipulating frightened citizens through deceptive speeches and false reassurances. The bishop summoned Mariella urgently while reviewing dangerous reports carefully, preparing secret operations against Kai and beastmen hiding elsewhere. Mariella rejected church authority coldly initially, while listening toward bishop requests involving divine soldiers and blessed individuals pursuing fugitives. The bishop explained Kai's companions possessed dangerous abilities, convincing Mariella stronger assassins remained necessary against beastmen and mysterious flame magic users. Mariella accepted assassination plans enthusiastically, revealing growing interest toward hunting Kai and companions alongside dangerous conflicts spreading rapidly. Kai's companions relaxed briefly afterward humorously, while Ren admitted accidentally burning clothing during magical escape operations, earlier causing embarrassment. Libelle rushed toward her father emotionally, while Kai watched silently, relieved their dangerous reunion finally ended without further fighting. Clinging beside him, Libelle revealed hidden deception involving her mother, causing the worried Birdman father immediate confusion and concern. Libelle explained, captives were intentionally released before Kai rescued her personally, leaving her father conflicted while embracing his frightened daughter. Kai calmly requested explanations from Libelle's father, while several winged villagers gathered together, carefully listening beside the tense shoreline. Hearing everything, Kai insisted remaining females deserved protection immediately, deciding patience failed completely, while exhausted villagers prepared permanent departure plans. Several birdmen doubted Kai's proposal cautiously while displaced villagers explained the temple offered shelter, employment, and protection from hunters. Elder birdmen described generations suffering slavery under humans, praising Farley's doctrine because temple authorities accepted persecuted non-human refugees without discrimination. Kai considered temple teachings carefully before questioning female captives, learning city disturbances prevented ordinary pilgrims from joining criminal activities. Libelle exposed hidden lies immediately, revealing temple workers kidnapped females permanently, despite promising temporary labor contracts for desperate villagers secretly. Kai realized Libelle possessed iron detecting abilities coveted by temple leaders, explaining their continued pursuit and manipulation surrounding her existence. Libelle admitted God Mithra granted her searching blessing, explaining why temple leaders valued her unusual abilities greatly above everyone. Several elders defended temple intentions cautiously, believing rogue individuals captured Libelle independently, while uncertain accusations threatened their fragile refuge. Libelle rejected forgiveness immediately, while her exhausted father acknowledged unbearable suffering, leaving Kai silently observing their painful family disagreement unfolding. Crying loudly, Libelle described exhausting labor carrying iron constantly, explaining hunger separated families and destroyed peaceful village relationships for years. Kai watched worriedly beside Libelle's father until Ren approached respectfully, preparing herself to address their difficult situation seriously. Ren warned Kai about approaching temple soldiers immediately, identifying armored divine warriors through distant metal scraping sounds approaching rapidly. Bird villagers considered negotiations carefully, while Kai learned temple forces required 30 minutes before reaching their isolated settlement safely there. Kai instructed villagers hiding nearby while attempting peaceful discussion personally, as hooded Abyss rested silently beside him, watching cautiously. He prepared defensive plans carefully with Abyss, understanding negotiations failing could force violent conflict threatening vulnerable winged villagers living there. Abyss suggested eliminating temple soldiers secretly before witnesses discovered Libelle's blessing, leaving Kai disturbed by her ruthless proposal completely. Kai rejected Abyss's murder proposal firmly, deciding direct confrontation remained necessary, despite dangerous temple soldiers approaching their isolated settlement. Kai admitted harsh realities troubled him deeply, while Abyss quietly accepted his decision, without further argument or resistance completely. He warned blessed opponents remained unpredictable enemies, explaining ordinary soldiers posed fewer threats, because Abyss handled combat efficiently alone sometimes. Instructed Abyss carefully, he ordering electric attacks during emergencies, because temple soldiers required spoken commands activating their mysterious blessings successfully. Libel apologized tearfully, while Kai promised helping imprisoned females personally, preparing future rescue efforts if peaceful negotiations collapsed completely later. Kai revealed plans rescuing imprisoned females, offering Libel temporary shelter despite dangerous conflict against powerful temple authorities approaching soon. He promised peaceful forest refuge warmly while Abyss encouraged escape plans, leaving Libel shocked hearing villagers and captives welcomed. Libel questioned Kai's kindness quietly, though he explained their meeting alone justified helping her desperate struggling community survive peacefully. Wanting repayment desperately, Libel asked Kai thoughtfully whether her searching blessing possessed additional useful abilities beyond detecting iron deposits originally. Libel confidently promised testing unfamiliar powers immediately, determined supporting Kai's dangerous rescue mission, despite limited experience using blessings before. Libel activated multiple vision blessings simultaneously, concentrating intensely while searching distant mountains for approaching temple forces hidden carefully. Using her blessing, Kai observed armored soldiers advancing through forests cautiously while she struggled processing overwhelming visual information inside. Libel identified two blessed enemies immediately, explaining one stood before Kai while another waited halfway across mountains silently. Elsewhere, Mariella complained endlessly about unbearable heat and insects, while traveling mountainous jungles beside another exhausted companion reluctantly. Temple soldiers neared winged villages steadily, while irritated Mariella criticized dangerous saint duties surrounding remote wilderness operations constantly for everyone. Mariella encountered aggressive jungle beasts suddenly remaining completely fearless, while monstrous creatures attacked recklessly from surrounding wilderness areas. Another beast targeted Mariella's companion immediately, though the frightened child defended herself desperately against the charging monster alone courageously. Mariella released terrifying pressure, frightening nearby monsters instantly before walking away calmly, while defeated creatures collapsed helplessly behind her motionless. Temple soldiers finally reached winged villages alongside Mariella, causing frightened bird villagers gathering nervously around heavily armed unfamiliar visitors. Mariella ignored formal greetings coldly, focusing entirely upon finishing temple business quickly, while villagers observed growing tensions anxiously from surrounding areas. Mariella demanded surrendering Kai and Ren immediately, though Libel's father denied knowing suspicious outsiders hiding among villagers. She pressured Libel directly, realizing frightened reactions confirmed hidden information regarding mysterious beastmen connected with recent temple disturbances. Libel admitted remembering little clearly, explaining captors restrained her before abandoning everyone helplessly near mountain foothills without explanations completely. Mariella became irritated, hearing Libel's confused answers repeatedly, dismissing incomplete information harshly, while criticizing meaningless questioning efforts entirely. Ignoring objections from Libel's father, Mariella ordered immediate departure forcefully while grabbing Libel aggressively beside shocked villagers watching silently nearby. Mariella insisted temple blessings outranked winged villagers completely, though Libel rejected abandoning her family, despite growing tensions among soldiers. Libel shouted angrily while protecting relatives desperately, causing Mariella visible irritation as frightened villagers watched confrontation escalating dangerously. Mariella threatened forceful abduction immediately, mocking protective villagers and armored soldiers, while questioning their usefulness during escalating negotiations publicly. Growing impatient, Mariella ordered soldiers attacking villagers directly, shocking everyone nearby while frightened winged elders faced approaching armored warriors helplessly. She cruelly targeted Libel's father emotionally, provoking fear intentionally because Kai remained hidden, while tensions continued worsening rapidly among villagers. Mariella revealed terrifying soul manipulation abilities proudly while gripping Libel tightly, exposing dangerous powers hidden beneath her calm appearance. Mariella used soul-binding puppeteer against Libel, while Kai watched Abyss approach the collapsing tunnel beside them, silently. A blazing magic suddenly struck Mariella, forcing her backward while painful energy surrounded both fighters during combat inside ruins. Mariella crashed across the ground unconscious, losing control completely while strong waves scattered dust throughout the battlefield. A warrior screamed painfully after mysterious power attacked her body, causing confusion while electrical sparks burst around her repeatedly. Kai appeared beside Ren and Abyss, while furious soldiers confronted them, accusing their group of causing destructive chaos. Kai activated Eye of Truth, exposing frightened soldiers, while proving their accusations false through calm confidence before everyone. He mocked the soldiers carefully while the Birdman explained hidden intentions, causing armored warriors confusion and anger across their defensive formation. The desperate commander denied every accusation while Kai manipulated conversation smoothly, forcing enemies into reckless actions. Kai joined Ren and Abyss together, combining magical strength while powerful energy surged violently between their synchronized attacking movements repeatedly. Ren unleashed swirling wind magic beside Abyss, surrounding Kai proudly while terrified soldiers watched enormous destructive spheres, forming overhead silently. Kai threatened surrendering soldiers mercilessly, while armored guards discovered Mariella collapsed beside unconscious companions inside damaged sanctuary chambers. He questioned elderly priests carefully, learning only bishops accessed hidden sanctuaries while trusted winged women remained protected from executions. Kai challenged cruel traditions directly while frustrated soldiers demanded winged citizens leave settlements, despite refusing violent execution orders completely themselves. An older warrior explained winged villagers secretly farmed mountainsides, because authorities accused them constantly of stealing valuable crops everywhere, unfairly. Label denied stealing anything while explaining strict isolation rules, revealing obedience controlled their hidden mountain community completely for generations. Libel cried angrily toward accusing villagers while frightened elders watched silently, realizing prejudice controlled every decision against winged residents. Kai searched for Ren beside Abyss while discussing priests carefully, learning missing clothes belonged inside abandoned embassy buildings for refugees. He questioned Abyss suspiciously about collecting clothing supplies, then accepted Ren's thoughtful planning for rescued winged villagers peacefully. Suddenly Kai noticed violent magical currents surrounding distant structures while enormous spiraling flames expanded rapidly across surrounding settlements dangerously. Kai rushed toward raging flames searching desperately for Ren, while Mariella's sinister laughter echoed loudly through burning pathways. Mariella captured Ren successfully, while celebrating proudly, declaring powerful magic belonged completely under her personal control beside frightened companions. Kai admitted serious mistakes nervously, while Abyss warned everyone carefully, sensing dangerous consequences surrounding Ren's strange magical condition. Mariella revealed surviving secretly before controlling Ren completely, forcing Kai and Abyss into tense confusion through shocking explanations about manipulation. She embraced Ren possessively while describing puppet connections proudly, causing Kai and Abyss concern over possible hypnotic powers controlling her actions. Ren suddenly smiled suspiciously while requesting additional information, making Kai question whether hidden manipulation truly controlled her thoughts. Mariella ordered Ren aggressively while Abyss prepared cautiously beside Kai, realizing dangerous conflict would begin immediately between both opposing groups. Ren attacked suddenly from rooftops while Abyss dodged, forcing Kai into confusion during chaotic movements across burning village structures. Mariella laughed excitedly while Kai panicked loudly, realizing Ren's strange magic abilities created overwhelming advantages during dangerous confrontations. She mocked Kai repeatedly while provoking hatred against winged citizens, attempting manipulation through cruel words and emotional pressure constantly there. Kai questioned Mariella angrily about imprisoned winged villagers, while Abyss restrained him carefully, preventing reckless actions against dangerous enemies. Kai questioned Mariella furiously after discovering winged villagers were being sold secretly, while she answered confidently without guilt or hesitation. Mariella explained wealthy buyers purchased rare winged people regularly, while frightened villagers listened silently behind Kai during shocking revelations. The chief bird condemned Mariella angrily while she valued Ren, comparing her worth against enormous amounts of gold carelessly. Kai demanded explanations about imprisoned bird girls while Mariella described profitable characteristics, proudly before ending conversations with mocking confidence. Mariella prepared leaving with Ren immediately, while Kai watched seriously, realizing dangerous enemies planned transporting captured villagers elsewhere. Soon Ren suddenly attacked Mariella violently, slamming her downward while hidden resistance against puppet control finally revealed itself. She mocked Mariella confidently, while Kai checked injuries carefully, realizing puppet manipulation never controlled Ren completely, despite dangerous magical interference. Ren explained her divine blessing proudly, while elderly bird villagers apologized sincerely toward Kai for previous distrust and misunderstandings. Kai reassured frightened villagers kindly, while elderly leaders admitted disbelief earlier, realizing Kai's group prevented certain deaths through dangerous intervention successfully. Bird villagers accepted fighting together bravely, while Kai promised rescuing captured women, refusing surrender, despite overwhelming threats surrounding their isolated mountain settlement. Determined bird villagers abandoned fear completely, promising resistance beside Kai while rejecting weakness and ignorance, controlling their suffering anymore from now onward. Libelle happily greeted her father and villagers, while Kai respected their courage, strengthening trust between humans and winged survivors together. Kai gathered Ren, Abyss, and winged villagers together, proposing a rescue mission using careful strategies avoiding unnecessary bloodshed whenever possible. Kai panicked while flying beside Ren, struggling nervously as her teasing closeness embarrassed him beneath darkened skies. Hidden quietly, Abyss watched Kai deny Ren's advances, then silently followed their flight through darkness. While investigating strange movements, Libella activated powerful vision abilities while soaring above cliffs, searching distant regions carefully for enemies, threatening Kai's expanding settlement forces. Using divine eyesight, she discovered 8 blessed individuals inhabiting enormous structures, shocking Kai and Ren with unexpected valuable information immediately. Kai examined mysterious buildings containing Libella's targets, while moonlight illuminated abandoned surroundings, increasing concern regarding hidden dangers awaiting everyone. Ren detected enemy watchers protecting blessed captives, then attacked immediately when suspicious soldiers discovered Kai's hidden scouting mission. Kai observed heavy defenses surrounding enormous buildings while Ren carried him through darkness, avoiding attacks launched from distant towers. He ordered Ren toward the temple distraction, preparing coordinated attacks carefully before entering dangerous territory occupied by hostile guardians inside. Ren launched blazing magic across cathedral rooftops, creating massive explosions which illuminated fortified structures and confused defending soldiers completely instantly. Kai noticed hidden movement behind thick bushes, memorizing important locations before retreating quickly alongside Ren, while enemy confusion continued. Libella questioned her father carefully while distant mountains surrounded their hidden settlement, where winged villagers quietly gathered. Her father admitted believing isolation protected everyone safely, accepting hidden village life beneath mountains for many difficult years previously. He realized enemies would eventually invade their homeland, forcing villagers toward dangerous conflict, despite peaceful wishes protecting everybody constantly. Libella begged her father protect everyone together beside Kai's group, refusing separation from friends and family members anymore, despite uncertainty. Beneath starlit skies, Libella and her father promised freedom for everyone, preparing themselves bravely before confronting approaching enemies directly together. Small warriors crossed silent gardens carrying wooden materials carefully, while enormous city walls surrounded distant buildings beneath cloudy skies. The tiny warriors continued gathering supplies energetically, exchanging signals while transporting heavy lumber through isolated pathways between busha. Rumors regarding surviving winged tribes spread rapidly inside crowded taverns, causing frightened citizens discussing possible dangers among themselves nervously. Villagers argued about winged people returning unexpectedly, while soldiers prepared responses against possible raids threatening crops and local families. A hooded figure questioned nervous citizens regarding ancient teachings, while frightened residents wished complete destruction upon surviving winged tribes. Hooded priests defended winged tribes publicly, rejecting discrimination accusations, while reminding frightened citizens regarding St. Lucia's peaceful sacred teachings. Nervous townspeople apologized awkwardly before loud disturbances interrupted discussions, causing priests and civilians investigating unusual commotion outside immediately. Angry winged citizens marched through crowded streets demanding families returned safely, protesting discrimination and corruption committed by powerful religious authorities. Kai addressed confused pilgrims directly, explaining winged tribes suffered unfair treatment, while frightened citizens observed demonstrations, spreading throughout crowded districts. Kai revealed beastmen endured slavery, forced labor, and hostage threats, exposing deep discrimination hidden throughout St. Lucia's religious society publicly. Kai exposed temple corruption publicly, accusing priests destroying evidence while surrounding pilgrims listened carefully beside nervous townspeople, silently. He clarified their gathering remained peaceful demonstration while winged protesters marched proudly demanding equality, instead provoking violent unrest across cities. Kai explained frightened citizens distrusted winged tribes, though incoming pilgrims possibly supported equality teachings shared among different races within churches. Religious extremists condemned equality teachings completely, portraying demi-humans as devils, while manipulating faithful pilgrims through terrifying public speeches. Concerned priests considered Kai's proposal seriously, realizing frightened citizens required honest explanations, instead blindly believing hateful rumors spreading throughout communities. Kai insisted kidnapped families faced slavery elsewhere, convincing hesitant priests investigate temple crimes and hidden trafficking operations immediately. He urged pilgrims spread truthful information peacefully, while grieving winged tribes demanded safe returns for captured relatives everywhere across nations. Sympathetic priests accepted Kai's claims regarding equality teachings, promising cooperation while listening carefully beside emotional winged representatives together. Crowds gradually supported winged demonstrators publicly, causing citywide marches expanding rapidly, while suspicious citizens observed changing opinions silently from windows. Inside enormous cathedrals, corrupt bishops reacted angrily toward growing protests, demanding immediate explanations regarding disturbances surrounding St. Lucia repeatedly outside. Corrupt bishops panicked nervously inside cathedrals, while confused attendants rushed outside investigating massive disturbances surrounding protesting crowds. Enormous demonstrations surrounded sacred sanctuaries completely, while bishops realized kidnapped winged prisoners never returned from suspicious cathedral operations secretly conducted. Winged leaders confronted corrupt priests directly, declaring responsibility protecting their people, while exposed bishops acknowledged hidden plans collapsing disastrously. Armed winged tribes appeared publicly before frightened citizens, proving surviving communities existed, despite years hiding beneath oppression and discrimination continuously. Furious winged leaders demanded freedom immediately, refusing submission toward corrupt authorities, while ordering citizens recover imprisoned families together without fear. Kai joined angry citizens protesting outside the temple, while winged families demanded relatives returned from suspicious religious punishments by authorities. The bishop appeared above crowded stairs, questioning disturbances calmly, while nervous townspeople watched Kai and protesters silently gather. The winged chief accused temple officials of breaking promises, demanding imprisoned family members released despite the bishop's resistance publicly. Kai exposed the bishop's deception directly, but the smiling cleric denied accusations completely, while pretending ignorance before shocked witnesses there. The bishop manipulated frightened citizens against Kai, while betrayed winged villagers realized temple leaders secretly planned selling their families away. The bishop threatened Kai openly, raising divine magic while accusing him disrespectfully before frightened citizens surrounding the cathedral entrance. Kai confronted him again beside armed guards, realizing cathedral officials intended hiding imprisoned winged women from investigators inside. The bishop denied every accusation carefully, mocking Kai's claims while refusing responsibility for missing winged families within temple walls. Kai ordered Abyss investigating cathedral interiors secretly, while trusted companions prepared protecting captured villagers against dangerous temple retaliation. The bishop privately commanded tightened security measures, concealing growing panic, while fearing Kai and Abyss, discovering hidden prisoners underground soon. Temple guards protected hidden prisoners confidently. Unaware mysterious devices approached cathedral walls, while Abyss prepared infiltration routes silently outside. Ren attacked cathedral soldiers fiercely using magic, creating confusion while Abyss advanced deeper toward imprisoned winged women inside the building. Kai charged frightened guards directly, ordering companions forward quickly because trapped villagers risked disappearing before rescue efforts succeeded. The small warriors overwhelmed armored soldiers effortlessly, smashing defensive formations apart while small companions assisted attacks throughout chaotic cathedral corridors. Kai protected Milord anxiously, while Abyss sensed imprisoned winged women deeper inside, guiding rescue forces toward hidden chambers immediately ahead. Imprisoned winged women waited fearfully inside cramped chambers, doubting rescue while discussing vanished husbands and uncertain futures together. Kai entered hidden prison confidently beside Ren, promising frightened winged captives immediate freedom, while Abyss guarded corridors. Kai revealed the bishop fabricated husbands' deaths deliberately, encouraging devastated prisoners while exposing organized trafficking operations beneath cathedral authorities publicly. Winged prisoners reacted emotionally toward Kai's explanation, then hurried beside rescuers through open cells before cathedral reinforcements arrived urgently. The bishop manipulated public opinion again, blaming discrimination problems instead, while armed soldiers maintained control surrounding nervous citizens silently outside. The priest questioned the bishop calmly, demanding proof missing winged families truly never entered cathedral grounds before pilgrims arrived. Temple guards blocked angry citizens aggressively, accusing protesters, causing unrest, while refusing responsibility for imprisoned winged families hidden inside secretly. Citizens demanded relatives returned immediately, but the bishop continued denying accusations loudly while temple soldiers protected cathedral entrances stubbornly. Freed winged prisoners suddenly descended above shocked crowds, exposing the bishop's deception publicly, while frightened citizens witnessed undeniable evidence everywhere. Winged families reunited emotionally before cheering citizens, while rescued children embraced mothers safely and cathedral authority collapsed completely publicly. Rescued winged families reunited tearfully beside cheering citizens, while exhausted prisoners finally embraced relatives safely beyond cathedral imprisonment. Crowds celebrated the rescued captives publicly, while temple officials watched nervously, realizing hidden crimes became impossible concealing from citizens anymore. Kai exposed exact prison locations confidently beside Ren, forcing the bishop toward desperate excuses before furious witnesses gathered around. The bishop blamed subordinates immediately, attempting escaping punishment, while Kai recognized his cowardly behavior before angry winged families surrounding everyone. The priest praised Kai sincerely, acknowledging his courage publicly, while citizens accepted him as defender protecting innocent winged families. Kai thanked the priest politely, though uncertainty remained because powerful temple authorities still controlled national decisions behind public judgment processes. The priest promised justice confidently, surprising Kai completely, while revealing calm determination hidden beneath his friendly appearance. He condemned corrupt temple officials directly, declaring sacred laws violated, while the terrified bishop questioned his authority desperately before witnesses. The priest introduced himself as Bihei Clauser publicly, shocking Kai and the bishop with his feared inquisitor reputation immediately there. Bihei revealed military invasion rumors calmly, explaining emergency evacuations already began, while the frightened bishop realized political chaos approaching. Kai learned Bihei belonged among powerful inquisitors, while shocked bishop realized dangerous political investigations already started secretly there. Connected every conspiracy suddenly, Kai realizing Bihei manipulated events carefully, while corrupt officials unknowingly exposed themselves completely before him publicly. Kai recognized Bihei sent him toward the isolated island originally, uncovering hidden intentions behind earlier encounters, and mysterious guidance completely. He worried silently after learning Imperial forces threatened his homeland directly, while companions noticed his shaken expression beside frightened civilians. Bihei compared Kai with legendary Saint Kai confidently, revealing admiration openly, while stunned witnesses questioned Kai's mysterious importance toward future events. Kai denied heroic intentions awkwardly, explaining simple sympathy motivated his actions, while Bihei praised his compassion enthusiastically. Bihei spread his arms confidently, blessing Kai publicly, while comparing his kindness toward faithful believers with divine protection for all. Winged villagers thanked Kai sincerely before departing safely, while exhausted survivors gathered peacefully around rescued family members together outside town. Abyss comforted Kai gently inside their shelter, recognizing his exhaustion clearly while praising efforts protecting innocent prisoners successfully from danger. Kai hid lingering worries behind forced smiles, though Abyss noticed his uneasiness immediately following dangerous revelations involving Bihei recently publicly. Kai reassured Abyss gently, hiding personal anxiety, while describing unexpected encounters connected with dangerous political conspiracies unfolding rapidly. Abyss embraced Kai silently, comforting his exhausted mind, while recognizing emotional pressure caused by recent investigations and violent confrontations everywhere. She encouraged Kai warmly, calming his worries carefully while Kai accepted affection awkwardly during their quiet conversation together inside peacefully afterward. Kai admitted overwhelming pressure honestly beside companions, while Ren watched silently, recognizing growing burdens affecting his emotional stability seriously already. He resolved protecting rescued winged families, personally, strengthening determination, while guiding survivors towards safer lands beyond corrupt cathedral influence. Libel discovered underground water veins beside the settlement, calling Kai excitedly while guiding everyone across the rocky clearing for inspection. Kai discussed convenient water access with Kaide and Sarah before ordering construction, while strange companions celebrated their upcoming well-digging project. Libel reflected upon their peaceful first-week island life, watching recovering villagers share meals beside enormous cliffs without serious conflicts. Kai quietly considered Libel's situation while Kaide approached carefully, noticing hesitation hidden behind the winged girl's expression. Katie invited Libel to gather firewood together, hoping shared work would ease tension growing inside their unfamiliar community through cooperation. Katie described her exile history, while Libel remembered temple cruelty, explaining Kai rescued them before starvation consumed their weakened bodies. Libel admitted lingering discomfort around the island settlement, causing Kaide concern, while quietly listening beneath shaded forest branches. She worried their sudden arrival burdened villagers already struggling heavily, although Kaide calmly rejected those fears, without hesitation entirely there. Kaide explained Kai frequently hid personal worries alone, believing painful memories regarding his distant family continued, affecting him seriously emotionally. Libel immediately decided finding Kai's family became necessary, shocking Kaide while determination replaced uncertainty across the winged girl's expression. Libel rushed toward distant shores, promising endless searching across oceans, while Kaide panicked over dangerous consequences surrounding Kai. Ren suddenly grabbed Libel mid-flight, preventing reckless escape attempts while Katie watched silently beside the struggling winged girl with concern. She calmly explained Libel's disappearance would only trouble Kai further, encouraging patience while Katie observed their emotional argument from afar. Libel admitted wanting Kai's happiness desperately, though Ren redirected attention toward unfinished bathing preparations and missing water supplies entirely. Ren organized containers beside villagers before testing collected water carefully, hoping temporary bathing arrangements improved everyone's exhausting daily routines. Kai quietly fished beside towering cliffs while remembering dangerous inquisitors connected with the island's hidden history and forbidden blessings recently discovered. He recalled ancient books describing temple purges against heretics, indigenous religions, and forbidden writings erased completely under divine authority long ago. Kai remembered priest Bihei leading cruel investigations, realizing terrible consequences awaited villagers once outsiders discovered their isolated island settlement. Kai doubted Bihei learned his secret blessing existed, though unsettling memories surrounding the priest's cold expression continued haunting him. He remembered meeting Bihei, recognizing contempt hidden behind calm eyes, while dangerous suspicions slowly formed within his troubled thoughts. Bihei announced Laverton evacuation preparations calmly, revealing imperial invasion plans while maintaining unsettling confidence across his smiling expression publicly. Kai connected imperial movements with Bihei's arrival, realizing dangerous events surrounding Laverton and the island were rapidly approaching together soon. He struggled between rescuing family members and protecting villagers, ultimately accepting leadership responsibilities tied directly toward everyone's survival completely there. Kai abandoned fishing quietly before returning toward camp, carrying heavy concerns regarding approaching conflict and uncertain futures awaiting villagers ahead. Katie suddenly stopped Kai, requesting private conversation urgently while refusing explanations, leaving him confused beside the forest pathway silently. Katie suddenly ordered goal-carrying confused Kai away rapidly, ignoring his questions while rushing deeper toward hidden structures. Kai reached unfinished bath facilities unwillingly, where Kaide commanded the golem remove his clothing before entering immediately inside, completely embarrassed. He desperately resisted humiliating treatment while the golem dragged him forward relentlessly, causing chaotic struggles beside splashing hot water. Kai entered crowded baths unexpectedly, discovering numerous naked women relaxing comfortably, while steam surrounded their shocked expressions and overwhelming confusion. Yuri and Libel happily welcomed Kai into the baths, promising warm treatment while his embarrassment continued growing uncontrollably inside. Yuri explained unusual bathing customs confidently, while Kai listened nervously, overwhelmed by casual nudity surrounding crowded steaming water everywhere. Ren proudly described special heated baths prepared carefully for Kai, insisting warm water improved health during colder weather conditions greatly. Sarah relaxed slightly inside the large bath, enjoying warm water, while Kai quietly observing everyone's carefree attitudes surrounding him. Kadi approached Kai cheerfully inside the baths, asking about water quality while his nervous confusion became increasingly impossible hiding completely. Kai praised Kaide's successful bath construction awkwardly, while villagers teased him playfully, enjoying his flustered reactions throughout their gathering together. Yuri immediately volunteered enthusiastically beside embarrassed Kai, proudly declaring herself first while villagers continued teasing his uncomfortable reactions playfully. Abyss and Yuri surrounded Kai inside crowded baths suddenly, causing chaotic splashing, while everyone competed aggressively for his attention simultaneously there. Ren explained enthusiastic hugging orders originated from Enel, insisting physical affection would improve Kai's gloomy emotional condition considerably inside baths. Kai questioned everyone's excessive concern nervously, struggling understanding why villagers suddenly organized unusual efforts improving his emotional state together recently. Libel quietly explained Kai appeared troubled constantly since returning home, revealing villagers noticed hidden sadness affecting his behavior greatly recently. Yuri explained Kai remained beloved because villagers considered him their king, easing guilt hidden behind his uncertain gratitude completely. Villagers promised unconditional support surrounding Kai warmly, while Libel squeezed his hand gently beside crowded steaming baths together without hesitation. Libel encouraged Kai sharing personal worries, reminding him trusted companions remained beside him through every difficult responsibility facing island hardships. Kai accepted everyone's encouragement sincerely, realizing stronger leadership required honesty, while their joined hands symbolized growing unity across villagers' hearts. Kai and Abyss watched distant waves from their wooden shelter, quietly discussing abandoned children arriving across dangerous seas for survival. Abyss explained temple ships sometimes disappeared for years, while Kai waited seriously beside her, expecting another abandoned child. Temple priests examined children carrying holy marks, following strict national traditions, determining blessings when every child reached 12 years old. Kai remembered cursed children were abandoned beside monsters across isolated islands, causing him protecting desperate survivors with Abyss. He questioned how long peaceful island life would continue, while Abyss hoped forgotten children eventually received proper shelter and protection. Kai suspected powerful religious groups abandoned marked children deliberately, while Abyss considered 60 missing years connected with dangerous conspiracies. Libelle returned from aerial patrols, reporting endless ocean without ships, while Kai and Abyss continued monitoring distant dangerous coastlines. She explained thick forests concealed their island from passing boats, though cooking smoke occasionally revealed hidden residents during meal preparation. Kai warned her about dangerous seasons approaching soon, then watched her happily leave toward baths beside the settlement structures alone. Abyss explained Libelle frequently visited bathing areas because flying exhausted her body, while Kai awkwardly accepted the unusual explanation silently. Kai noticed cold skies above warming lands, while Abyss quietly watched Libelle flying across distant forest borders silently. Libelle happily guided another winged companion across cliffs, enjoying unrestricted freedom, while both girls explored open skies together without worries. Enel welcomed Kai into Pioneer Village, preparing mysterious discoveries while villagers relaxed peacefully around newly constructed wooden settlement buildings. She revealed unusual iron beside Kai, shocking him completely because the rare material supposedly disappeared from ordinary commercial markets everywhere. Enel proudly explained Pioneer Village produced genuine iron naturally, convincing Kai their isolated settlement possessed valuable hidden economic resources underground. Enel called mysterious village iron Amafugane, surprising Kai, because elegant elves strangely recorded complicated kanji characters perfectly on wooden tables. She explained Amafugane resembled meteorite iron, though strange metal emerged underground, naturally, instead of falling directly from skies. Kai joked about avoiding dangerous meteorite disasters, while Enel laughed beside him during relaxed discussions concerning unusual village materials and history. He observed villagers processing pottery, realizing production required repeated experiments, while Pioneer Village steadily improved manufacturing methods through cooperation. Ren loudly demanded stronger magical techniques immediately, while confused villagers watched Kai question unconventional furnace methods used during processing experiments. Ren proudly taught villagers simple fire magic spells, while Kai watched everyone eagerly repeating lessons beside crowded training grounds. Villagers struggled controlling fire magic though. Ren confidently demonstrated glowing flames, while Kai silently observed their unusual magical abilities. Kai admired impressive magic techniques greatly, becoming jealous, because manipulating flames and lightning appeared exciting, compared against ordinary village responsibilities. Enel questioned Kai about wanting stronger abilities, while Koromo watched suspiciously beside embarrassed villagers gathering behind them. Kai realized Ren's fire magic differed completely from outside civilizations, while Enel confirmed unusual village powers developed through separate traditions independently. Enel explained villagers avoided unfamiliar concepts around Kai, while he quietly remembered strange magical words without understanding their meanings completely. Libelle suddenly descended from skies, desperately, alarming Kai immediately, while shouting warnings about dangerous events approaching their hidden island. Kai and Libelle discovered an approaching ship, causing immediate panic because outsiders rarely traveled toward their isolated island location directly. Libelle nervously questioned Kai repeatedly about enemy numbers, ship details, and possible threats while he struggled organizing immediate defensive responses. Yuri calmed overwhelmed Kai carefully, while Libelle confirmed only one distant ship approached slowly across far ocean waters. Kai decided investigating the approaching ship, while Libelle prepared flying transportation beside several curious owl companions waiting nearby. Libelle carried Kai above forests carefully, though both struggled spotting details, because the distant vessel remained difficult observing clearly from skies. Kai noticed fishermen throwing nets from small boats, while Libelle carefully monitored movements across rough ocean waves below them. Libelle activated special vision abilities immediately, while Kai urgently questioned her about possible soldiers, mages, or dangerous blessed individuals aboard. She confirmed only ordinary fishermen traveled aboard, though Kai remained cautious because temple scouts sometimes disguised themselves, using simple fishing boats. Kai refused attacking suspicious fishermen immediately, ordering Libelle and village chief monitoring movements carefully while avoiding reckless dangerous confrontations. Later Kai returned safely beside Yuri, explaining the approaching vessel appeared ordinary, though everyone remained uneasy about unexpected visitors approaching. Yuri worried hidden sanctuaries lost safety completely, while Kai realized outsiders possibly discovered routes leading toward their isolated settlement. Kai considered possibilities carefully, while Yuri suggested wandering private boats occasionally cross dangerous waters, surrounding their hidden island territory unexpectedly. The fishing boat eventually departed peacefully, though Kai seriously reconsidered island defenses, because future attacks could destroy everything they protected. Kai entered Pioneer Village searching for Enel, hoping synthesize special warrior seeds improving settlement defenses against future dangerous attacks significantly. He found Enel missing temporarily, then wandered confused outside village buildings before hearing unexpected celebrations erupting loudly around him suddenly. Suddenly, Enel and Kuromo happily congratulated Kai enthusiastically, announcing Pioneer Village reached level 30 through continuous development and successful cooperation efforts. Kai reacted awkwardly toward confusing level announcements, while Enel calmly watched his shocked expression beside cheerful celebrating. He discovered village signs changed automatically after leveling, revealing strange achievement messages, connected with mysterious magical system functions overnight. The magical system renamed Pioneer Village after Ren completely, shocking Kai greatly, while confused villagers accepted ridiculous changes without resistance. Enel watched Kai examine growing structures carefully, explaining mysterious village evolution, while both remained surprised by unexpected magical developments. She explained, Hellfire Village changed because Ren influenced hidden systems heavily, causing unusual functions nobody previously discovered before within it. Kai inspected the wooden notice board silently, learning special shopping, unlocked through village progress and magical tool achievements recently for residents. Craftsmen appeared beside expanding settlements, creating advanced equipment while villagers received stronger supplies, greater entertainment, and difficult responsibilities. Enel revealed special shopping, rewarded rare creations accidentally produced by craftsmen, giving Kai opportunities discovering unique items throughout villages. Enel explained, special shopping required gold coins, leaving Kai shocked because village systems suddenly demanded genuine currency from residents. Kai requested immediate purchases, but Enel refused patiently, guiding him through streets while discussing circulating iron products already. Enel brought Kai toward crowded roads, proudly introducing the blacksmith district, where expanding businesses supported village development steadily for everyone. An elderly craftsman supervised workers carefully beside burning furnaces, ordering apprentices continuously, while forged equipment filled the noisy workshop. The blacksmith instructed laborers firmly beside blazing metal, demonstrating proper hammering methods, while Kai observed their coordinated production attentively. Flames erupted around the blacksmith magically, astonishing workers while molten metal transformed rapidly beneath his overwhelming supernatural craftsmanship skill. Kai stared silently, while Enel explained the craftsman combined blacksmithing and magic abilities, earning admiration from apprentices everywhere inside villages. Enel described respected mage blacksmiths, protecting foreign merchants carefully, while ordinary circulating products remained freely available throughout commercial districts. Enel guided Kai toward village statues containing offerings, while Kai remembered transforming himself previously into an object worshipped publicly. Kai approached marketplace tables cautiously, discovering fruits and knives displayed beside villagers, examining merchandise throughout expanding settlement streets peacefully. Kai examined floating knives and harvested fruit proudly, realizing village technology advanced enormously beyond primitive Stone Age conditions for residents. Villagers welcomed him enthusiastically beside statues, believing floating knives represented blessings, while children excitedly gathered around him. Children declared Kai accepted their offerings happily, causing confused reactions, while strange religious faith spread further across settlement. Residents rapidly. Kai considered future village plans seriously, recognizing settlement level 30 created responsibilities requiring careful leadership decisions from everyone together ahead. He gathered island residents for discussions regarding defensive strategies, requesting confirmation before establishing important long-term objectives, protecting everybody from threats. Kai worried temple forces could invade violently someday, considering relocation instead of risking villagers against overwhelming future battles approaching. Villagers immediately rejected Kai's proposal firmly, insisting they would remain beside him regardless of difficult circumstances threatening everyone. He explained abandoned temple children required protection urgently, while Yuri encouraged villagers seeking safer lands without forcing continued residence there anymore. Yuri requested Kai discover secure shelter quickly before temple authorities located villagers, while companions supported urgent migration plans seriously together. Sarah criticized Yuri's discussion harshly, while others defended Kai kindly, understanding his concerns regarding everybody's uncertain future safety. Yuri questioned Kai's resolve carefully, explaining kings guide citizens forward, instead abandoning nations during dangerous hardships threatening everybody constantly. Kai declared peaceful living mattered most importantly, believing strong communities depended upon trusted people, instead perfect lands without conflict entirely. He asked villagers honestly whether they wished remaining despite temple threats, allowing everyone freedom deciding their own futures independently there. Villagers closed their eyes quietly while Kai requested sincere decisions, encouraging choices based completely upon personal feelings and desires alone. Yuri raised her hand confidently beside Kai first, while villagers immediately followed together, showing united determination supporting their homeland completely. Every villager raised their hands proudly beside Kai and Yuri, proving complete loyalty toward protecting their island homeland. Kai warned everyone cautiously about blessed temple warriors possessing devastating powers, capable destroying settlements instantly through overwhelming magical attacks. Yuri admitted fearing temple forces greatly, yet declared villagers preferred remaining beside Kai because he rescued and protected everybody faithfully. Villagers praised peaceful island lives enthusiastically, promising resistance against temple invasions, while appreciating friendships, food, safety, and meaningful happiness. Kai became overwhelmed hearing emotional support continuously, struggling responding properly while villagers watched him expectantly with sincere trusting expressions surrounding him. Kai accepted villagers' loyalty emotionally, promising determined leadership despite uncertain dangers threatening everybody choosing remaining beside him. Yuri warned Kai carefully that kings eventually face cruel decisions. Realizing she underestimated his determination protecting everyone faithfully already, she encouraged Kai following personal ideals confidently, while he quietly reflected upon responsibilities connected toward guiding peaceful communities forward successfully. Kai remembered painful memories from previous life, sadly, promising himself achieving genuine happiness while protecting villagers regardless overwhelming hardships ahead permanently. He analyzed island geography strategically, explaining steep cliffs limited enemy landings while considering stronger coastal defenses against future invasions carefully. Kai proposed hidden coastal fortifications carefully, explaining villagers must prepare defensive positions before enemy forces eventually attacked their island. He analyzed enemy naval strength strategically, concluding temple fleets could overwhelm defenses, unless emergency evacuation systems existed prepared beforehand. Villagers discussed constructing escape facilities seriously beside landing zones, ensuring civilians possessed secure evacuation routes during dangerous temple invasions approaching. Kai focused intensely upon planning operations, deciding detailed island maps remained essential for organizing future defenses and emergency movements efficiently. He studied parchment maps silently inside headquarters, preparing strategic layouts, supporting fortifications, evacuation routes, and coordinated defensive structures throughout island settlements. Abyss enlarged the island map carefully for Kai, releasing powerful magic while recreating terrain details across massive surfaces accurately there. Kai praised Abyss happily after completing detailed drawings, preparing additional surveys with winged villagers assisting future topographical research missions. He suggested exploring northern regions cautiously, while Abyss admitted unpleasant magical sensations originated from unexplored territory beyond settlement borders there. Abyss revealed awakening within northern lands mysteriously, causing Kai realizing important connections existed regarding her unusual origins and forgotten memories. She explained ancient laboratories created replicated beings centuries earlier, leaving Kai shocked while discovering hidden technology beneath northern island territories. Kai descended beside snowy mountains with Ren and Abyss, planning exploration carefully before entering forests surrounding hidden ruins cautiously. Abyss warned Kai about dangerous structures, yet he insisted investigating personally, refusing hesitation while Ren observed silently beside them. Kai discovered massive stone tunnels beneath trees, confirming human construction immediately, while Abyss examined unfamiliar surroundings with growing concern silently. Ren prepared fire magic beside tunnel entrances, while Kai noticed Abyss becoming strangely distracted, delaying their dangerous investigation unexpectedly briefly. Abyss suddenly collapsed beside broken ruins, forcing Kai and Ren toward immediate rescue while she struggled, explaining worsening sickness weakly. Kai realized Abyss worsened, remembering difficult buffalo hunts, while worrying ruined magic beneath mountains caused dangerous sickness inside her. Ren watched Kai carry unconscious Abyss carefully, agreeing immediate retreat remained safest, while mysterious ruins continued threatening their expedition severely. She lifted Abyss immediately, rejecting village travel because distant castles required faster movement, while Kai trusted her determined decision completely. Ren sprinted across rough terrain carrying Abyss securely, creating powerful shockwaves beneath footsteps, while racing toward distant settlements urgently alone. Several minutes passed before Ren returned swiftly, with Abyss resting quietly, astonishing Kai through unbelievable speed across enormous wilderness distances. Ren carried recovering Abyss carefully, while Kai listened quietly, realizing she still blamed herself for delaying dangerous exploration efforts. Kai questioned Abyss about ruined tunnels cautiously, while Ren suspected ancient structures caused mysterious reactions inside her weakened body. Abyss revealed fragmented memories about ancient laboratories, explaining creators built her replica body 1,000 years previously there beneath tunnels. Kai compared Abyss memories toward incomplete computer installations, believing forgotten knowledge prevented her understanding dangerous historical events completely from ruins. He concluded hidden ruins contained defensive systems against intruders, deciding future investigations required careful preparations without Abyss accompanying expeditions. Ren comforted recovering Abyss warmly, while Abyss apologized quietly, surprising everyone through unusual dependence upon Ren during dangerous expeditions. She promised fierce protection beside smiling expressions, encouraging Abyss resting peacefully while threatening destruction against approaching enemies without hesitation. Kai postponed ruin investigations temporarily, explaining defensive preparations and island departures remained necessary before confronting hidden dangers surrounding ancient tunnels. Kai studied detailed island maps beside Yuri carefully, discussing fortress construction plans while evaluating enemy invasion routes strategically. Yuri analyzed coastal terrain silently, concluding invading forces possessed limited pathways because dense forests surrounded isolated shorelines completely everywhere. Naturally, Kai explained invading enemies could burn surrounding forests easily, forcing defenders toward direct battles across narrow island pathways instead strategically. Sarah supported stronger coastal defenses immediately, while Kai suggested powerful long-range attacks against approaching enemy ships before landings occurred. Kai guided companions through rough terrain confidently, prioritizing defensive construction plans before investigating dangerous ruins hidden beneath forests further inland. He selected wide-open ground carefully, deciding massive moats would restrict enemy movement and strengthen future fortress defenses greatly there. Yuri questioned difficult construction distances cautiously, while Kai trusted warrior clans and powerful golems could complete ambitious fortress projects. Kai planned enormous defensive moats carefully, explaining excavated soil could strengthen walls while archers attacked trapped enemies effectively below. Yuri questioned Kai suspiciously, while he compared fortress planning toward tower defense games, enjoying complicated military strategies greatly during discussions. Kai realized existing magic lacked sufficient range, deciding stronger weapons remained necessary protecting entire defensive lines against invading armies completely. Enel proudly revealed mysterious creation seeds playfully, offering unusual resources while demanding wagers involving Kai's valuable red stones jokingly instead. Kai rejected Enel gambling immediately, preferring continued development efforts while she complained quietly beside unfinished planted seeds scattered around helplessly. Kai experimented beside Enel using strange creation seeds, accidentally producing beige camouflage effects across his exposed hands unexpectedly instead. He created another unusual seed accidentally, discovering objects copied surrounding patterns perfectly, while Enel watched confused reactions. Kai tested camouflage seeds carefully again, realizing invisible effects functioned properly, while Enel struggled understanding disappearing appearances completely during experiments. He organized black, camouflage and transparent seeds thoughtfully, deciding immediate planting remained necessary, despite Enel wanting additional explanations first badly. Strange creatures sprouted rapidly from planted seeds overnight, astonishing Kai, Ren, and companions through unbelievable growth speeds across surrounding fields everywhere. Ren and Abyss harvested strange creatures enthusiastically, while Kai watched nervously, uncertain whether dangerous experiments remained completely safe. Kai identified magical creature abilities carefully, learning magician types controlled elements, while ninja and angel variants supported specialized battlefield roles. Kai greeted newborn warrior creatures warmly, while companions explained instinct guided them toward stronger predecessors, wandering surrounding construction areas naturally. Ren joked happily beside Kai, teasing his distant leadership role, while he complained creatures ignored personal commands repeatedly during work assignments. Kai inspected moat construction progress seriously, while Ren proposed burning forest roots quickly, improving excavation efficiency across planned defensive territory. Ren suggested Katie could command living trees directly, astonishing Kai while imagining impossible construction shortcuts across defensive fortress projects. Kai analyzed Ren's explanation carefully, realizing object shapes mattered little whenever Kaide manipulated surrounding materials through mysterious powers successfully there. Kai considered transporting defensive dirt automatically, asking Ren whether Kaide abilities could influence enormous excavation materials efficiently enough afterward instead. Kaide created enormous living dirt creatures successfully, astonishing everyone while commanding moving earth monsters toward construction areas, enthusiastically across plains nearby. Kai tested Kaide abilities further carefully, discovering animated dirt could shape excavation grounds, precisely for massive fortress foundations efficiently. Katie doubted impossible experiments initially, attempting temporary life creation carefully, while Kai observed silent dirt blocks nervously beside her. Kai realized naming objects changed Katie abilities dramatically, concluding living ground creatures became possible through recognition concepts alone unexpectedly. Katie successfully created smiling earth creatures immediately, astonishing Kai, while animated dirt bodies twisted freely across excavation grounds cheerfully together. Kai praised useful creations enthusiastically while Katie smiled proudly, satisfied her unusual abilities finally contributed toward important fortress construction efforts. He planned another dangerous expedition carefully, deciding population growth and Katie family searches remained important future goals beyond island defenses. Kai promised Katie they would visit Scorpa first, hoping Lamelicht Empire territories contained information regarding her missing family members someday very soon. Katie imagined reuniting with her parents emotionally, realizing upcoming journeys across foreign lands finally offered genuine hope for happiness again. Katie approached temporary shelters while strange dolls reacted nervously beside massive trees and silent cliffs surrounding distant buildings across islands. She awakened beneath trees, recalling childhood memories while worried dolls questioned her weakened expression beside scattered grassy surroundings during silence. The dolls reminded Katie about birthday gifts from her father, causing forgotten memories returning clearly inside her troubled mind again. Katie revealed hopeful feelings about waiting for her father's arrival beyond distant forests, believing rescue would eventually happen through persistence, cried heavily while hugging herself, she desperately wishing reunion with her parents, despite painful loneliness consuming her entire heart completely. Katie sat beside wooden shelters, promising her distant parents she survived safely, while stuffed companions silently listened beside her calmly. She blamed herself for trusting rescue stories, crying hopelessly while stitched dolls encouraged her shaken heart beside grassy fields quietly. The dolls insisted Kaide's father loved her deeply, believing he would cross dangerous enemies searching endlessly, despite overwhelming obstacles alone. Kai remembered his older sister's hopeful beliefs about incoming rescue, though mature instincts convinced him nobody would ever arrive there. Katie tearfully admitted losing hope completely, confessing her hidden fears while clutching fabric sleeves beneath empty skies surrounding everyone. Katie listened carefully while comforting dolls encouraged honesty, allowing hidden sadness escaping freely from her exhausted heart completely without hesitation. She accepted difficult reality beside unfinished houses, promising hard-working efforts while determined dolls supported rebuilding plans for survival together peacefully. Elsewhere, Sarah informed Kai about returning toward Scorpa during another expedition, discussing dangerous circumstances inside massive stone buildings carefully. She warned Kai about suspicious slave traders remaining within town, though Kai responded calmly before leaving through doorway, unexpectedly alone. Kai revealed possible methods removing Sarah's collar permanently, shocking her completely, while hopeful emotions replaced lingering uncertainty immediately inside her. Kai explained meeting puppet priests recently, while Ren doubted identical divine abilities existing separately among different gods across distant settlements. He revealed unsuccessful attempts removing Sarah's collar, while companions listened carefully beside emotional memories involving painful struggles shared previously. Ren explained miraculous blessings created magical tools, though mysterious creation seeds and escape stakes remained impossible reproducing through ordinary methods. Kai suspected slave collars originated from blessings, deciding another knowledgeable manipulator might explain dangerous enchantments affecting captured victims. Kai questioned Mariella carefully about magical slave collars, offering peaceful freedom while her uneasy expression revealed hidden understanding about dangerous secrets. Mariella explained the magical sealing collar originated separately from her blessing, while Kai listened carefully beside restrained conditions. She described ancient artifacts, capable destroying hearts mentally, admitting ordinary blessings, lacked enough strength, controlling victims completely through magical enslavement. Suspected unknown blessings strengthened slave collars permanently, she revealing secret investigations while mysterious powers prevented ordinary destruction methods from succeeding. Kai questioned Mariella's dangerous curiosity carefully, while she excitedly discussed hidden divine mysteries surrounding forbidden temple knowledge and unexplained blessings. Mariella explained slave collars required impossible conditions removing safely, while Kai seriously considered methods preventing further suffering from magical enslavement permanently. Mariella explained only collar casters understood removal spells completely, while denying involvement with dangerous slave trading activities and crimes entirely. Kai immediately connected suspicious information toward Morini, recognizing Scorpa's slave trader likely possessed knowledge regarding magical collar enchantments there. Sarah requested Kai's assistance removing her collar while searching Kaide's family, revealing quiet trust toward his abilities and determination. Kai accepted Sarah's request, seriously, explaining mages strengthened national defense while promising protection against possible temple attacks through united resistance efforts. He excitedly anticipated witnessing Sarah's magic abilities, while she reacted awkwardly, comparing herself unfavorably against stronger Abyss and the others. Sarah became embarrassed imagining future journeys beside Kai, while quietly realizing companions would eventually separate from them permanently someday. Kai decided testing Ren's earlier suggestion immediately, while excited companions gathered curiously beside buildings observing his determined expression. Villagers discussed expedition supplies beside animal pens, explaining requested materials while Ren listened carefully among workers, managing livestock responsibilities there. Villagers considered producing alcohol using harvested grapes, though previous farming attempts failed completely within Pioneer Village because unsuitable environmental conditions existed. Ren misunderstood 2 female horses wanting mates, while amused villagers watched the animals behaving strangely inside crowded stables together silently. Ren and Abyss finished gathering expedition supplies, wondering about Milord's location while walking through quiet coastal paths. Abyss discovered Kai's strange experiment offshore, pointing excitedly toward distant waters, while Ren observed unfamiliar movement carefully beside her curiously. Kai tested experimental boats across rough waters successfully, while Kaide shouted excitedly watching unbelievable speed surpass ordinary rowing methods completely. Kai named the vessel Santa Maria, impressing Kaide greatly, while explaining remarkable movement impossible through traditional oars alone during testing procedures. Katie enthusiastically volunteered joining Kai's future expedition, grabbing his hand confidently, while expressing excitement toward upcoming adventures beyond distant seas. Kaide insisted accompanying Kai across dangerous seas, reminding him blessing effects weakened whenever separated from trusted companions there during expeditions. She demanded joining Kai confidently, while he accepted her determination and promised safer travels beside reliable allies across oceans someday. Ren and Abyss observed Santa Maria accelerating rapidly across open waters after Kaide increased magical power through focused encouragement from shore. Kaide pushed the vessel forward, fearlessly, declaring personal effort would reunite her family, while unstoppable confidence strengthened everyone aboard. Kuromo carried supplies inside the house, while Enel confirmed Kai and expedition members already departed across the distant shoreline successfully. Enel explained Kai's group recently left the island before television footage showed him screaming wildly during dangerous experimental transportation testing. Kuromo compared the vessel with machines from Kai's former world, while Enel described Kaide's temporary life ability operating automatically smoothly. Kai contacted Kaide through television, requesting rest moments before Enel realized his unstable vehicle approached the Pioneer Village rapidly outside. Enel welcomed, exhausted Kai cheerfully, while Kuromo questioned how he survived severe shaking beside confused companions, watching silently without complaints. Enel threatened chasing Kai whenever he escaped, while exhausted Kai collapsed across grass beside worried companions watching silently from afar. She comforted Kai gently, explaining Kuromo supported him completely whenever exhaustion returned during difficult expeditions across dangerous territories with patience. Kai requested tea for his aching stomach, while Enel instructed Kuromo immediately, causing cheerful reactions throughout the peaceful settlement grounds. His expedition reached shore within 4 days because Pioneer Village provided nightly rest, although exhaustion still weakened his movements greatly. Abyss stared suspiciously, while Kai warned everyone carefully, remembering previous disturbances caused inside Scorpa during their earlier expedition mission there. Kai assigned Abyss guarding duties beside escape stakes, causing her surprise before accepting responsibility seriously without further hesitation there. Katie protested loudly about visiting slave trading houses, though companions reassured Abyss while remaining behind safely inside settlement grounds together. Merchants watched loaded wagons entering Scorpa carefully, noticing hidden travelers transporting valuable goods through crowded roads beneath guarded entrances silently. Citizens suspected wealthy merchants sent children carrying merchandise, while Kai hurried toward markets resembling locations visited during previous journeys closely. Ren warned Kai about dangerous crowds while merchants inspected cattle and products surrounding bustling streets filled with curious townspeople carefully. Kai rejected expensive offers, insisting massive cows deserved fair prices, while shocked merchants questioned his unusual business decisions calmly there. He refused prolonged negotiations, explaining previous sales values, while impatient buyers argued loudly beside confused traveling companions watching silently closely. A wealthy merchant accepted Kai's requested price immediately, interrupting negotiations and frustrating traders attempting cheaper bargains across crowded stalls angrily. Merchants argued fiercely about livestock prices while Kai listened quietly between them, avoiding involvement during escalating marketplace disagreements entirely there. Desperate merchants increased payment, offers repeatedly until exhausted Kai accepted 7 coins, ending chaotic negotiations surrounding valuable cattle successfully. Kai explained merchants intentionally raised prices together, though Ren preferred avoiding wasted time during difficult marketplace negotiations completely. Kai confirmed every product sold successfully before planning purchases necessary for improving Pioneer Village with Kaide's assistance immediately afterward. Carefully, he purchased supplies throughout crowded markets, gathering food, containers, tools, and livestock required for supporting village expansion efforts successfully there. Kai returned proudly beside loaded wagons, while Enel celebrated another successful trade expedition, bringing valuable resources towards settlement residents happily. Kai revealed purchased horses, barrels, grapes, glass, and cotton seeds before surprising Enel further with mysterious additional merchandise afterward secretly. Enel proudly revealed specially crafted swords while shocked Kai examined unusual weapons purchased secretly during their successful marketplace expedition. Enel prepared dramatic explanations enthusiastically, while Kuromo watched quietly beside Kai awaiting demonstrations involving mysterious enchanted weaponry carefully. She activated blazing flames across the weapon, naming it Fire Sword while embarrassed Kai criticized the unimaginative title immediately afterward. Enel explained village blacksmiths created magical flames safely through enchanted craftsmanship before Kai reluctantly purchased expensive weapons, despite complaining constantly there. Kai questioned using magical swords without powers, while Enel insisted imagination mattered more than magical talent during weapon demonstrations there. Kai concentrated carefully before flames burst violently from the sword, shocking everyone watching his unexpected magical weapon activation successfully. Enel celebrated his success proudly while Kai warned enchanted weapons produce dangerous heat, unsuitable for battles against ordinary humans directly. Kai explained future plans involving horses and village supplies before promising Sarah transportation through northern island routes safely. He returned home and greeted Sarah warmly while she carried food trays inside busy settlement buildings during preparation work quietly. Sarah walked through Pioneer Village seriously, while Kai observed silently, noticing her thoughtful expression during important responsibilities, awaiting completion ahead. Kai remembered Scorpa once belonged to Monodal territory, while Sarah noticed major changes throughout the crowded town streets carefully. Abyss approached Kai eagerly, requesting permission accompanying future activities before he accepted calmly beside waiting companions outside the busy district. Kai disguised himself with cloaked companions before entering Marini's slave trading house, preparing additional support for dangerous negotiations carefully inside. Katie, Abyss, and Kai discussed using magic against resistance, before advancing cautiously through silent corridors, together while Sarah observed silently. The group discovered abandoned hallways inside the trading house, causing confusion while everyone searched carefully for hidden occupants throughout surrounding. Cloaked Kai questioned silent workers inside Malini Trading House, before employees explained business operations remained suspended, temporarily without revealing further information. Kai requested meeting Mr. Malini directly, though servants explained their absent master traveled elsewhere for stocking operations months previously. He learned Malini departed before wartime conflicts started, while employees revealed he currently stayed inside Namelport City cautiously. Kai immediately investigated maps beside companions after discovering Malini's location, accidentally startling everyone through sudden movements inside headquarters badly. Sarah happily volunteered, joining Kai's investigation toward Namal and Godier, while he apologized sincerely for involving her within dangerous circumstances. Sarah nervously requested accompanying Kai, admitting separation and magical collars caused emotional pain among remaining companions greatly. She celebrated successfully convincing Kai while he abandoned previous return plans, accepting shared travels beside cheerful companions happily together afterward. Kai rested peacefully beside sleeping companions throughout crowded rooms, while exhausted travelers recovered strength before continuing dangerous investigations ahead together. Kai realized limited sleeping space forced uncomfortable arrangements, causing embarrassment while Sarah and companions occupied neighboring beds quietly throughout nighttime. Sarah suggested discreet dining locations before everyone prepared traveling toward Namel carefully, hoping avoiding attention during upcoming investigations successfully there. While entering crowded lodging, Kai suddenly recognized a familiar customer observing him carefully from upstairs beside unfinished meals and drinks silently. Kai immediately identified Fazl the mercenary, remembering connections with slave traders, while Fazl himself too recognized Kai from the past encounter. Fazal guided Kai through forest paths, avoiding Imperial soldiers while hiding their connection from suspicious travelers, crossing roads alongside. Kai offered Fazal employment during breakfast, believing the dismissed warrior possessed valuable experience useful for dangerous political circumstances surrounding. He questioned missing mercenaries, while Fazal revealed former Imperial mages joined warfare, forcing him abandon military service permanently following defeat. Kai suspected deception because skilled mages remained respected, yet Fazal calmly explained complicated reasons behind his damaged reputation within society. Fazal finally admitted Kai defeated him previously, causing humiliation strong enough destroying trust between him and Imperial authorities during conflicts. Fazal trusted Kai's strength, believing cooperation guaranteed future battles, while Kai calmly accepted his dangerous proposal without hesitation immediately. Kai examined Fazal carefully while Ren noticed serious intentions, realizing their group faced another risky decision involving unfamiliar allies together. He questioned Fazal about Imperial routes toward Godier, then immediately confirmed plans after learning valuable geographic knowledge from his experiences. Sarah worried Fazal concealed important information while traveling beside Kai, questioning whether trusting an unknown mercenary guide remained completely reasonable. Kai acknowledged Fazal's dangerous nature, yet believed his behavior seemed dependable enough, convincing Sarah despite lingering uncertainty surrounding their partnership. Sarah remembered Fazal abandoning Imperial forces despite magical talent, while Kai recalled his determination during brutal battlefield. Fazal warned Kai that rulers faced dangerous fanatics and greedy traitors, making trustworthy companions extremely important for survival within kingdoms. Kai admitted uncertainty surrounding Fazal's intentions, yet understood suspicion alone could never protect vulnerable people from future hardships and conflicts. Rejected fearful isolation, he insisting constant distrust would imprison everyone emotionally while transforming outsiders into permanent enemies across distant lands. Sarah accepted Kai's judgment cautiously, promising careful observation because Fazal possessed troubling connections with Mondial despite seemingly honest behavior recently. Sarah ignored mercenary grudges, focusing instead upon removing her collar while explaining Fazal arrived too late during battle to intervene. 10 days passed before Kai reached Namel, discovering crowded streets, busy merchants, and massive buildings surrounding the Imperial harbor districts. Fazal questioned Kai about recognizing Mondial, but neither Kai nor Ren remembered his appearance. While exploring enormous Nomel together, he suggested searching taverns because soldiers usually wasted time drinking, while military officers organized Imperial troops across Nomel city districts. Inside crowded tavern, an angry commander smashed his mug repeatedly, while demanding immediate preparation from delayed Imperial army forces. Inside crowded tavern, Imperial soldiers discussed overseas warfare difficulties, while complaining the Empire lacked enough warships for military transportation operations. Fazal entered suddenly, shocking the commander, who immediately recognized him while demanding explanations before suspicious soldiers. Mercenaries welcomed Fazal enthusiastically, expecting another battle companion until he explained Kai's group only needed information from their commander. Instead, Kai approached wearing strange mask beside Fazal, confusing everyone inside tavern while disguising identity before confronting dangerous Imperial veterans. Malini finally recognized Fazal completely, then furiously ordered surrounding mercenaries capture him immediately while threatening brutal punishment against intruders inside. Fazal protected Kai's group openly, declaring loyalty toward him, while masked Kai and companions confronted hostile mercenaries. Kai requested private discussion with Malini, while Fazal confidently borrowed the commander temporarily, preventing unnecessary conflict between suspicious mercenaries inside tavern. Malini escorted Kai downstairs while mercenaries waited upstairs cautiously, realizing discussions regarding magical slave collars involved extremely sensitive Imperial information. He demanded convincing reasons before sharing information, while masked Kai threatened consequences carefully without revealing personal identity or dangerous abilities. Malini accepted negotiations because Fazal supported Kai financially, admitting Sarah's strength prevented victory against her during possible violent confrontation attempts. Malini offered payment for Abyss's service, but Abyss refused immediately, declaring complete loyalty toward her master. Malini admitted respect toward Kai's determination after learning stolen slaves became loyal companions, recognizing unusual devotion impossible through ordinary coercion methods. Kai threatened Malini aggressively, demanding collar spell information, while promising terrifying punishment beyond death, unless complete cooperation happened immediately. Defeated Malini revealed collar activation chance, explaining enslaving and releasing methods, while regretting circumstances forcing dangerous negotiations upon everyone involved. Ren detected no deception from Malini afterward, while Abyss remained behind cautiously watching him as masked, Kai prepared leaving underground chambers. Sarah nervously questioned Malini's honesty, while Kai confirmed successful negotiations, immediately preparing removal procedure for her dangerous slave collar. She accepted possible risks from collar removal willingly, admitting devotion toward Kai, while requesting permission remaining beside him. Kai watched silently while Sarah touched her collar, preparing herself emotionally before dangerous magical release procedure officially started beneath underground chambers. Comforted Sarah gently, Kai promising complete support regardless consequences while vowing solve any problems caused through collar removal effects. He activated release chant successfully, causing brilliant light surrounding Sarah while magical slave collar finally disappeared completely from her neck. Sarah celebrated collar removal happily while Kai apologized sincerely, promising peaceful freedom and safer living beside trusted companions forever. Overwhelmed emotions pushed Sarah toward Kai suddenly, embracing him tightly while questioning why he continued showing constant kindness always toward her. Sarah nervously confessed romantic feelings toward Kai, leaving him stunned before admitting mutual affection awkwardly together beside her. Kai struggled explaining his feelings properly, causing Sarah greater embarrassment while both misunderstood each other's emotional intentions entirely. Sarah panicked from overwhelming happiness, realizing genuine love changed her completely, while uncertain emotions rushed uncontrollably through her heart and mind. Kai accepted Sarah's confession gently, explaining her honest feelings mattered most, while comforting her through lingering emotional confusion peacefully beside him. Fazl approached Kai and Ren inside the stone building, noticing their partnership remained intact, despite difficulties during recent events. The traitor demanded his collar returned, but Kai refused firmly, deciding Ren would never be handed over for sale. Fazl dismissed the traitor's complaint, warning him that some choices required acceptance when circumstances no longer favored him. He guided Kai, Ren, and companions through the market, where three mages attracted attention and stirred concern among locals. Ren revealed another mage stood beside them, surprising Fazl. While Kai learned her strength surpassed every member present, Fazl praised Kai's blessing, comparing its power to a nation, while Kai believed their journey would proceed safely. Kai questioned imperial dealings with Laverda, then noted the kingdom relied on maritime strength, making naval conflict unlikely. Kai considered stopping the matter if possible, but Fazl apologized and departed quickly because another obligation demanded attention. Fazl explained he recognized a familiar boat and wished to greet its occupants, leaving Kai to continue independently. Kai joined Sarah and Ren beneath the market arcade, where they decided to gather information while exploring stalls. Kai, Sarah, and Ren questioned merchants about recruitment, learning opposing forces still gathered soldiers despite uncertainty surrounding numbers. A drunken imperial soldier approached Sarah aggressively, boasting about battle participation while Kai immediately noticed his intoxicated condition. The soldier offered payment for Sarah alone, but Kai stepped forward, declaring both girls remained under his protection. Sarah angrily rejected the soldier's demand, while Ren prepared herself, causing tension as surrounding troublemakers watched eagerly. Kai confronted the soldier directly, criticizing his behavior and uniform, then demanded he stop causing problems immediately. Two soldiers grabbed Kai and threatened him, but an unseen strike suddenly smashed one attacker across the face. Sarah launched forward with magical force, delivering a crushing blow that sent the drunken soldier crashing violently away. Sarah faced the remaining men furiously, condemning their conduct while they mocked her despite witnessing her strength. Kai urged Sarah to stay calm, reminding her the soldiers were intoxicated and acting without proper judgment. Ignoring Kai's warning, Sarah advanced aggressively, while an angered soldier prepared himself and blamed her for escalation. City guards arrived and pushed through the crowd, discovering injured soldiers while Sarah stood among the disrupted scene. A guard captain questioned Kai about the incident, and Kai explained Sarah acted only through self-defense circumstances. The captain apologized for the soldiers' behavior, admitting many recruits lacked discipline because deployment occurred unexpectedly and hastily. Kai learned General Edward Enfield commanded the war effort, while the captain reprimanded the troublesome soldiers for disgraceful conduct. Hearing Enfield's name, Ren recalled Kai's surname matched it, leading Kai to consider a possible family connection. Fazl recalled a memory from 12 years earlier, where his younger self suffered defeat while Edward Enfield watched. Edward acknowledged Fazl's talent despite defeat, then accepted him as a student and promised further training. Though injured and frustrated, he listened silently, while his new mentor instructed him to receive healing. Fazl vowed never to lose again, choosing his facial scar as a lasting reminder of failure. When informed a daughter had fallen ill, Edward abandoned preparations immediately, revealing deep concern for family. Fazl greeted Axel warmly and asked about Edward's presence, expecting a routine visit within the castle corridors. Axel revealed General Edward remained exhausted, explaining his daughter had died and deeply affected his emotional state. Hearing Kaide's name, Fazl reacted with shock and urgently demanded details about her death and timing. Axel explained, Enfield changed completely afterward, isolating himself from others and communicating mainly through trusted priests. Fazl insisted on meeting Enfield personally, believing the grieving father abandoned his homeland because of overwhelming sorrow. Fazl returned troubled and frustrated, revealing his meeting failed because General Enfield refused even basic recognition entirely. Axel explained Enfield claimed ignorance regarding Fazl's identity, leaving both men stunned and questioning his mental condition. Back at the inn, Kai found Fazl brooding alone, while Fazl admitted the matter remained unresolved and serious. Kai asked about General Edward, reminding Fazl of his military background and potential knowledge regarding the commander. Fazl confirmed familiarity with Edward Enfield, prompting Kai to request a meeting because the general matched their investigation. Ren teasingly asked whether Fazl intended killing Edward, causing a tense silence while everyone awaited his response. Ren laughed and denied murderous intentions, teasing Fazl further while he complained about misunderstandings surrounding their mission. Kai explained he suspected Edward might be related to a girl under their protection and sought confirmation. Fazl questioned Kai urgently, trying to identify the girl, while Kai pressed him about previous encounters. Instead, mentioning Kaide's name shocked Fazl immediately, and Kai recognized the reaction as proof their suspicion was correct. Kai stopped Fazl briefly, while Ren cheerfully teased him again and openly addressed him using a familiar nickname. Kai revealed she already knew Fazl, explaining he visited her home often and treated others with kindness. Recognizing Kaide immediately, Fazl froze in shock before she rushed forward and embraced him enthusiastically without hesitation. Overcome with emotion, Fazl confirmed Kaide's identity and struggled to process the fact she remained alive. Kai explained Kaide traveled with him because both faced dangerous circumstances, prompting Fazl to question everything carefully. Kai explained that Kaide and her family were still considered dead, so meeting Edward required secrecy and careful planning. He asked Fazl for assistance, stressing Kaide's importance, and Fazl immediately agreed because he considered her family. Kaide believed her father would recover from despair once he learned she survived. While thoughts of reunion approached steadily, Kaide suggested writing a secret letter to her father, believing he would recognize her handwriting and understand immediately. Kai praised Kaide's idea enthusiastically, while Fazl questioned delivery methods, creating a practical problem requiring careful consideration. Fazl warned their identities must remain hidden, noting priests could intercept messages and expose information unintentionally later. Kai confidently explained they could locate Kaide's father regardless of travel, ensuring the letter reached him safely. Curious about their background, Fazl listened as Kaide promised explanations later and invited him to live together. Kaide carefully wrote her letter while Kai watched closely, and Fazl observed quietly, understanding her determination completely. Elsewhere, her father, Edward, read the delivered letter with trembling hands, recognizing Kaide's message and becoming deeply emotional. The waiting group watched anxiously from their stronghold, hoping Edward would arrive, while uncertainty continued weighing heavily. Kaide worried her father had forgotten her, but Kai rejected that possibility and suspected circumstances prevented his response. A companion reported Edward remained inside the same building, causing concern as Kaide lowered her head sadly. Kaide cried in despair, while Ren comforted her warmly in hug, and Fazl watched silently with concern. Unable to wait longer, Fazl rushed through the building, ignoring protests from guards as he sought Edward. Fazl encountered priests and questioned heavy security measures, suspecting unusual circumstances surrounding Edward's restricted access there. A priest discussed military conditions calmly, explaining sufficient mages existed, despite concerns regarding available regular soldiers. The church leadership declared war preparations complete, ordered immediate departure toward Laverta, and revealed their determination. Kai concluded waiting was useless and proposed meeting Edward directly, while Fazl listened beside the gathered group. Abyss pledged absolute loyalty, Libel offered reconnaissance support, and Sarah declared her recovered magic ready for action. Kai announced an offensive approach, despite Imperial opposition, then asked whether Fazl objected to the dangerous plan. Fazl questioned confronting Edward directly, describing him as a brilliant strategist who understood warfare exceptionally well. He remained uneasy, despite their 4 mages, doubting the operation and worrying about possible consequences ahead. Fazl accepted Kai's proposal eagerly, declaring himself ready and determined to confront Edward personally, without hesitation whatsoever. He explained Edward Enfield had severed ties first, dismissing concerns while discussing methods to draw him outward. Kai rejected waiting, and decided provoking movement was necessary, planning actions that would force Edward's appearance. Kai and Liebel observed warships inside the harbor, investigating preparations while searching for information aboard them. Liebel activated her special vision confidently, assuring Kai she could examine the ships despite brief discomfort. Liebel used her vision across the harbor, spotting activity aboard ships before exhaustion overtook her. Suddenly completely. Kai thanked Liebel for valuable information, while allies prepared eagerly, accepting the risky operation without hesitation. Kai assigned responsibilities carefully, ordering distractions elsewhere, while instructing companions to leave one ship untouched. Using village abilities, Kai's group launched attacks across the harbor, sinking multiple vessels and spreading confusion. One's enormous ship remained intact and was transported away, astonishing Enel and Kuromo as Kai ordered its inspection. Kai explained additional allies were needed, as Enel asked about preparations and routes connected to their island strategy. Kai planned to lure Edward onto the island, believing limited magic there would create favorable conditions. The group prepared for incoming visitors, assigning Abyss to remain behind while everyone else handled arrangements. Inside the city, officials noticed unusual disturbances and gathered together, demanding clear explanations regarding the commotion. A frightened soldier reported burning ships, shocking the commanders and abruptly disrupting their ongoing discussions completely. Abyss watched blazing ships engulf the harbor, judging Ren's distraction effective despite its overwhelming scale and visibility. She released another magical flare, believing enemy forces could no longer threaten Kai's homeland through warfare. An opposing mage countered unexpectedly, shocking Abyss and revealing strength, comparable to dangerous enemies she remembered. Recognizing the newcomer, Abyss stared cautiously as a powerful armored figure emerged through smoke and destruction. Watching recorded footage, Kai's group identified the mysterious mage immediately, while Fossil confirmed Edward Enfield's direct involvement. The enemy force arrived fully prepared, surrounding Edward with priests and mages, while Kai's group assessed the threat. Hearing news about Edward, Katie became emotional and whispered about her father, alarming Abyss and everyone present. Katie sprinted toward the battlefield immediately, while Kai gathered companions and ordered the group to move quickly. Spotting her father from above, Katie cried out and rushed forward tearfully, ignoring danger and startling everyone nearby. Seeing Edward approach, Katie froze atop the structure, then hurried toward the gate as concern overwhelmed her. Edward observed silently, his expression tightening while unfolding events challenged expectations and loyalties, without revealing intentions yet. Fossil charged forward despite danger, shocking Kai and Kaidi, while another witness questioned his reckless behavior and motives during the confrontation. Ignoring accusations, Fossil broke through surrounding soldiers, prompting outrage among officials who immediately condemned the act as blatant treason before everyone. Ren prepared to intervene beside Edward, but Fossil shouted, demanding her father regain consciousness quickly, before further chaos consumed them. Kai realized Edward was controlled through mysterious puppet strings, while Katie identified a sleeping blessing and suspected priest involvement. He assigned Sarah against Fossil and Abyss, then headed with Ren toward the priest, seeking the source behind events. Abyss unleashed magic confidently, confronting multiple opponents while Fossil advanced ahead, refusing intimidation despite overwhelming numbers against him. Sarah shattered incoming attacks with forceful magic, surprising enemy casters and disrupting their coordinated assault before momentum shifted. Their swirling power expanded across the battlefield, shocking Fossil and reaching Edward, whose body reacted immediately. Kai noticed the controlling magic vanished, while Fossil confronted Edward bitterly, believing his former ally chose betrayal willingly. Fossil entrusted Sarah and Abyss with opposing enemies, then focused entirely on restraining Edward before greater damage occurred. Both sides unleashed powerful magic simultaneously, filling the battlefield with violent energy as competing attacks collided, head-on fiercely. Ren warned Kai their opponents could not endure Sarah's firepower much longer, raising concerns about casualties during battle. Kai prepared to act personally, but Ren advised caution, fearing Sarah's overwhelming strength might kill their remaining adversaries. Kai instructed Osa to collapse enemy positions with earth magic, hoping disruption would bypass protections controlling Edward effectively. Sarah and Abyss attacked immediately, catching several opponents off guard as rising earth magic destabilized their formation completely. One priest activated Battle Maiden's sanctuary, creating defensive support while allies struggled against mounting pressure from coordinated attacks. Kai recognized blessed shield users among enemies, while Libel and Edward realized hidden preparations complicated their rescue effort. Edward launched destructive magic toward the fortress, blasting through stone structures and escalating the conflict further. Ren rushed Kai away from danger as a distant ally called for help, preventing them from remaining exposed there. Edward launched countless stone shards toward Kai and Ren, pressing the attack while maintaining control over battlefield. Fazl leaped before Kai and absorbed the deadly barrage himself, leaving everyone shocked by his sacrifice and resolve. Sarah and Abyss advanced together, creating barriers and counterattacks, while enemy priests attempted surrounding maneuvers against them. Suddenly, Yuri activated Battle Maiden's Sanctuary, intercepting falling projectiles and protecting companions as the struggle intensified. Kai ordered emergency healing for Fazl, fearing his injuries would worsen while Ren and Osa prepared support magic. A powerful barrier surrounded the group, leaving Kai worried because escape routes vanished and enemies maintained complete control. Yuri immediately checked Kaide's condition, relieved she remained unharmed, despite the fierce conflict raging across surroundings. Kaide stayed silent for several moments, then lifted her head slowly as frustration and determination surfaced within her. Katie scolded her father loudly for hurting allies and Fazl, releasing pent-up emotions while everyone listened in surprise. Kaide activated temporary life in desperation, condemning Edward's actions and channeling magic toward protecting everyone endangered by conflict. A massive golem emerged from Kaide's ability, shocking allies and enemies before charging directly into opposing forces. Gol smashed through enemy lines relentlessly, scattering priests and creating an opening for the trapped group. Witnessing the creature's strength, enemy soldiers panicked and fled, abandoning resistance as fear spread across their ranks. Kai immediately told Kaide to cancel Gol's ability, rescue Edward, and withdraw before the situation became uncontrollable again. Within a dreamlike space, Kaide called endlessly for Edward, reaching his consciousness and guiding him back through affection alone. Katie struck Edward awake and insisted everything was real, shocking him as awareness returned, despite lingering confusion completely. Edward wondered whether death claimed him already, but Kaide quickly corrected him, ending his misunderstanding before panic spread. Kaide embraced her father tightly and declared she had returned, then urged him toward reuniting with her mother soon. Kai introduced himself while Fazl recovered nearby, and Edward finally began learning about those who protected Kaide throughout. The group entered Tanohira Pioneer Village together, bringing Edward into Kai's community and opening a hopeful chapter ahead. Rukia slipped into Kai's room while he slept. Using her truth blessing, she watched him closely. She activated Eyes of Truth and examined Kai. She reviewed fragments from childhood testing abilities she possessed since receiving her blessing. Rukia learned Kai's memories reached infancy, revealing abandonment and hardships long before either child understood circumstances. During the 12-year blessing ceremony, Rukia realized Kai differed from ordinary people. His history raised questions and inspired deeper. Summoned by a church official, Rukia entered the room and introduced herself formally. She accepted the meeting while carrying newfound knowledge about Kai. Rukia, worried about Kai while attending the ceremony, a church official requested her garment. The garment was lifted, revealing a mysterious divine mark upon Rukia's chest. Witnesses stared silently while tension spread across the chamber. A hooded inquisitor demanded a closer look at the mark. Shock overwhelmed everyone as recognition struck and certainty replaced doubt. The inquisitor trembled uncontrollably before the revelation. Tears streamed down his face as he praised the miracle standing before him. Discussion revealed Rukia carried 3 gods within her. The inquisitor declared their presence incomparable, leaving the church official utterly stunned. The inquisitor thanked Rukia respectfully and confirmed the mark belonged to another deity. Rukia realized the blessing differed from Idea's. Rukia attempted concealing the truth by naming Idea alone. The divine mark reacted immediately, exposing another god dwelling within her. The inquisitor remained calm and explained the result. Rukia displayed the glowing mark again, while officials watched closely nearby. Remembering Kai, she asked the inquisitor about her brother's whereabouts. She explained he missed the ritual, despite being expected. The inquisitor suddenly grasped her hands and urged her repeatedly. He insisted she forget Kai completely, leaving her confused. Rukia questioned the warning about Kai. Church figures encouraged her future path, yet their reassurance only deepened her uncertainty. Alone, she struggled to understand why everyone demanded she forget Kai. Questions filled her mind and left her distressed, confused. The inquisitor addressed her directly while her tears revealed frustration. She could not accept the strange demand placed upon her. Rukia suddenly activated Eyes of Truth and reached toward the inquisitor, determined to uncover the reason behind his behavior and alarming request herself. Hearing a divine voice, Rukia apologized and used her power anyway. The inquisitor froze instantly. Rukia explained she only glimpsed the truth without fully understanding it. The inquisitor warned careless use could hinder her blessing. The church official scolded Rukia for recklessly using divine power. She accepted the warning calmly and stated she understood. Rukia concluded Kai's blessing came from an evil god. She also learned the temple exiled people carrying similar blessings. The Inquisitor revealed another special investigator had taken Kai away. Rukia realized Kai remained alive because they feared blessed individuals. Rukia received instructions to train as an apprentice priest for 2 years. She accepted enthusiastically while preparing for her future duties. Rukia accepted becoming an apprentice priest, despite temple restrictions. Secretly, she planned gathering clues and locating the special Inquisitor. Determination filled Rukia's heart as she strengthened her resolve. She vowed to find Kai regardless of obstacles. Rukia concluded only she could rescue Kai from danger. With unwavering confidence, she dedicated herself completely to that mission ahead. Elsewhere, Kai rested quietly in an unfamiliar place. His thoughts drifted as he stared upward. He awoke from sleep and considered his circumstances. He worried about Rukia's well-being while recalling his long journey through Laverdia. Abyss appeared beside Kai's bed and asked whether Rukia was his sister. Kai listened quietly while she studied his reaction. She explained colder weather prompted concern, while Kai appeared embarrassed. Suddenly, Fazl entered the room and apologized. Fazl joked about their early gathering inside Kai's room. Neither Kai nor Abyss seemed surprised by his remarks. Kai worried the situation looked suspicious. Abyss explained she often slept beside him, causing a simple misunderstanding between everyone. Standing near the window, Kai reflected on passing years. The 12-year blessing ceremony approached while adulthood drew steadily closer. Fazl informed Kai that families planned settling the deserted island permanently. Kai listened while carrying materials across the developing. Edward examined strange plates Kai brought from storage, unfamiliar with their purpose. He questioned Kai while construction plans continued. Kai explained the objects were roof tiles used on houses. Edward remained surprised until Kai produced examples from Pioneer Village. Edward compared their blessings and noticed important differences. Despite originating from the same god, their colors and characteristics varied. Discussion shifted toward gods and religious beliefs. Edward questioned whether holy and evil gods truly existed, leaving Kai considering. The holy and evil gods were distinguished through blessings and sacred marks. Edward questioned the nature of gods themselves. Kai reflected on reincarnation and divine powers existing. Edward accepted the idea, considering such phenomena impossible to dismiss. Edward doubted the temple's claims regarding evil gods. He firmly believed the blessing granted to his daughter carried no malice. Their discussion was interrupted by another worker requesting help. Edward joked with Kai while planning housing arrangements for everyone. Edward looked forward to spending more time with his daughter. Fazl reminded him that Kaide refused to live with him. Edward froze suddenly upon hearing Kaide refused to live with him, leaving him speechless and deeply troubled by the decision alone. He asked why, but Fazl had no answer, and could only suggest speaking directly with Kaide for clarification. Kai pointed out Kaide was currently occupied with duties, while another worker teased Edward about his devotion toward his daughter. Edward admitted Kaide once followed him constantly, yet her recent maturity left him uncertain about her thoughts. He urged Kai to ask Kaide why she rejected living together, believing he might receive an honest explanation from her. Kai reluctantly accepted the request while Fazl amused by Edward's despair over Kaide's choice, leaving him collapsed on ground. Kai told Kaide he would live with his father instead, asking whether she could hear him while explaining arrangements. Kaide calmly answered she would remain inside the castle, encouraging Kai to reunite with family, without worrying excessively. She insisted she was grown enough to decide independently, firmly declaring she would not leave, despite Kai's concerns. Kai questioned whether their situation was Edward's responsibility, while others mentioned sharing rooms, making Kaide blush immediately. Understanding the misunderstanding, Kai reacted awkwardly, yet Kaide stubbornly repeated her decision, refusing separation and staying determined. Kaide reflected on her fading wish to reunite with family, recognizing village life improved steadily and strengthened connections. Kai visited Koromo, seeking additional winter coats, while Koromo requested measurements and estimated several days for completion. Enel and Koromo watched television with Kai, noticing unfamiliar figures on screen and wondering about the scene displayed there. Edward brought Yuri somewhere secluded, explaining privacy was necessary before discussing details Kai had already shared. Yuri questioned Kai's actions, while Edward explained her royal status worried him, believing separation could create complications. Yuri and Edward discussed Kai's judgment, agreeing his abilities were remarkable, though his decisions remained difficult to predict fully. Enel quietly listened beside Kai, as Koromo criticizing his insensitivity, while he awkwardly wondered whether overhearing their discussion was acceptable. Koromo explained political customs differed greatly, assuring Kai that Yuri would support negotiations despite misunderstandings surrounding intentions. Yuri described Kai as brilliant yet naïve, while Edward acknowledged her assessment and reflected upon previous dangerous events. Edward questioned Yuri's expectations, noting she never requested information beforehand, while realizing her concerns involved diplomatic matters. Yuri rejected Kai's apology, admitting she vented emotions instead, believing regret would not ease lingering pain inside. Edward questioned Yuri's motives carefully, suspecting she was using Kai, while she mentioned revenge against the Empire. Yuri denied seeking revenge, explaining her true desire was forgetting painful memories, leaving Kai confused by her answer. She admitted revenge remained impossible regardless, while Edward pressed further, demanding clarification about her conflicted intentions and feelings. Yuri revealed her homeland's destruction forced her escape, confessing unbearable memories remained and left an emptiness within. Yuri remarked that Kai seemed unaware of certain feelings, while Kai, Enel, and another elf remained completely puzzled. Dismissed misunderstandings, she insisting Edward deserved trust as Kaide's father despite never requesting discussion about these matters. She argued Edward lacked suspicious ambitions, noting his journey centered upon seeing Kaede, rather than pursuing personal gain. Edward promised he would never harm Kai's benefactor, declaring Kaede found peace there and deserved protection always. Discussing divine matters, Edward separated temple issues from personal judgments, while Yuri considered whether former enemies remained dangerous. Yuri raised concerns about Fazl, noting Kai trusted him completely, then asked Edward whether that relationship warranted concern. Edward acknowledged Fazl's mercenary past, yet argued talented magicians deserved freedom, believing Fazl simply enjoyed living there. Yuri observed Kai treated Fazl warmly, while Edward noted their unusual friendship despite age differences and lingering distance. Edward suggested her sounded jealous, leaving her startled as she considered whether her emotions matched that accusation. Yuri admitted jealousy seemed possible, recalling Kai's smiles toward others, while Kai and the elves misunderstood entirely. Edward reassured Yuri that Fazl was unlikely a spy, explaining neither the Empire nor witnesses recognized his presence. She revealed false rumors claimed he and his wife were dead, allowing them to remain beside Kaede. Yuri explained political history involving emperors and factions, while Edward recalled an old marriage proposal respectfully declined. Edward remembered a prince obsessively pursuing Mondial's princess, creating trouble through reckless behavior and uncontrolled emotions repeatedly. The prince later blamed himself for conflict, while the princess considered his actions foolish rather than malicious originally. Edward reflected upon Mondial's invasion, understanding the prince's responsibility, while Kai quietly listened through the television broadcast. Yuri explained the prince acted from pride rather than love, blaming war upon misguided devotion toward royalty. Captured during escape, they avoided imperial control because a slave trader intervened, altering their difficult circumstances. Yuri struggled accepting deeper motives behind Mondial's destruction, questioning whether the prince truly directed everything personally. Edward considered another culprit might exist, while Yuri recalled Kai discouraging revenge and the others watched silently. Yuri confessed persistent voices, urged accountability for her homeland's destruction, revealing hatred remained deeply rooted within her. Edward understood Yuri's feelings, yet warned revenge remained distant, while Kai silently listened and learned her burden. Kai awkwardly reflected upon overheard secrets, wondering whether his presence affected events more than expected around him. Enel observed Yuri still clung to revenge, while Kai admitted recognizing that truth, despite earlier assumptions already. Kai decided Yuri needed understanding rather than demands, resolving to discuss Mondial's tragedy and her pain personally. Kai listened as villagers discussed needs, mentioning construction limits, missing materials, and concern for Yuri's condition. Yuri kept working diligently, organizing supplies despite visible fatigue. Kai appreciated everyone's input and decided to seek answers through Tenohira village soon. Enel approached Kai carrying grapes harvested from village fields and proudly explained they had been grown recently within their expanding lands. Kai asked whether the grapes could be eaten immediately, while Enel cheerfully confirmed they could, and sampled them. He evaluated the grapes, noting thick skins, difficult seeds, and a rich, bittersweet flavor. Enel happily praised the taste, seeming pleased overall. Kai suggested making wine from the grapes. Enel quickly understood the process, and the group agreed to test it with available barrels. Enel excitedly brought Koromo to help while Kai watched them approach. Their enthusiasm hinted at playful participation in the planned task. They changed clothes and stepped into the barrel. Enel energetically stomped grapes beginning juice extraction work, while Koromo followed along. Koromo questioned the outfit choice, but Enel proudly claimed village girls dressed this way during work, and encouraged Koromo further. The stomping continued, as Enel playfully grabbed Koromo. Kai watched quietly, wondering whether such methods truly mattered for producing wine efficiently. The grape crushing finished, and Enel eagerly offered Kai a sample. He accepted cautiously while fresh juice dripped into containers. Enel assured Kai the juice was clean, despite its unusual preparation. Kai reluctantly tasted the elf sister's grape juice. Kai considered the flavor carefully and admitted it tasted warm. He concluded the drink lacked the quality expected overall. Enel suggested adding more sugar, but Kai believed fermentation remained possible. He decided to store the juice properly. While discussing the wine project, Enel suddenly paused. A lingering feeling troubled her mind as she recalled something missing. Several weeks passed before Kai inspected the wine barrel. Curious about the result, he prepared to check the fermentation progress. The barrel suddenly burst open with tremendous force. Wine sprayed everywhere, shocking Kai and knocking the nearby elves aside. Kuromo realized the mistake immediately. She remembered an important detail, while another mourned clothing ruined by splashing liquid. Kai listened as the explanation followed. Fermentation produced gas and pressure, making the sealed barrel expand until failure occurred. Despite the accident, Kai treated the attempt as valuable experience. Enel proudly accepted the lesson while everyone gained knowledge. The villagers abandoned sealed barrels and returned to open containers. Kuromo and Enel resumed grape crushing using safer methods. The new wine succeeded. Enel and Kuromo proudly sampled it, while Kai observed their cheerful reactions with satisfaction. Kuromo rested nearby, apparently affected by the successful wine celebration. Enel noticed an important change and informed Kai, checked the village status and discovered significant growth. Tenohira village reached level 35, gaining swords as specialty. A new ability appeared, allowing villagers to study beyond Tenohira. They could travel independently, learn skills, then return. Kai reviewed the village information and considered visiting town. Better technology could greatly improve living conditions across the island settlement. Enel informed Kai that a new elf had appeared. Since 3 elf sisters existed, another sibling had finally arrived. She explained their family structure. Enel was the eldest sister, while Kuromo herself held the position of second sister. Kai learned the third sister was Seal. She belonged to advisor elves responsible for food, clothing, and shelter management. Enel revealed Seal rarely left her place and avoided others. Kai wondered about Enel's background, prompting further explanation. The following day, Kai and Yuri headed toward the newly arrived sister. Their destination immediately left Kai visibly stunned and confused. They reached an enormous mansion belonging to Enel's family. They struggled to believe such a luxurious residence existed there. Kai and Yuri entered the mansion and called for the new sister. Receiving no response, he continued searching. The mystery ended when Kai discovered them. Enel sat comfortably playing video games while Kuromo casually welcoming them. Enel became absorbed in her game and quickly lost. She apologized to Kai, explaining the excitement distracted her. Enel encouraged her sister to introduce herself properly. The reserved elf hesitated briefly, while Kai waited for her response. Cecil greeted Kai politely and revealed her role managing housing matters. She thanked him sincerely for supporting her sisters. Kai introduced Yuri to Seal, helping everyone become acquainted. The meeting remained calm as the group exchanged greetings. While observing the mansion, Kai questioned its unusual size. Seal calmly confirmed her special ability contributed to its construction. Seal demonstrated small flying gnomes created through her power. Kai failed to understand the explanation while others watched quietly. Kai examined the mansion and suggested renovating it for village use. Seal refused, protecting her personal belongings and games. Seal revealed the game originated from memories belonging to a reincarnated person. Excited, Kai immediately accepted her invitation. Kai invited Yuri to participate as well. Sitting together, they learned the controls while preparing for multiplayer gameplay. The strategy game quickly captured everyone's interest. Yuri found it enjoyable, while Kai explained basic mechanics and objectives. Seal recommended Yuri choose Guan Yu because she was inexperienced. Kai selected Zhang Fei, and their competition officially began. Yuri struggled to understand the controller and game rules. Kai patiently explained movement, attacks, and the purpose of each button. The battle confused Yuri completely as enemies, allies, and mechanics overwhelmed her. Kai guided her while answering countless questions. Several hours passed with intense concentration and determination. Yuri continued practicing relentlessly, refusing to give up despite difficulties. Yuri finally grasped the objective and confidently targeted enemy generals. Kai praised her rapid improvement. While watching proudly nearby, the group prepared for another match immediately. Yuri enthusiastically commanded Guan Yu, eager to begin the next battle. Kai gathered everyone for magic training near the village. 2 girls prepared themselves while the others watched. To demonstrate a technique, Kai formed a water spell and launched it toward the pair. The attack moved faster than expected. Water burst across the girls, ending the test instantly. The spectators saw another failed attempt and laughed at the result. Afterward, Kai explained that water magic was safer for practicing magic nullification. A young villager showed interest in learning. The two girls stepped forward and prepared their own water magic. Seeing their determination, Kai realized the lesson was about to become much tougher. The training session escalated when the two girls turned their water magic on Kai, caught off guard. He struggled to escape the relentless attacks. Later, Kai reviewed the village's preparations for winter. As the work neared completion, he decided to inspect another location on the island. While changing clothes, Edward revealed an ancient ruin hidden on the northern side of the island, a place he had not mentioned before. The group learned the ruin was over 1,000 years old and likely dated back to the era of the God War. Hearing this, Kai became interested. The possibility that the forgotten structure still held secrets convinced him to investigate it further. Kai learned that the island had once been controlled by a temple, but nobody knew whether the ancient ruin had ever been explored. The discussion revealed a deeper mystery. The island's former inhabitants vanished long ago, yet traces of advanced technology and an android remained behind. Hearing that the android had last been seen unharmed, the group grew more interested in uncovering the truth hidden within the ruins. Suspecting the temple was concealing important information, another companion supported the investigation and wanted to learn what secrets were being protected. Kai organized an expedition team, with several warriors chosen to accompany him. Preparations began for a journey toward the ancient ruin. Before departing, a worried girl asked Kai to stay safe. She promised to protect the village if anything happened during the expedition. Kai considered the consequences of failure. The village, its people, and the fragile balance they maintained all depended on his return. Trying to ease the tension, he joked about the future and ended the discussion. The others quickly prepared for the journey. The expedition traveled north and finally reached the ancient ruin, hidden among the wilderness and forgotten structures. Upon arrival, the group sensed an unusual disturbance. Strange magical energy surrounded the area, confirming the ruin was far from ordinary. As the group approached the ruin, an invisible force interfered with their magic. The strange pressure confirmed that something inside was actively protecting the area. After checking everyone's condition, they realized the disturbance affected only certain members. Despite the risk, the investigation continued. While discussing possible traps ahead, Kai warned the others to retreat if the situation became too dangerous. The group considered what might be hidden inside, including ancient machines or mechanical soldiers left behind by a forgotten civilization. Remembering Abyss and her connection to war technology, Kai suspected the ruin could be a laboratory. That possibility strengthened his resolve to uncover its secrets. While advancing through the ruin, Kai imagined the worst-case scenario. If countless war dolls like Abyss remained inside, the island could face a disaster, despite the danger. His companions promised to protect one another. Their determination strengthened the group's resolve to continue forward. Using a torch, they examined the tunnel and confirmed that enough air flowed through the passage for safe exploration. Kai analyzed the airflow and concluded that another chamber likely existed deeper within the structure. Soon, a hidden room was discovered. The group entered the chamber and found advanced machinery buried beneath centuries of decay. The mysterious ruin was beginning to reveal its true nature. Inside the chamber, the group examined strange materials and structures. Unlike anything found on the island, the facility appeared ancient yet remarkably preserved. Kai noticed signs of advanced engineering. Even after centuries, the room showed little damage from time, revealing the sophistication of its creators. Exploring further, they discovered several sealed cases near a blocked passage. The collapse prevented them from reaching deeper sections of the ruin. As Kai inspected the area, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind him. The unexpected presence caught the group completely off guard. Reacting instantly, Kai struck before the figure could act. The encounter marked their first direct contact with whatever had remained hidden inside the ancient facility. After the clash, the mysterious figure collapsed. Examining her closely, the group noticed a strong resemblance to Abyss and questioned her true identity. Believing the inactive girl was safer away from the ruin, Kai carried her back to the village for further investigation. Unsure how to wake her, Kai sought advice. A knowledgeable companion inspected the girl and quickly understood her condition. The examination revealed that the girl was not a living person but a prototype doll created as an artificial vessel. Unlike Abyss, the dormant doll showed no sign of life energy. This discovery suggested that she was incomplete and fundamentally different from the others. After examining the dormant doll, the group concluded that she had likely exhausted her energy source and could not function in her current state. A trusted companion agreed to watch over the doll while Kai continued investigating the discoveries brought back from the ruin. Among the recovered items were several unfamiliar objects made from materials nobody in the group could identify. Studying the facility further, they noticed a lack of cultural records. This led them to suspect that important information had been removed before the ruin was abandoned. Attention soon turned to the sealed cases. Believing no trap remained, the group carefully prepared to open the mysterious containers and uncover their contents. When the cases were opened, the group discovered neatly preserved maid uniforms. The unexpected contents left everyone confused. Further inspection revealed that every case contained clothing. One outfit matched the garments worn by the dormant doll from the ruin. The findings strengthened the connection between the mysterious girl and the ancient facility. The group began treating the items as important clues. Although the girl remained unconscious and unable to explain anything, suspicion grew that she had once belonged to the facility. As theories spread, the group wondered whether she was an ancient being preserved for centuries, waiting to awaken after a long sleep. After returning from the ruin, Kai reflected on everything they had discovered. The advanced technology, the dormant doll, and the preserved artifacts all pointed to a forgotten truth. Winter arrived after the group explored the ruins, bringing heavy snow and cheerful days filled with games together. As spring followed, everyone enjoyed the changing season while life in the village continued peacefully. Later they waited for the temple's mysterious ship, wondering if it would finally appear after years of absence. Kai promised to help another child find a family, if the opportunity came again, respecting the child's wishes. Meanwhile, the young girl quietly admitted she would not meet her own family, leaving Kai to understand her lingering sadness. 3 years had passed, and Kai believed the girl's family was unlikely to be alive, even if the temple ship returned. Despite his words, the girl sensed he was hiding his true feelings, though he remained calm and patient. Holding her hand, Kai admitted he still wished to meet his own family but would always place any new child first. Touched by his kindness, the girl agreed they would search for her family together if no new children arrived that year. Finally, Kai decided to introduce her to his family first, hoping the meeting would bring her comfort and hope. The girl accepted Kai's promise with a smile, believing they would face the future together. Meanwhile, Kai imagined how surprised his family would be to see how much their village had grown. Several days later, the long-awaited temple ship finally appeared, drawing everyone's attention toward the sea. Without hesitation, the winged scout rushed to inform Kai that the mysterious ship had arrived. As the vessel reached the dock, the group realized the newcomer was an adult instead of the child they had expected. The group hid in the forest while watching the unfamiliar woman, puzzled because no abandoned adult had ever appeared before. Kai chose to observe her carefully, ordering everyone to stay alert and only act if she showed hostile intentions. After the ship departed, they approached the stranded woman and freed her from the ropes without causing harm. He gently removed her blindfold, hoping to learn more about the mysterious visitor. Instead, they discovered the blindfold was a magical tool, and the woman questioned the island and introduced a new mystery about the sealed witch. The woman reacted nervously as Ren inspected her, while Kai tried to understand the strange mention of the sealed witch and the taboo island. Ren discovered a holy mark unlike any she had seen before, prompting Kai to question the woman's divine blessing. Instead of avoiding the question, she revealed that she served the time god Etern, leaving everyone surprised. She explained that her long mission at the great cathedral had kept her occupied without any freedom. 3 years earlier, a successor had finally been chosen, allowing her training duties to end and giving her the chance to leave. The woman learned that she had been exiled, leaving her confused and struggling to accept the unexpected punishment. Overcome with emotion, she explained that she had faithfully served the temple for centuries without ever questioning her duties. Soon, she broke down after revealing she had worked for 500 years, astonishing everyone around her. Unable to hold back her frustration, she cried out in despair over the unfair ending to her long service. Meanwhile, Ren believed the woman was telling the truth, while Kai realized the isolated village had become the exile's unexpected destination. She questioned whether the villagers were truly human after discovering they had lived on the Forbidden Island. Rather than answering immediately, Kai asked her to explain the sealed witch mentioned in her story. After losing hope, she agreed to reveal everything, believing she had nothing left to hide. She identified the witch as the legendary figure spoken of throughout history, leaving Kai puzzled by the unfamiliar tale. According to her account, the Blessed Witch had thrown the world into chaos nearly 700 years earlier. The woman explained that the witch granted blessings freely, causing chaos until the temple captured and sealed her away. Meanwhile, Kai questioned why the temple continued abandoning blessed people, instead of handling them directly. She answered that the temple feared a phenomenon known as the divine return, which could bring serious consequences. To everyone's surprise, the woman realized that knowledge about the divine return had almost disappeared over time. Finally, she revealed that killing a powerful blessed person scattered their abilities, leading the temple to forbid such actions. Kai asked what would happen if a blessed person died, and the woman warned that their powers could spread to others. She explained that the released power might affect an entire town, or become even stronger if absorbed by a human. Hearing the explanation, Kai finally understood why the temple never executed abandoned blessed children. To clarify her point, the woman described how lingering resentment could transform released power into a dangerous disaster. Furthermore, she revealed that exiling blessed people to remote islands greatly reduced the risk of widespread destruction. Ren asked where the sealed witch was, but the woman admitted she had no idea. While Kai realized the temple had planned everything carefully, she added that the 4 great cathedrals still supplied magical power, making them the most likely place for the witch's seal. After answering their questions, the woman became curious and asked Kai's group to reveal their identities. Kai introduced himself and Ren, explaining they were simply islanders living on the isolated land. Finally, the woman introduced herself as Rosalind and invited everyone to call her Rosa. Kai noticed St. Clair worried about the island's dangerous mana particles, then reassured her while leading their walk. Kai explained he and Abyss had lived there for almost 3 years, defeating monsters and adapting without suffering serious. Together they continued along the forest path while St. Clair observed her surroundings carefully, becoming curious about Kai's experiences. Attention shifted towards St. Clair's mysterious blindfold, after Kai remembered it was a magical tool and wondered about its. St. Clair revealed the enchanted blindfold had been placed upon her before beginning priestess duties, and she had never. Kai guessed St. Clair's magical blindfold required a password, while realizing 5 centuries had erased everyone capable of removing it. During their walk, Kai questioned St. Clair's devotion, yet she appeared more practical than someone devoted to strict religious doctrine. Kai remembered his adoptive father ignoring temple lessons, making him wonder whether inquisitors truly enforced every religious teaching without exception. St. Clair explained her 5 centuries of service made every bishop younger, causing everyone to respectfully treat her like a scientist. Curious about her extraordinary longevity, Kai asked why St. Clair remained youthful and what responsibilities occupied her throughout those 5 centuries. St. Clair revealed her divine blessing stops time for her body, allowing 5 centuries to pass without changing her youthful appearance. She explained her sacred duty required protecting the temple's sleeping patron saint while preserving herself through her extraordinary time, stopping blessing. Kai and Abyss listened as St. Clair described the mysterious patron saint, whom she called the eternally resting man. St. Clair spent 500 years repeatedly stopping time before sleeping beside the patron saint, creating an exhausting endless routine. Abyss wondered whether frozen time felt instantaneous, but St. Clair admitted her consciousness remained awake throughout the entire experience instead. St. Clair explained her blessing halted only her personal time, leaving her fully conscious whenever the sacred power remained active. Kai questioned the temple's strange decision, but St. Clair admitted the patron saint's purpose remained one of their greatest secrets. According to St. Clair, the sleeping patron saint protected the entire world, although nobody ever explained the mysterious truth behind him. St. Clair revealed the temple abandoned her, prompting Kai to listen carefully while learning more about her lonely past. Kai introduced his growing island nation and welcomed St. Clair, offering her a new home alongside everyone already living there. Kai welcomed St. Clair into the village, where Abyss, Yuri, and everyone greeted her before introducing several friendly companions. Remembering St. Clair's blindfold, Kai suggested testing whether Rosa could remove its powerful blessing after 500 long years. Kai asked Rosa to heal St. Clair's eyes, hoping she could restore abilities left unused throughout countless years of isolation. St. Clair thanked Kai after hearing Yuri praise his kindness, admitting she admired everything he accomplished while protecting the island's people. Overjoyed, St. Clair praised Kai's achievements, while Yuri teased her excitement and joked she admired him far more than expected. Kai revealed he wanted to remove St. Clair's blindfold, although she feared forcing it off would trigger its deadly curse. Ignoring St. Clair's worries, Kai instructed Rosa to keep her eyes closed before attempting the dangerous blindfold removal with Kaide's support. Katie activated her healing magic while Rosa reached toward the enchanted blindfold, preparing for any injuries caused during the risky attempt. The enchanted blindfold released with a sharp sound, leaving St. Clair unharmed as everyone watched the unexpected success with relief. St. Clair opened her eyes after 500 years, while the gathered companions celebrated the miraculous moment with overwhelming joy. St. Clair gazed across the bright sky with tearful eyes, overwhelmed after witnessing sunlight again for the first time in centuries. Overcome with emotion, St. Clair recognized Kai's face at last, expressing joyful gratitude after regaining her precious eyesight through his kindness. Kai welcomed St. Clair into his growing nation, while she smiled after discovering far more companions than she had ever imagined. Later everyone gathered for dinner, and St. Clair reacted with amazement after seeing an enormous feast prepared for the welcoming celebration. St. Clair enjoyed warm food, explaining the temple only served cold meals because underground ruins remained naturally chilled throughout every season. St. Clair celebrated her freedom, delicious meals, and new friendships, then expressed heartfelt gratitude toward Rukia for changing her lonely fate. Hearing Rukia's name, Kai froze with shock, as St. Clair explained the blessed girl had inherited the time god's extraordinary blessing. Alarmed by the revelation, Kai questioned St. Clair about Rukia's full name, age, and birthplace, without hiding his concern. St. Clair recalled Rukia Husqvarna came from Ravelda and believed she was around 15 years old when they previously met. St. Clair explained Rukia inherited the patron saint's burden, remaining blindfolded beneath cold underground ruins until another successor eventually appeared. Learning where Rukia was imprisoned, Kai declared he would rescue his missing sister without wasting another precious moment. Surprised by his determination, St. Clair realized Kai was Rukia's older brother, while his resolve never wavered despite the shocking revelation. Meanwhile, Katie revealed Rukia had searched for Kai, proving she always believed her long-lost brother remained alive somewhere. Recalling those events, St. Clair explained Rukia investigated every clue, even relying on the God of Truth's blessing during her search. St. Clair identified Manhwa Cathedral as the patron saint's headquarters, warning its underground chamber could only open from the inside. St. Clair explained the underground chamber would remain accessible for 2 years after Rukia entered her endless slumber beneath the cathedral. After hearing Kai's question, St. Clair admitted she never abandoned her duty because her younger sister still depended on her return. Moved by her determination, Kai promised Rukia deserved saving, while Rosa quietly suspected the exhausted girl had already fallen asleep. Gripping the table with firm resolve, Kai realized nobody except him could rescue his younger sister from that unbearable fate. Soon, Abyss suggested multiplying Kai through his golden seed of creation, hoping another version could assist the dangerous rescue mission. Confused by the proposal, Kai asked for clarification, prompting Aruji to embarrass Abyss after misunderstanding the meaning of multiplication. Blushing deeply, Abyss offered to demonstrate her interpretation until Aruji realized Kai meant creating copies rather than having children. Elsewhere, the village reached another development milestone, unlocking wine production while the elves anticipated preparing even better meals for everyone. Katie stood on deck as sunlight caught the sails of the Golden Hind, marveling at how much space the ship offered everyone aboard. Abyss calculated their current pace and told the crew that 7 days remained before their ship would finally reach the port of Milwaukee. Turning toward Rosa on the deck, Kai admitted there was something important he wanted to ask her about a certain ability she possessed. Rosa revealed that her power let her speed up or slow down the flow of time itself, though reversing it remained impossible. Grabbing a small clay Haniwa figure from the pioneer village, Kai held it out and asked Rosa to demonstrate her power on it. Light surged around her hands as Rosa invoked Permanence's principle, and the fragile clay figure turned into solid, unbreakable gold at once. Ren and Kaide gasped from the railing when Rosa mentioned that she could even forge an unbreakable sword using this very method. Rosa explained that at her current level, she could freeze an object's flow of time in place for nearly 4 continuous years. A sudden memory of a magic collar surfaced when Kai asked whether Rosa still recalled using her ability on it back then. Studying the bracelet held in her memory, Rosa confirmed without doubt that she had indeed cast her ability upon it long ago. Kai explained that slave merchants had been receiving blessed magical tools smuggled out through hidden connections deep inside the corrupt temple itself. Pressing further again, Kai wanted to know exactly how many people actually knew the truth about her and the sleeping man underground. Counting one by one on her fingers, Rosa named the Pope, the Archbishop, and the Cardinal among the small circle who knew. 2 more names followed. After that, Rosa added belonging to the special grade Inquisitor and a young guard who stood watch nearby. Only one single person held that Inquisitor title, Rosa clarified, and Kai seemed surprised by just how exclusive the position truly was. Fame surrounded that particular name, Rosa noted, which led Kai to wonder aloud with unease if it belonged to someone called V. A cold smile flickered through his memory as V. Clauser's identity was confirmed, the sole special grade Inquisitor and a special blessed too. Cheerful words often hid something far darker, Rosa warned, since V could commit terrible acts without showing any visible hesitation at all. Among certain important circles far away, Rosa mentioned, powerful people still referred to him using the title star reading Child of God, descending the stairs together. Kai guessed Vi might be some kind of astrologer, and wondered if he waited for them at Milwaukee. Rosa explained that Va stayed constantly on the move, meaning no guarantee existed that he remained inside the holy city itself. Kai asked whether Rosa knew anyone else living in Milwaukee who might offer help once they finally reached the city. Rosa admitted her contact with the outside world stayed limited to Va, though she vaguely recognized the Pope and Archbishop's names. Sleeping for years at a stretch, Rosa explained, meant decades passed before she noticed the boy she once knew had changed completely. 20 years had slipped by unnoticed, Rosa recalled, and by the time she woke, someone else had already taken his place. Kai offered a quiet apology after hearing her story, though Rosa insisted she had already accepted that lonely fate long ago. Watching from above the deck, Kai clenched his fist tightly, refusing to accept that giving in was truly her only option. Determination burned in his eyes as Kai declared that unlike his previous life, he now had people worth protecting and saving. Simone still needed rescuing if he simply reached out his hand. Kai realized unwilling to abandon her the way fate intended. Calling her name across the ship's deck, Kai promised Rukia that he would come find her no matter the distance ahead. 7 days passed at sea before the crew spotted land, confirming that Milwaukee indeed lay directly east, according to their map. Studying the surrounding territories, the group noted the Empire's land stretched westward, while the Northern Alliance controlled everything beyond that border. Someone pointed toward Rukia Cathedral on the map, while another mentioned the Marni Federation's territory of Zak sitting further south. Despite the divided nations surrounding them, pilgrims alone could travel freely between borders, proof of the temple's overwhelming influence and reach. Understanding the reasoning now, Kai realized why pilgrim clothes had been prepared in advance specifically for Koro Chan's upcoming journey ashore. Priests often stationed themselves at border crossings, Kai noted, likely carrying blessings from the god of search meant for catching spies. Their group might mistakenly get flagged as fugitives, Rosa warned, especially if High Priestess Morella had already informed V about them. Gathered around the table, the crew agreed their first priority should be collecting basic information before making any further moves inland. Rosa admitted her own knowledge felt useless, since information from 500 years ago offered little value for their current situation. Turning toward her directly, Kai asked if Rosa would be willing to join the group heading into the city together. The Magic Division member warned that letting even one specialist inside risked exposure, so their group preferred staying back and watching. Kai asked whether Ren would also be joining them, but learned abilities from the god of search couldn't detect her presence. Summono explained that since Ren was born directly from Alamira's blessing, she existed completely separate from ordinary mages found across this world. Once the sun set, the group planned to lower a small boat and quietly row toward shore under cover. Rosa offered to ask around among people familiar with the Folly Faith's doctrines, while Kai requested a few trusted guards accompany them. Under fading light, the group rowed toward the beach, disguised themselves as pilgrims, and joined a crowd heading toward the city. Golden spires rose above the towering walls of Milwaukee ahead, leaving Kai staring silently at the sprawling holy city before them. Kai wondered whether pilgrims always gathered together this early, or whether some special occasion had drawn such a massive crowd today. A girl named Ria waved excitedly through the crowd, admitting she had overheard everything while introducing herself as a merchant's daughter. Bold and unbothered by her background, Ria explained that pilgrims had gathered because of the approaching Millennium Festival celebration this year. More visitors than usual filled the holy city this season, someone noted, all drawn by the grand anniversary festivities ahead. 2 separate cathedrals stood within Milwaukee, one dedicated to Saint Peri, the other honoring Saint Arthur, founder of the Folly Faith. As a popular tourist destination, pilgrims typically toured both cathedrals before visiting the gallery and museum, while Kai warned everyone not to wander off and become separated. Kai lay in a hospital bed watching a broadcast of a famous shrine on the television across the room, remembering the life he once lived before fate carried him into another world entirely. He recalled the crowd surging endlessly toward the Torii Gate, a slow-moving sea of people stretching as far as the eye could see, feeling as though the scene belonged to a world removed from his own. Grinning at the memory now, he admitted that the crowd surrounding him in this new world looked twice as rough as anything he had witnessed back then during that festival. Chapter 50 began with Kai walking through a foreign city alongside Yuri, Ren, and the rest of his companions, all bundled in traveling cloaks and moving together through the dense, unfamiliar crowd. Yuri wondered aloud whether the crowds would grow even larger once summer finally arrived, since the festival apparently reached its true peak only once the warmer season truly began each year. Ren admitted she had never once heard anything about a festival occurring only every 1,000 years, though its name, the Millennium Festival, certainly seemed to suggest exactly that kind of rarity. The girls mentioned that pilgrims were apparently offered free lodging, prompting Kai to recall that 1,000 years earlier the war against the demons had ended, making this likely a solemn commemoration. One companion joked that free lodging surely wouldn't mean private rooms, imagining them all crammed together inside a single shrunken bed within Kai's handheld pioneer village instead of a proper inn. Wanting to avoid prying eyes out in the open street, the group agreed to simply pay for lodging, rather than keep searching, then made their way toward the inn to settle in properly. Once everyone took a short break, Kai announced that he, Ren, and Yuri would head to the cathedral first to scout things out, using the inn as their temporary base of operations. The remaining girls cheered with excitement upon hearing they were free to explore the town on their own, while Kai instructed them to shop around and quietly gather whatever information they could find. Kai reassured Yuri that everything would be perfectly fine, though she reminded him firmly that this situation was not some game and real caution still mattered a great deal here. Watching the other girls chatter eagerly about wanting some fun of their own, since it was their first time off the island in quite a while, Yuri warned them sternly against doing anything dangerous. As the group began splitting toward the cathedral, Kai noticed Yuri had drifted into quiet thought and asked her directly what exactly had been occupying her mind this entire time. Yuri admitted softly that walking through town together like this felt like an entirely new experience for her, a simple confession that caught Kai slightly off guard in return. Sarah then teased Kai about doting heavily on Ren while she herself had been away, catching him completely off guard with a loud, startled burst of protest in response. Sarah insisted she could always see straight through Ren's attitude, no matter what excuse was given, warning Kai playfully never to underestimate her sharp and observant eye again. Ren snapped in frustration at being called out, but Kuromo casually revealed that Ren had already let the truth slip without putting up much resistance at all. Ren defended herself, insisting they truly hadn't done anything worth anyone worrying about, while privately noting how relieved another girl had seemed once her collar had finally come off for good. Kai admitted he felt that same quiet relief now that the collar was gone, prompting Ren to blurt out that she and Sarah were practically like sisters to one another. Ren scolded herself for blabbing carelessly, while Sarah teased that she clearly had a soft spot for Yuri, all while Kai muttered feeling completely worn out from the crowded festival streets already. Yuri suddenly threw herself against Kai, playfully suggesting he try doing something secretive with her since she was royalty too, though he firmly refused, despite her insistent, teasing embrace. Sitting among the packed crowd, Kai wondered how this cathedral truly differed from any other before Yuri pointed out. It was the path leading toward St. Perry's Cathedral itself. Yuri explained that Perry apparently maintained facilities designed to continue sending power toward a sealed witch, much like what St. Rukia had once done back in Zax long ago. Kai stated plainly that they had no business there this time, while a statue nearby seemed to represent Perry and Rukia, both martyred as saints because of the witch's seal. Standing before the towering cathedral of St. Arthur, founder of the Folly faith, Yuri admitted the sight truly felt overwhelming, especially since she had been told to visit at least once. Walking through the grand hall filled with faithful worshippers, Kai silently questioned how many children had been sacrificed to maintain such pure hearts and the tremendous authority standing behind them. Watching two clergymen dine in comfort, Kai's eyes burned with quiet fury as he resolved they should pay for their cruelty toward the innocent right there and then without hesitation. A vision of Ren appeared before him, her expression unreadable, and Kai froze in place as her name escaped his lips in stunned, quiet recognition of the moment. She offered coldly that she could reduce the entire garden to ash within a single minute, urging her master gently that it was all right, that he was fully capable of doing it. Kai admitted he didn't resent everything about this world, yet firmly declared to himself that he wouldn't go through with such destructive action, repeating the refusal twice over. He reflected that there was no point bringing more suffering to those still alive, for the sake of those who couldn't survive, resolving instead to protect his small nation from ruin. Kai wished only for the world to overlook their quiet existence on the island, just as murmurs of God and startled voices rippled faintly through the surrounding crowd around him. 1 year earlier, a carriage escorted by armored knights rattled toward the holy city of Milwaukee, with Eve and another girl marveling loudly at how enormous the city truly appeared. Eve recalled living nearby when she was small, mentioning a famous dumpling shop she wanted to visit again, before noticing Rukia suddenly seemed lost somewhere deep in her own thoughts. Rukia insisted she felt perfectly fine, brushing off her companion's concern as they promised solemnly to escort her safely to Milwaukee, calling it their final and most important duty. Yet the moment she returned to Revelda, summons awaited her back in Milwaukee, and she confessed she hadn't seen her father even once during her 2 years living at the convent. Her companions remarked how deeply she cared for her family, noting her father must worry constantly over his only daughter, especially since he had always lived entirely alone. Determined to finally locate her missing brother at their Milwaukee headquarters, Rukia was soon met by a smiling stranger introduced as V. Klauser, a feared special-grade inquisitor. Closing Chapter 50. Rukia stepping out from the carriage alongside her two friends, all bundled warmly against the cold as they arrived within the towering, unfamiliar Holy City streets. Overlooking the sprawling city below, Rukia admitted she had simply been lost in thought, quickly apologizing when her friend gently asked if something troubling was weighing on her mind. Her companion remarked that Rukia always retreated quickly into herself, while the other girl protested loudly that parting ways here felt like an especially cold and sudden farewell. Reassuring her that they remained true friends regardless of distance, they urged Rukia to share her troubles, prompting her to admit quietly how lonely this parting truly felt. The two friends embraced her warmly, promising that calling their travels a pilgrimage meant they could return every single year, insisting she take good care of herself. Meanwhile, Rukia explained she had been summoned here under direct orders from the Archbishop himself, meaning she likely wouldn't remain in this city, even if they returned again next year. She promised instead that she would visit them in their home country someday, easing their sudden panic at the thought that they might never see each other again. As her friends waved and called it a firm promise, Rukia quietly admitted to herself she might never actually get the chance to see either of them again. Walking alone afterward, Rukia resolved that she could discover her brother's whereabouts here, and refused to let an entire year slip by before finding him at last. She vowed to search for him even if doing so meant making an enemy of the temple itself, questioning why her own 3 blessings were permitted, while her brother's blessing from Alamira wasn't. Escorted deep into the cathedral, past looming statues of saints, Rukia was formally greeted by a man who introduced himself politely as pleased to finally meet her. He identified himself as Vi Klauser, the special-grade inquisitor personally overseeing her upcoming duty, leaving Rukia quietly startled at learning exactly who this powerful figure truly was. V instructed her to wrap fabric tightly around her face, promising to explain her assigned duty properly. Once they began walking together toward wherever this new task awaited, he warned that their destination remained strictly forbidden knowledge, insisting she never remove the blindfold or reveal to anyone where they were headed. As they proceeded further inside, descending countless stairs while blindfolded, Rukia admitted she couldn't use her eye of truth this way, as Vi knocked and called out, asking whether someone inside was still awake. Once she completed her tour of the 4 cathedrals, Vi greeted a fellow inquisitor, mentioning he'd brought a long-awaited newcomer, while explaining he'd needed to purge a troublesome bishop beforehand. The masked girl introduced herself excitedly as Rosalind, delighted that Rukia had finally arrived, grabbing her enthusiastically while admitting she had been anxiously waiting for her arrival. Rosalind marveled that a true successor had finally come, noting it was the first blessed individual to appear since Vi himself, leaving Rukia confused about what exactly a successor entailed. Rosalind confessed she had endured this duty admirably for 500 long years, leaving Rukia stunned. As V explained, she would now use her blessing of time similarly. V described the duty simply: use her ability to freeze time upon the slumbering patron saint, waking only to renew it before it expired, repeating the process endlessly forever. V instructed Rosalind to personally train Rukia, explaining she needed to stop time for at least a full year while commuting daily to this hidden underground area from her lodgings. Rukia sat stunned, realizing she would spend the next 500 years confined within this same underground room, forced to wear a blindfold every single time she came here. Confined within the holy city, time passed uneventfully as she failed to locate her brother or escape the temple's constant watchful surveillance, and an entire year eventually slipped away. Rosalind praised her huge growth, guessing Rukia could now stop time for roughly 2 years. Though Rukia questioned curiously why they kept using their ability specifically on the Pope's clothing, Rosalind explained it preserved valuable items like clothing, fine art, and even ancient magical tools reserved for bishops of high rank, noting this was genuinely part of a time-blessed's duty. Startled, Rukia realized Rosalind was informing her that from this point forward, she alone would be responsible for continuing this exact same preservation work going forward indefinitely. Rosalind revealed happily that V had visited recently, promising he would finally set her free after enduring this forever duty. Though her expression afterward fell strangely silent and hollow, Rosalind reasoned that staying alive still meant one could start life over again, citing the Folly Faith's teaching that only those embracing today truly held the key toward tomorrow. Rukia quietly agreed to do her best as well, while Rosalind rejoiced tearfully, clutching Vi's hand and declaring she was finally holding the long-awaited key to her freedom. Shortly afterward, V took Rosalind away somewhere unknown, while Rukia demanded to see her brother immediately, declaring she no longer cared whether the temple discovered her search for him. V handed Rukia a stationary letter, explaining she'd been honored with writing sacred orders addressed to her father, essentially informing him they could never meet again, and to forget her. Suddenly activating her Eye of Truth, Rukia forcibly grabbed onto V, desperately searching for hidden truths buried deep within his deceptive smile and carefully guarded expression. Visions flooded rapidly through her mind, fragmented images of unfamiliar places and people flashing violently past as she struggled to process everything she was suddenly witnessing all at once. V admitted being caught completely off guard, acknowledging that she had somehow seen through his carefully hidden secret despite his usual practiced composure in front of others. He revealed coldly that her brother, blessed by the wicked god, had already been dead for 3 years now, praising her remarkable talent for absorbing so much truth instantly. V explained that Rosalind had known far too much, insisting the world couldn't allow someone blessed by the wicked god to live, since it would surely bring massive calamity. He warned that abandoning this duty would drag innocent believers straight to hell, threatening her father and friends directly, insisting the world's fate now rested entirely within her hands. V promised to replace her cloth blindfold with a proper magical tool once she officially began her duties, instructing her to finish writing the letter before he departed. Alone in her room afterward, Rukia collapsed to the floor, whispering brokenly that a world without her brother already felt completely and irreparably shattered beyond any repair. Tears streaming silently down her face in the darkness, Rukia murmured that she already had no light left within her, closing chapter 51 on that devastating note. Stepping outside once more, Abyss feels a surge of excitement after being confined below ground for so long, while Kaede studies her strange blindfold curiously. Curious about the mystery, Kaede offers to search through Abyss's memories using her blessing from the God of Truth, hoping something useful surfaces. Nothing about that idea bothers Abyss, since uncovering her memories might also reveal exactly where their missing brother has been hiding. Grateful for the chance, Kaede thanks Abyss, despite the daunting 500 years of memories ahead, then activates her ability, Eye of Truth. Energy erupts violently around them, as Kaede pushes deeper into Abyss's ancient memories, searching desperately through centuries of buried, forgotten history. Disappointed by the results, Kaede admits she found no leads regarding their brother, though Abyss quickly reassures her that it truly does not matter. Within those memories, only solitude and quiet resignation remained visible, a fate Abyss seemed to have accepted long before Kaede ever arrived. Sensing herself slipping into that same darkness, Kaede resolves to extract vital information from that man before her resolve completely disappears. Using her ability called God's Keen Eye, Ren fails to spot Rukia Husqvarna, though she confirms the target hides inside a building near the cathedral. According to information from Rosa, the target retreats into an underground room, prompting Kai to thank Ren sincerely for her continued effort. Returning together afterward, Kai tells Ren he plans to gather everyone on the island once the royal guards finally make their way back. Several villagers approach carrying a small basket, explaining they wanted Kai and the others to sample a particular souvenir they had found. Sold at a modest stall in Milwaukee, this skewered treat turns out to be an old and cherished piece of local cuisine. Savoring the nostalgic flavor, Ren closes her eyes contentedly, while Kaede questions the unusual sweet beans coating this unfamiliar, curious snack. Recognizing the ingredients instantly, Kai realizes this sweet skewer is actually red bean dango, made from rice, a food deeply tied to his past. Teasingly, Kai wonders aloud whether rice truly serves as the elves' entire staple diet, earning a sharp embarrassed rebuke from Ren. Standing together, Kai and Ren decide someone from their pioneer village should finally travel outward and study life beyond their borders. Noticing his distracted expression, Ren gently asks whether thoughts of his little sister are weighing heavily on Kai's mind. Again, admitting he has never actually met Rukia, Kai listens as Ren encourages him confidently, insisting he is fully capable of saving her. Warmth fills her voice as Ren tells Kai she can already picture the dazzling brilliance awaiting the future he will build himself. Ren marvels at Kai's powerful energy, admitting even skilled mages, alongside Abyss and herself, lack anything comparable to what he possesses. Encouraged by her words, Kai feels genuine confidence building within him, while Ren insists nobody could possibly match his hidden strength. Standing near the fireplace, the group examines a complicated map showing St. Arthur Cathedral, noting its structure spans several hundred meters alone. Even Revel, despite his usual reliability, still could not determine Rukia's exact location, leaving everyone uncertain about their next move forward. Confident things would work out eventually, Kai reassures the group, though Ren wonders aloud whether V might already be moving ahead of them. Calculating the timeline carefully, Ren questions whether Vi would already be returning toward the holy city after roughly 10 days had passed. Kai suddenly realizes a noticeable gap existed between the two boats' speeds, meaning Golden Hind had likely traveled there much faster overall. Since Vi now held considerable authority, Ren suspects guards accompany him, meaning he is probably laying groundwork for Rukia's assigned duty already. Worried about drawing attention, Kai hopes to avoid causing a scene that could somehow link everything back to their hidden island. Growing impatient with careful planning, Ren suggests they simply resolve the situation directly by bringing V straight to their island instead. Confused by her sudden proposal, Kai questions whether she truly means confining him, while Ren calmly explains she can simply stop him. Admitting she still holds a grudge for being abandoned there, Ren speaks casually about something genuinely unsettling Kai completely in response. With everyone finally agreeing to tail Vi tomorrow, Kai anticipates the moment he moves toward wherever Rukia currently remains hidden. According to their plan, the group would sneak inside wearing priest outfits crafted by Kuromo, relying heavily on convincing acting skills. When asked who would join the mission, Kai unexpectedly volunteers himself, surprising both Ren and Kaide with his sudden declaration. Raising her hand enthusiastically, Katie insists only she could possibly fill that particular role, surprising everyone gathered around the table. Since magical specialists remained scarce among enemies, the mage squad stayed on standby, while hooded disguises helped conceal their identities effectively. Explaining blessings wouldn't affect him, Kai asks Ren to accompany the group, confirming their infiltration would officially begin tomorrow. Rain fell steadily over Milwaukee that night, while Ren, exhausted from the long boat trip, drifted quietly into peaceful sleep. Feeling unfamiliar in her borrowed clothing, Ren prepares alongside everyone, as Kai asks Revel to confirm Vi's current whereabouts immediately. Warning Kai urgently, Ren reveals V is already moving, apparently having arrived swiftly at the cathedral's eastern temple location. Realizing time was limited, Kai decides against waiting in line among ordinary pilgrims, planning instead to have Shinobi place an exit stake nearby. While Kai narrowly dodges her enthusiastic leap, Ren insists she genuinely carries wonderful news despite his understandably cautious, surprised reaction. Celebrating enthusiastically, Ren announces reaching level 40, though Kai jokingly questions whether such rapid progress seems suspiciously fast for her. Rice, it turns out, played a crucial role in that envisioned civilization, functioning as a genuinely special and valuable item. Newly created, the Western Village exit stake pleases Ren immensely, who happily mentions the treat she'd been anticipating had finally arrived. Delighted by this convenient timing, Kai explains villagers can now access exits positioned north, south, east, and west simultaneously. Thanking Ren warmly for her timely ability, Kai admits this addition might genuinely help him manage upcoming challenges ahead. Deep within the cathedral's towering halls, Kai and Ren moved cautiously alongside their companions, one girl remarking that wandering aimlessly through such an enormous building would likely lead nowhere near their target. Confident despite the maze of corridors, one of the girls explained that she had spotted V earlier back in Zax, meaning she already recognized both his voice and distinctive scent well. Something about the structure ahead struck them as familiar, resembling the ruins from their island, and Kai found himself quietly wondering whether this counted as some kind of hidden shrine. Stairs descending into darkness revealed that the entrance actually led toward a concealed underground room, with someone pointing out that V had apparently continued further inside, alongside another unfamiliar figure. Pushing forward without hesitation was Kai's instinct, though Ren cautioned against causing any commotion this early. While behind them the girls quietly debated what should be done about the lookouts. Blocking their path, armored guards declared the area strictly forbidden until Kai smoothly claimed V had personally requested he deliver some blessed items, introducing himself as Inquisitor ELVES to ease suspicion. Adding further weight to the ruse, the girls mentioned that the grave tender's position had reportedly changed for the first time in 5 centuries, leaving the flustered guard stammering nervously in response. Murmuring among themselves afterward, the soldiers commented on how pretty one girl looked, noting that V had already led several hooded people through, and that traffic here had grown busier lately. Blurting something entirely unrelated, one guard unknowingly let the disguised group pass without further questioning, while the girl beside Kai teased that he made an even better actor than she did. Descending the staircase calmly, 2 hooded figures greeted the group and explained that any trespassers among them would simply be asked politely to leave, rather than face immediate suspicion. Nearly at their destination now, their guide instructed Celis directly to head further ahead and check things out first, while the rest of the group waited quietly behind her. Facing the blindfolded girl, the figure announced that starting today, she would carry out her duties within this very room, though first she needed to wear a blindfold, exactly like Rosalind once had. Without warning, Ren halted the group's advance and alerted Kai that someone unfamiliar had turned back, and now stood quietly in the hallway ahead, clearly not returning. Bracing for confrontation, Kai instructed Abyss to strike immediately with lightning, the moment their target appeared, reasoning that an unexpected ambush would prove far more dangerous than acting first themselves. Landing suddenly within the Grand Hall, a hooded figure unleashed a burst of lightning toward Abyss, who charged forward without hesitation and split the incoming attack apart using her drawn blade, erupting violently between them. A blinding explosion of light and energy left onlookers stunned. Since the mysterious woman had somehow managed to counteract Abyss's retaliating strike with unsettling ease, watching intently from behind, Kai wondered aloud whether the figure ahead truly practiced magic, admitting he had simply assumed the priest's personal guard would turn out to be an ordinary blessed. Recognizing the fighting style instantly, the mysterious woman addressed Abyss directly, remarking that a full 1,000 years had somehow passed since the two of them had last crossed paths together. Sharp curling horns suddenly emerged from the woman's head as overwhelming power radiated outward, causing Kai to recall uneasily that this presence matched the mocking figure from the island's ruins. Naming her old rival Replicant, Abyss received an answer in kind as the horned woman called her Celestial, smiling while declaring this moment their long-awaited reunion after centuries apart. Calmly correcting her rival's earlier claim, Abyss noted that some of the ruined replicas from before had apparently survived intact, unlike what their enemy assumed about total destruction. Rather unfazed by admitting she was alive, Abyss shrugged off the horned woman's insistence that every unit should have been wiped out entirely on the day everything fell apart. Standing guard before the entrance, the horned figure declared she would never let outsiders pass, since those orders came directly from her master, whom Kai suddenly suspected might be someone unexpected. Trembling slightly at the name V. Klauser, Kai realized with dawning horror that synthetic humans resembling the ruins' demons were somehow serving this cathedral's forces. Smirking with confidence, the horned woman mocked the idea that an old general-purpose model like Abyss could possibly overpower someone as advanced as herself without struggling. Declaring she intended to force her way through regardless of resistance, the horned figure faced Abyss, who simply refused to budge and questioned whether her rival had lost her senses. Standing firm alongside three companions, Abyss reminded her opponent that 4 united fighters now blocked the path, politely asking whether she would still refuse to let them through. Radiating destructive energy suddenly, the horned woman boasted about her own overwhelming strength, unleashing a shockwave that forced Yuri to summon Valkyrie's holy ground as protection for everyone nearby. Grinning mischievously despite the danger, the fox-eared girl admitted this marked the very first time Kai had ever given her such a direct, reckless order to unleash everything. Encouraging Abyss to finally get serious, Kai urged her to make their intimidating opponent tremble, instead of holding back any longer against such an overwhelming threat. Charging forward without warning, Abyss struck decisively, declaring that hiding behind a defensive shield forever would never be an option available to her stubborn opponent. Reeling in shock afterward, the horned woman accused Abyss of somehow erasing her carefully prepared magic entirely, unable to comprehend how such a technique had even been possible. Recovering quickly from her surprise, the horned figure lashed out again, only to be met with unexpected resistance as her attack collided violently against another defensive barrier. Watching everything unfold nearby, the horned woman sarcastically wondered when exactly her opponent had somehow learned to conjure such a bothersome and unpredictable countermeasure. Unleashing flames dramatically across the battlefield, the fox-eared mage declared herself the Great Hellfire Mage, urging everyone present to witness her true and terrifying power firsthand. Taunting her mockingly afterward, Abyss questioned what kind of great mage would falter so easily, prompting furious retaliation as their exchange of blows grew fiercer by the second. Grinning fiercely mid-combat, the fox-eared girl pressed her advantage further, scorching her opponent directly and drawing an infuriated cry as the burns clearly began taking their toll. Stepping forward relentlessly, Abyss closed the distance entirely, delivering a final crackling strike that finally overwhelmed her opponent's defenses and ended the drawn-out confrontation for good. Collapsing weakly afterward, the horned woman admitted she could no longer summon any strength, questioning where exactly this unfamiliar, peaceful-looking place had suddenly taken her. Rosa strains to remember the last thing she saw before the blindfold went over her eyes, while a pale-haired man in a cathedral uniform tells her he intends to fit her with a magical blindfold of his own. Buried memories surface instead, young voices wishing for a normal life together, wanting to share meals, sleep under the same blanket, and simply see their big brother's face one more time. Rosa tears the blindfold off, crying out for her brother. And at that same moment Kai returns home, calling that he is back and asking someone to open the door, startling everyone inside. Kai's group reaches the underground chamber and finds the path sealed, so they decide to use Kaide's power to open it while having Rosa inspect the room from within. A voice notices the newcomers have brought along a guardian, recognizing the presence of a Tenohira among them. Katie prepares a temporary life spell as Rin and Kai encourage her, trusting her to make it work. The group wonders what to try next, guessing a protective blessing must be shielding the door, since their attempts seem to bounce off harmlessly. Rin suggests using a replicant celestial instead, pointing out that the real celestial had been ordered by Bai to drive them away. Kai questions whether the replica will actually cooperate, and Rin proposes using the mock version they recovered from the ruins, insisting they do not need the original for this. The mock celestial responds cheerfully, and the group decides to simply call her Celeste. Kai rehearses the exact words Celeste should say at the door, settling on the same greeting Kai always uses. Kai learns the door has an intercom system, and Celeste explains that the button on the console must be pressed to be heard from the other side. Celeste agrees to handle it, while Kai quietly decides Rosa should stay hidden, unwilling to reveal that she is still alive. Celeste speaks the rehearsed line into the console, the door grinds open, and Kai signals Abyss to strike. The attack bounces off uselessly, and the pale-haired man admits he sensed something was wrong before the intruders arrived. He recognizes Kai from their encounter at Kia Cathedral, and demands surrender, but Kai refuses to answer him. The man remarks that security will need tightening. Surprised intruders of this level slipped through at all. Kade quickly surrenders, unwilling to die, prompting Kai to ask what the man plans to do next. Kai confirms this is the right place, while the blindfolded man stays silent nearby. Rosa notes that Rukia is nowhere to be found, though the room's layout remains exactly as she remembered it. Katie senses another presence in the room, and Kai rushes forward calling out, only for a silent shadowed figure to answer with nothing but silence. A bearded man wrapped in a blanket sits alone in the dark, his expression sharp and wary, clearly disoriented after waking somewhere unfamiliar. He demands to know who locked him away in such a place, and Kai, equally confused, asks who he even is. Rosa freezes at the sight of him, stunned that he is awake, while the man in turn demands to know who these strangers are. Elsewhere, Celis activates the intercom exactly as rehearsed, telling the console someone is back and asking for the door to open, just as the Pope questions what is happening. The Pope arrives and announces that the Bai Council has reached its decision, revealing they intend to awaken the Guardian Saint. A subordinate asks if the ancient legend is truly something they must act on now, and the Pope confirms they have finally found a way to operate the device. Rosa, blindfolded, quietly accepts that her powers and duties as a tool of the Church may no longer be needed once this plan proceeds. The Pope declares they will shatter the witch's seal and destroy her as the centerpiece of the coming Millennium Festival. He admits that awakening the Guardian Saint was always secondary, since maintaining the 4 cathedrals sealing the witch has drained too much money and manpower. A stunned subordinate asks where they could possibly gather enough power to defeat her. The Pope answers plainly that they will use the divine recoil released when a triple blessed dies, meaning Rosa herself. The others realize with horror that Rosa carries the power of time and death within her, making her the perfect living weapon for this purpose. Rosa, in chains, bitterly points out that she was once told she would be locked away somewhere she could never die, only to now be treated as a sacrifice. The Pope dismisses her protest as righteous martyrdom, and orders that she be brought to the surface at least once more before the ritual. Later, Rosa sits beside the sleeping bearded man, refusing to be called a priestess, as the Pope explains her spell should soon undo his time freeze. Enraged at being disrespected again, Rosa summons her soul-reaping scythe against the Pope and his men. The attack fails to kill him, and he reveals with unsettling calm that his equipped tool prevents death. Surprised, she used such a spell without hesitation. The Pope orders Rosa put to sleep again, explaining offhandedly that his robes were once protected by a time-freezing blessing she herself had cast. Back in the present, Celis touches her own horns in confusion as Rosa realizes, with shock, that the being before her is truly a demon. Celis calms her by clarifying she is not a demon. Elsewhere, the Pope orders Bai to finish his work and return to help welcome the Guardian Saint once the priestess is brought along, and the shadowed figure confirms he understands. Kai and Rosa react with disbelief, realizing the legendary Guardian Saint has truly awakened. He dismisses the grand title with a tired laugh, saying he is unworthy of being called anything so lofty. The man gives his name as Arthur, and Kai presses further, asking who he really is. Arthur reveals himself as merely an apostle serving the Creator, God Aramira, his calm bearing masking the weight behind that claim. Kade asks what Kai plans to do now. Firmly, he answers that his plan remains unchanged, that he will find where Rukia is being held and go save her. Wondering aloud what should be done about the awakened Guardian Saint, Yuri gets a quick reply. Kai decides they should return to the island for now, since staying here is no longer safe. After sealing the underground room shut, Kai decides to bring B along, reasoning the man could serve as a bargaining chip in future negotiations. A path back home through Tenohira opens moments later. Daylight greets the group as they emerge with Arthur and B in tow. Kai declares he alone will be able to answer for what happened inside that sealed room, taking Bai and the Guardian Saint ahead. Ren offers to head through the north exit back to the island first, while Yuri and Kai stay behind to inform the guards so no suspicion is raised. The marker stake outside the door gets discarded by Kai, and a guard reports that Bai and the Blessed One remain underground continuing their duties, accepting responsibility for maintaining security there. Kai nods. With clear disdain, Arthur studies his new surroundings, muttering that this primitive place is where he has apparently been relocated. Disappointment settles in, since no one has truly come to rescue him. A tired sigh escapes him, admitting he should at least be grateful for the fresh air now available in this new confinement. Realizing 10 years have passed since his abduction, Arthur understands now why his body has weakened and aged. Thoughts of his daughter surface, wondering if she has grown up or found someone to love. He whispers that he only wants to live and see his family again, even if just once more. Back on the island, anxiety grips Kai as he asks Rosa if she has any idea where Rukia might be. Yuri notices how worried he looks. No clue comes from Rosa, who calls it a crisis that the Guardian Saint has awakened while Rukia, meant to guard him, is missing from the room entirely. Perhaps Rukia panicked and broke the seal herself. Yuri guesses, wondering if she was taken somewhere unknown. Time feels short to Kai, who worries there is none left to waste. Rosa admits the possibility sounds troubling. Instead, Rosa suggests pressuring Bai, confident he will talk eventually. Caution is what Yuri urges, though Kai insists they cannot wait around. What does Kai truly want once he gets the information? That is the question Yuri raises, pressing him on what he intends to do with Bai. Further pressing him, she asks whether he means to release Bai, use him as a hostage, or kill him outright, since his faction will eventually learn something regardless. If killing BE is the plan, Kai reasons, they can reveal as much information as needed beforehand. He states he does not intend to kill B. Yuri, admits she already suspected he would choose that path. Kai asks whether Yuri hates B, the man who brought her to this island. She hesitates before answering. According to Kai, blame belongs to those who built the corrupt system, and the bandits serving the evil god, not to Bai alone. Honestly, he admits, hatred isn't quite what he feels. What frightens him more, Rosa notes, is never knowing what Bai is truly thinking behind that unreadable expression. Wouldn't Yuri resent Fazil and his group too, Kai wonders, since they orchestrated her exile from Mondial? Yet that isn't the case. She admits. She is right, Yuri concedes, since people who traveled all this way with their families rarely seem to harbor ambitions worth suspecting. Personally, she finds Biure somewhat irritating, though Kai points out they seem to be getting along well enough. B discarded her without a flicker of emotion, Yuri complains, insisting the man simply isn't human. Kai counters that her situation differs, since she and Rukia already shared a prior bondage and experience might explain that difference. He adds, while she mutters that it still only gets brushed off as a little annoying. Deciding what to do with Bai becomes the priority, with time-stop confinement or a hostage swap for Rukia, both on the table. Questioning Bai directly seems the next step, and Rosa promises to watch closely, ready to expose any lie he tells. Trusting Rosa to handle it, Kai warns her to stay silent no matter what happens during the interrogation. Ren checks on B's condition, and Kai warns the man he won't be answering questions, only responding to theirs. Bai remarks dryly that he isn't even allowed to ask anything, before finally stating his name and rank, a special class inquisitor of the Central Cathedral, Bai Krauser, blessed by Fortuna, the goddess of fate. Bai is pressed further for the nature of his God-given ability. Seeing the world's future is his power, he reveals, leaving Kai startled at the thought that Bai already knew their situation beforehand. Small personal matters remain hidden from him, Bai clarifies, since only grand tides that shape the world fall within his sight. Rarely would anyone knowingly end up in circumstances like these, he adds, and Kai questions whether that claim holds any truth. Demanding to know who Arthur really is, Kai presses further, while Bai grows alarmed, asking if they actually removed him from that room. Balance itself rests on this figure, Bai explains cryptically, ordering Kai to answer instead of asking more questions. Without him, the world would collapse into imbalance. Bai warns, asking whether they've done anything cruel to him, admitting he doesn't know the finer details himself. Curious, Kai gets no answer at first, only silence. Before pressing further, if Bai truly sees the world's future, then he must already know what awaits that keystone. Snapping at him not to reveal things carelessly, Bai clarifies they haven't actually moved far, though he grumbles that such shabby sleeping quarters seem unfitting for so sacred a place. Confusion grows in him, since only a handful of people should even know secrets belonging to the Farley religion, calling the whole situation nonsensical. Suspicion sharpens his tone as he accuses Kai of having an insider's help. Wondering whether troops are being gathered right now to launch an attack, piecing it together, Bai guesses that Rosa must have leaked information somehow, revealing that people actually live on the Forbidden Island, and demands to know if that is the full truth. Panic flashes across Kai's face as he nearly gives himself away, while Bai stares wide-eyed, demanding to know exactly how he figured any of it out.